Good evening. Thank you, Rugettes, for the watering. I'm going to actually give that back to you. I'm still going to drink. I'm going to give that one back to you. Ah. How is everyone? I didn't really sleep very well last night. I had an issue with the fire alarm that went off last stream. It continued to go off at random intervals, and it was a bit difficult to pin down because every time the fire alarm went off, it didn't always start sounding at the fire alarm that set it off. It's an interconnected system to some extent. So like one will start beeping, and then after one rotation of that, so like after 3 beeps, another one will go off, matching, and then another. But at the same time, I can only find 2 of the connected ones. I don't know where the third one is. And I have 3 cats. That's fair. Yeah, I should get them checked out, but I think right now what I need to do is take down the one that's faulty, because it's always the same one that's setting it off. And I ended up looking up reviews for this particular brand, and they seem to have a high problem with faulty alarms. Or rather, I shouldn't say a high problem, but there were a lot of reports of having an alarm that's not calibrated right or something like that. And this is a bedroom one, the guest bedroom one, which is where Contessa stays. One of my stray feral friend. And I mean, there could be other reasons why it's doing that. It could be because that was the room where the litter box was, so maybe she was kicking up dust. Maybe it is a case of high humidity that's causing it. It could theoretically be insects in there, because I did see like a tiny thing. But I did end up spraying it with compressed air to try and clean it out. So just kind of if I suddenly leave again, it's the fire alarm trying to shut that up. Although now it should not be connected to the rest of the house. It will just be that one going off, and I should still be able to hear it from here. It just won't cause the entire neighborhood to hear it, because like 3 of them going off versus 1, big difference in sound. And now it's just looking. I've been in this house for about a year now, and just kind of this is cause for celebration. But at the same time, it's just kind of oh no, there's still so much that has to get done. And with this being faulty, and again, I looked at the marking on it, and it was installed last September. So a case of it really is just a year old. I shouldn't have to replace it, but I also don't have any of the paperwork to get it replaced because of it being faulty. So maybe I should pivot to a different system entirely. And then what system do I do that with? Like, do I get a Honeywell does like a house-wide one, or do I buy into Nest? I honestly don't. I shouldn't say I don't have too many friends who own houses. I know a few, but some of them, one of them, I want to say there are houses that are bought that are far newer, and they don't need to replace this sort of thing in a lot of cases. Or I'm not going to say I have to worry about the money for it, but more so I have some friends who really don't have to worry about that, so they'll just get whatever they want. And I know one of them has already bought into Nest ages and ages ago. And then there are people at the other end of the spectrum where, because of house issues that they couldn't plan for, like, the sinkhole, there was a sinkhole that formed in front of their garage driveway. Can't plan for that. And I don't want to say things exploding, but maybe their boiler broke or something like that, and they weren't expecting that. Just if they go without fire alarms, that might be a risk that they're willing to take, that sort of thing. And they would probably definitely get the cheaper ones versus the connected ones. I'd like to try and get the connected ones, but we'll have to see. And also depends on reviews. Houses. It's the best day of your life, but also the worst day of your life. I want to say, like, the last time I really remember having like a big cry was over the house. I'm just thinking like, right. Just remembering another issue with not this house, but the place I previously lived in, where there was, if you've ever heard of a townhouse where you have a bunch of, I want to say they're not quite apartments. You take a very long house and you split it up into slices, and we had all the plumbing going through the basement section of the houses. And so everyone had the basement, and the plumbing went through and met in the middle. The middle happened to be the place that I lived in. The problem was the drainage for it was blocked because people were flushing things that they shouldn't be. So eventually it was overflowing outside, but no one noticed because it was overflowing into a wooded area. And eventually that area also got clogged. So it started flooding into the basement, my basement. That was a really horrific week. It happened multiple times. They had to clean it out multiple times. If you ever move into a place with a basement, or if you move into a home, get the plumbing checked. 100% know what you're doing when you buy the house with the plumbing. It's heartbreaking and expensive. Heartbreakingly expensive. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to listen to talks of D&D. Not D&D, Pathfinder. Oh, man. I haven't played D&D in like... actually just thinking it must have been a month now that my one campaign, my Saturday campaign's been dead. I shouldn't say dead. It finished. It came to a good conclusion. It came to a satisfactory conclusion. A planned conclusion at that. Fairly rare for over a year-long campaign. You have more problems on the electrical side? Are you trying to like candle jack there? Is that? Yeah, I can understand. I have a feeling that I also have electrical problems here that I need to solve. But I want to say you could theoretically live without electricity more so than you can live without plumbing. Like, legit. What are you going to do? Are you going to do a chamber pot for your plumbing? I can live without heat or power for a few weeks. I've done that. There was a big storm that happened a number of years ago, and so like living in a house in November without electricity could do that for, I think I did that for like 2 weeks. Plumbing, ESL? Oh, so you don't know what Candlejack is? Maybe I should. Okay. Well, I'm going to type it out what I was. Okay. It's a character from a show. I believe it was Freakazoid. And basically, it was a character who would come in, and if you said his name, you would be cut off. He would basically come in and kill you before you could finish the sentence that referenced his name, or before you could finish whatever you were saying in that same grouping. So I'm pretty certain it was Freakazoid. Let me double check. Yeah, electricity is. Yeah, it was Freakazoid. Okay. But yeah, electricity. Like, do you think they were siphoning off electricity from you? Or was it simply more so uncaring in how things were applied? Because I definitely have some of that where doing the inspection and the contractor, the inspector noticed that there were a few things that were reversed. And like, it's not the end of the world, but it's still not good that it's reversed because there are certain appliances that would mess up. I wouldn't know how big of a deal to make out of it, but I had a relative with me who knows his way around electricity. So my father, he was able to let me know like what sort of effect that would have, and I would eventually want to get that fixed. But until then, just don't use certain outlets. The outlets noted, and how big of a deal other electrical problems were. For instance, I guess something's not being capped and something's not having drip loops, but at least, despite the house being as old as it is, there is no knob and tube. Not that I exactly know what knob and tube is, except it's not something you want anymore. Knob and tube wiring. The bill was 2 to 3 times what it should have been. Oh. Yeah, that's no good. That is no good. After the people moved out, it's kind of where would they be siphoning it to? Unless it was like neighbors stealing it. Oh, I'm looking up knob and tube, and just realizing, oh, I was just looking at the electrical report again because I wanted to check to see if the people who used to live in this house, if they had perhaps shown the house with one set of fire alarms and then installed another set afterwards, like if they showed Nest ones or something like that, expensive, and if we just didn't notice that they had taken them out and replaced them. And like, oh, okay, that's knob and tube. I see that in the house, but I think that it's been cut off, so I think it's good. They just left the studs or whatever. So that might be a duplex sort of situation if it's multiple entrances and stuff, but the same physical building. Like, you may not even have a pathway between the two houses, just or rather between the two sides of the house. I think there's also like, can you even have like a triplex or a quadplex? Like, I'm sure technically by that stage you might have it be considered simply a townhouse. But duplexes are certainly special. Technically, actually, the house that I live in might be considered maybe not a duplex because it's not an even split, but it's a mother-daughter. I have an apartment in my house, so I have two electrical bills. I have two electrical. I don't know what the word is. The machine that tells you how much electricity that you've been using for the past month. I have 2 of those. And I think I also get 2 water bills too. It's a little annoying because I didn't realize when I bought the place that it was actually split like that. And I didn't switch it over until it was until a month or so in, when the people who used to live there asked for us to move it over. So kind of Okay, this is really cool for some purposes. Like if I were to actually rent it out, uh, or actually use it as a mother-daughter. But for right now, it's just an extra pain. But at least the apartment doesn't take up too much money in terms of electricity or water, because no one's actually living there except for Contessa. And Contessa doesn't really take up a whole lot of space. She's happy with the window open, the air off, which is good. Because the air system is, it's fine, but it could be better. And really, with the weather being as nice as it is right now, open window feels good. In the second case, the wires were hidden under a machine that tells you, yes, that one. I really wonder, like, there's a word for that. There is a word. What is the word for the electrical machine? Electrical measuring machine? House electrical measuring machine. It's not a machine, it's a it's not a device exactly either. It's a meter. It's a meter. It's a meter. I don't really think of that word associated with, like, I know that meters exist. I think I actually have. My father lent me something, a meter, like a handheld one. But again, I really think of it more like kilometers and stuff like that. Kilometer, meter, centimeter, that sort of thing. I guess you could also call it a monitor, but I think electric meter is the thing that the people who work for the electric company will come out and actually check every now and then. When you think about it, it's a little strange, right? I wonder how they do that for bigger houses or bigger properties. Like you have someone who's just kind of wandering onto your property every now and then to check the side of your house or something like that. A little weird, but at least it's not too far in. And I actually have a nice path leading up to it, relatively speaking. As long as he doesn't step on my garden. Which I also had to take care of this week. There are some plants that I need to kill. I have some weeds. They're trying to choke pieces out still. And it's really... I live in an area where there's a lot of movement around me. And normally it's not a problem. I don't mind it. But it has been generating a lot of litter, unfortunately. Things blow in and people, while they're passing by, will just drop whatever they want. For instance, I was taking care of some things in the front area, and someone came by and threw a bottle. I think they tried to aim for the grass. However, it landed on a hard surface and it shattered. So that was yet another thing I had to clean up. And again, there were still people who were passing by, so trying to make sure that if a cyclist came by in that time frame before I was able to sweep it up to like move over. I'm not trying to do anything strange. I just don't want you to get glass in your bike. Yes, it is incredibly rude, but they didn't want to carry their Corona much farther, I guess. Their empty Corona. A banana peel under this bush. Cigarette butts everywhere. There's someone who has been buying a lot of mini alcohol bottles, and I don't know. There must be someone who works or lives in the area, because it's always in the same-ish spot where a couple cars park. So for a while it was like cinnamon whiskey, like the cinnamon fireball. I think they've moved on though. It's always the mini bottles too. Oh, actually no, wait, there was one time when it was a bigger bottle, but not a huge bottle still. Like something you could probably still fit in in a coat pocket. And plenty of water bottles too, crumpled up. But yes, lots of trash. Lots of trash blowing in. But, well, actually, have you ever seen the... I think it's called it's not a foosball, is it? Foosball. No, it's not foosball. I don't know what the word is. It's like it's a kind of a stress relief kind of ball. They have like prickly-ish outsides, but they're made of a gel material, so like it's bumpy, but it's not actually prickly, I should say. And you can, it's like a squoosh ball, maybe? Squoosh ball? Squoosh ball. What is a squoosh ball? No, not a koosh ball. Stress ball? Like, maybe? It's the kind of thing that they will sell sometimes in machines. The kind of machines that are aimed at kids. Like gotcha, but not gotcha. There's another word for that too. I'm looking for one word and I'm finding another word I want. But the kind of, maybe, the kind of stress balls that are filled with some sort of material. In this case, it turned out to be like a white material, squishy material. So someone broke one of those on the lawn and left that material all over the grass. And that does not come out easy. It spreads very easily. And it doesn't really dissolve either. It just kind of stays, that material. Yeah, that left a spot on my yard. I'm wondering what I'm going to find. Like, I want to say, with the weather changing and with the seasons moving, I don't know if I'm going to see more or less material on my lawn, like strange materials. Normally I would say when it gets colder, it's not going to have as many people walking, but at the same time, school is in. So that's another source of people walking, and it's no longer horrifically hot out, so more people might be walking in the fall at least. So there might be more strange trash. Oh, right. Like the one time I found a nail bigger than my hand, like longer than my hand, in my yard. On the there's a word for, maybe it's a yard skirt, the strip of grass between the road and a sidewalk. I found a maybe it was a foot, at least a half-foot nail. If only there was a public trash can nearby. No, they don't have those. They don't have those. Who would clean them? Oh, actually, I just realized I may not have brought in my trash cans. You're not even supposed to have your trash cans out unless they're in a certain time frame, like if you're expecting your trash cans to get picked up soon. It would be a trip to the hospital if someone had hit it or something like that. That would have been, I want to say, like, how would you even step on it? Because there's no way it was going to be standing up. You would certainly see it. I think it's more likely you would have slipped and fell on it with how it looks with that particularly big nail. Tetanus. I'm really thankful that I've never actually stepped on anything quite like that. I've never had to, I think, get a tetanus shot for stepping on anything strange. And despite gardening, I haven't actually been hurt badly by anything. Like, I don't think I've run into any ivies or anything that's been that terrible. Mostly it's just been bugs, and even then I'm, I suppose, paranoid enough to mostly watch where I'm touching. Although it's been very tempting sometimes. Caterpillars. Like, there are some really pretty fuzzy looking caterpillars, but at the same time, like, ew, touching a bug. And then I remember that the fuzzy ones also tend to be punishing when you touch them. Because I have been tempted. Thankfully, I've never succumbed. Okay, where is it? Where is it? So I went through what I was doing before. And I think last time I only got through Barbarian and Bard. So this time we're going to start with Cleric. And the secret is also out. There is going to be in early October, I think it's October 1st, there's going to be a Pathfinder game that is going to be run by one Dr. Conrad. And the punishment is worth the fuzziness. I don't know about that. I'll have to get someone else to do that. Maybe I have gullible nephews. Maybe I'll try it on one of those. I think that might be a good idea. Otherwise, I know my cat would do it for me, but I don't want to inflict that on him. Not when I know it will hurt him. Like, feelings wise, that I would do that to him, and also like hurt his paws. He's so gullible though. He's so cute. So yes, I went through Barbarian and Bard. So going to start with Cleric. Speaking of healing, and October 1st, Dr. Conrad's, I'm going to be playing a rogue. And Rogue Unchained, but I think it's very similar to the base rogue. It's pretty much just a few upgrades. And there's going to be, I believe, an anti-paladin and also a fighter. There's also going to be an alchemist, a ninja, and one other thing. Let me double check. So I kind of want to check out the classes so I have an idea of what I'm going to be playing against. Because I have never played Pathfinder before. And no, hello, nobody. Where is it? If I look it up. Where is it? I don't think we have any pure casters because an alchemist isn't a pure caster, right? An anti-paladin would not be either. Let's see. So we have, a gunslinger. That's the other one. So we have an alchemist, a ninja, an anti-paladin, a fighter, and a gunslinger. So the only people using base classes, I suppose, are the fighter and me. And I don't know if an anti-paladin is something that is like noted in the paladin section or if it's a completely different area, but I will find out. Okay. So with that, we'll open up to Cleric. Okay. Let's go with this. Cleric. In faith and the miracles of the divine, many find a greater purpose. Called to serve powers beyond most mortal understanding, all priests preach wonders and provide for the spiritual needs of their people. Clerics are more than mere priests, though. These emissaries of the divine work the will of their deities through strength of arms and the magic of their gods. Devoted to the tenets of the religions and philosophies that inspire them, these ecclesiastics quest to spread the knowledge and influence of their faith. Yet while they may share similar abilities, clerics prove as different from one another as the divinities they serve, with some offering healing and redemption, others judging law and truth, and still others spreading conflict and corruption. The ways of the clerics are varied, yet all who tread these paths walk with the mightiest of allies and bear the arms of the gods themselves. Role. More than capable of upholding the honor of their deities in battle, clerics often prove stalwart and capable combatants. Their true strength lies in their capability to draw upon the power of their deities, whether to increase their own and their allies' prowess in battle, to vex their foes with divine magic, or to lend healing to companions in need. As their powers are influenced by their faith, all clerics must focus their worship upon a divine source. While the vast majority of clerics revere a specific deity, a small number dedicate themselves to a divine concept worthy of devotion, such as battle, death, justice, or knowledge, free of a deific abstraction. Work with your GM if you prefer this path to selecting a specific deity. Alignment. A cleric's alignment must be within one step of her deities, along either the law/chaos axis or the good/evil axis. See additional rules. Hit die, D8. Class skills. The cleric's class skills are praise, int, craft, int, diplomacy, charisma, heal, whiz, knowledge, arcana, int, knowledge, history, int, knowledge, nobility, int, knowledge, planes, int, knowledge, religion, int, linguistics, int, profession, whiz, sense motive, whiz, and spellcraft, int. Skill ranks per level, 2 plus int modifier. And now we have a beautiful, beautiful chart. So, just delving quickly through this. Their base attack bonus starts at 0 and then goes up from there at a rate of not quite 1 per level, but mostly 1 per level with a few times where it gets stuck. So like second level is +1, third level is +2, fourth level is +3, fifth level is also +3, but sixth level is +4. So I'm going to just double check. It seems like the same progression as Rogue. So not great. Not great. I think the Barbarian had a good one. I know they tend to be classed into one of 2 or one of 3 types. The Babs. Base attack bonuses. Let me check. Yes, okay, Barbarian. Barbarian has a good one. Okay. Okay. The Fortitude save. So it looks like they have a good Fortitude save and a good Will save. And their reflex saves are not great. And their specials. So at first level, the cleric gets Aura, Channel Energy 1d6, Domains, and Orisons. At second level, they get nothing special. Third level, they get Channel Energy 2d6. And then this pattern continues actually until level 20. They get nothing else special except for every even level, not even, odd, every odd level, they get an additional d6 to their channel energy. So at third level, they have 2d6 channel energy. Fifth level, 3d6. Seventh level, 4d6. Up to 19th level, where they get 10d6. Let's see. And spells. Let's see. They actually, Okay. So a quick rundown of spells. At first level, you start with 3 cantrips, level 0 spells. At second level, you get 4 cantrips. And after that, there is no increase on the amount of cantrips that you can get. You're stuck at 4. I hope you knew what you were doing at second level. And they also have a note here that the way that they're counting these is a little, maybe not backwards, a little strange, but part of that is because of domain spell slots that they get. Give me a second. I stepped on something a little strange and wondered what it was, and a cat left a toy under this area. I've been stepping on some strange things. Like worried, like, oh no, did I just step on a paw? No, it's a fuzzy toy. It's a fuzzy toy. Okay, so first level, the cleric gets a 1+1 first level spells. And it looks like they always get a domain spell slot for every single spell per day count. It's always going to be, aside from cantrips, something +1. So at first level, it's 1+1 first level spells. Second level, as a cleric, you get 2+1. Third level is 2+1, that 1+1. And by the end of it, at 20th level, you end up with 4+1 of every level spell capable, except for your cantrip, where it's always just flat 4. So 4+1 first level, 4+1 second level, 4+1 third level, 4+1 8th level, 4+1 9th level. But it's a graded process. So in my case, what I'm looking at, not that we have any 5th level clerics or anything like that, or 10th level clerics, as far as I know. Let's say 10th level. So a 10th level cleric would get 4+1 first level spells, 4+1 second level spells, 3+1 third level spells, 3+1 fourth level spells, and 2+1 5th level spells. But I suppose they don't need any class features because they get so many spells. And also if they get anything special with their domains. Let us see. Class features. The following are class features of the cleric. Weapon and armor proficiency. Clerics are proficient with all simple weapons, light armor, medium armor, and shields, except tower shields. Clerics are also proficient with the favored weapon of their deity. Aura. Extraordinary ability. A cleric of a chaotic, evil, good, or lawful deity has a particularly powerful aura corresponding to the deity's alignment. See the Detect Evil spell for details. So if you follow a true neutral deity, do you not end up getting aura? That's a bit... But I suppose it's not really... It's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. But it doesn't count as a positive, not positive. It doesn't count as a actively in use class feature, I suppose. Spells. A cleric casts divine spells which are drawn from the cleric spell list presented in spell lists. Her alignment, however, may restrict her from casting certain spells opposed to her moral or ethical beliefs. See chaotic, evil, good, and lawful spells. A cleric must choose and prepare her spells in advance. Okay, prepared caster. To prepare or cast a spell, a cleric must have a wisdom score equal to at least 10 plus the spell level. The difficulty class for a saving throw against the cleric spell is 10 plus the spell level plus the cleric's wisdom modifier. Just, interesting. So, you have to have at least an 11 wisdom score to start with, I suppose, as a cleric. What if... So if you want to cast a 9th level spell, you have to have at least a wisdom score of 19. Like other spellcasters, a cleric can cast only a certain number of spells of each level per day. Her base daily spell allotment is given on table Cleric. In addition, she receives bonus spells per day if she has a high wisdom score. See table ability modifiers and bonus spells. I vaguely remember that table. I remember hating having to look it up. So not so much, but just keeping track of all these things. What does that table look like? What does that table look like? Let's see. Bonus spells. Oh, was that already in? That was already in here. Okay. We've already covered that. We've already covered that. Clerics meditate or pray for their spells. Each cleric must choose a time when she must spend 1 hour each day in quiet contemplation or supplication to regain her daily allotment of spells. Oh, thank you for the follow, and I am going to turn off the audio for those. Thank you for the follow, Corrupted Smile. Sorry for the noise distraction. A cleric may prepare and cast any spell on the cleric's spell list, provided that she can cast spells of that level, but she must choose which spells to prepare during her daily meditation. Channel energy, supernatural ability. Regardless of alignment, any cleric can release a wave of energy by channeling the power of her faith through her holy or unholy symbol. This energy can be used to cause or heal damage, depending on the type of energy channeled and the creatures targeted. A good cleric, or one who worships a good deity, channels positive energy and can choose to deal damage to undead creatures or to heal living creatures. An evil cleric, or one who worships an evil deity, channels negative energy and can choose to deal damage to living creatures or to heal undead creatures. A neutral cleric who worships a neutral deity, or one who is not devoted to a particular deity, must choose whether she channels positive or negative energy. Once this choice is made, it cannot be reversed. This decision also determines whether the cleric casts spontaneous cure or inflicts spells. See spontaneous casting. Channeling energy. Channeling energy causes a burst that affects all creatures of one type, either undead or living, in a 30-foot radius centered on the cleric. The amount of damage dealt or healed is equal to 1d6 points of damage, plus 1d6 points of damage for every 2 cleric levels beyond first, 2d6 at third, 3d6 at fifth, and so on. Creatures that take damage from channeled energy receive a will save to halve the damage. The DC of the save is equal to 10 plus half the cleric's level, plus the cleric's charisma modifier. Just more of a reason to not drop charisma as a cleric? Creatures healed by channeled energy cannot exceed their maximum hit point total. All excess healing is lost. A cleric may channel energy a number of times per day equal to 3 plus their charisma modifier. This is a standard action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. A cleric can choose whether or not to include herself in this effect. A cleric must be able to present her holy symbol to use this ability. Domains. A cleric's deity influences her alignment, what magic she can perform, her values, and how others see her. A cleric chooses 2 domains from among those belonging to her deity. A cleric can select an alignment domain, chaos, evil, good, or law, only if her alignment matches that domain. If a cleric is not devoted to a particular deity, She still selects 2 domains to represent her spiritual inclinations and abilities, subject to GM approval. The restriction on alignment domain still applies. Okay, I will take a sip. You're having the water. Oh, maybe I shouldn't put it all the way back there. It's kind of a question of, do I move it closer to me where I could theoretically knock it over? Or do I put it far and then I might accidentally knock it over when I try to grab it? How do people set up their desks? How do people set up their desks? Okay. Put it on the floor. That's even worse. That's even worse. That's so worse. Then, I have books on the floor. I have piles of books on the floor. I do not want to accidentally knock over water by them and get them wet. Whatever will minimize the damage in case it falls over. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, next section. Or rather, next part of it, the page. We did that. We did that. We did that. Each domain grants a number of domain powers dependent upon the level of the cleric, as well as a number of bonus spells. A cleric gains 1 domain spell slot for each level of cleric spells she can cast, from first on up. Each day, a cleric can prepare one of the spells from her 2 domains in that slot. If a domain spell is not on the cleric spell list, a cleric can prepare it only in her domain slot. Domain spell slot. Domain spells cannot be used to cast spells spontaneously. A separate table entirely? I don't think I could do that. I actually do have 3 desks here, 3 tables, but they're not in any sort of meaningful way like that. In addition, a cleric gains the listed powers from both of her domains, if she is of a high enough level. Unless otherwise noted, using a domain power is a standard action. Cleric domains are listed at the end of this class entry. Outside is even worse. That's where the cats are. The cats have been banished. I say banished, and yet one doesn't usually want to come in, or at least she will come in if she is invited, but she won't beg to come in. And then we have the beggar. He would absolutely knock it over. And then we have Contessa, who has never come up the stairs. And this weekend I was going to try and pull her out of her room, and instead I'm simply pushing her further in with the alarms going off. I'm a terrible cat mother. Orisons. Clerics can prepare a number of orisons, or 0-level spells, each day, as noted on table cleric under spells per day. These spells are cast like any other spell, but they are not expended when cast and may be used again. Playing hard to get versus playing for your heart versus Contessa. Just like, is that all the 3 cat varieties I have? I guess Xanax mom is kind of playing hard to get, but not always. She's just got her head up in the clouds. There are times when she is very clingy. She gets very cuddly, and other times where she's content where she is, off and alone. And She's not the most hard to get cat anymore. As I said, she'll take invitations, and sometimes she will come up on her own, but she doesn't cry outside the door for my attention. And Contessa, I still don't know if she yearns for the outside. Does she pine for the fjords? I cannot tell with her. I cannot tell. She's in the window, the open window, but it's not so open that she can get out. It's got a wire cover, but she does not try to break the wire cover. She just looks. So maybe she is content despite being bullied a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean too much. She's bullied too much. Any amount of the bullying really is too much, but I don't want to have a split house for too much longer. Spontaneous casting. A good cleric or neutral cleric of a good deity can channel stored spell energy into healing spells that she did not prepare ahead of time. The cleric can lose any prepared spell that is not an orison or domain spell in order to cast any cure spell of the same spell level or lower. A cure spell is any spell with cure in its name. An evil cleric or neutral cleric who worships an evil deity can't convert prepared spells to cure spells, but can convert them into inflict spells. An inflict spell is one with inflict in its name. A cleric who is neither good nor evil, and whose deity is neither good nor evil, can convert spells to either cure spells or inflict spells, player's choice. But once the player makes this choice, it cannot be reversed. This choice also determines whether the cleric channels positive or negative energy. See channel energy. Chaotic, evil, good, and lawful spells. A cleric can't cast spells of an alignment opposed to her own or her deity's, if she has one. Spells associated with particular alignments are indicated by the chaotic, evil, good, and lawful descriptors in their spell descriptions. Bonus languages. A cleric's bonus language options include Celestial, Abyssal, and Infernal, the languages of good, chaotic evil, and lawful evil outsiders, respectively. These choices are in addition to the bonus languages available to the character because of her race. Ex-clerics. A cleric who grossly violates the code of conduct required by her god loses all spells and class features except for armor and shield proficiencies and proficiency with simple weapons. She cannot thereafter gain levels as a cleric of that god until she atones for her deeds. See the atonement spell description. Domains. Clerics may select any two of the domains granted by their deity. Clerics without a deity may select any two domains. Choice are subject to GM approval. A lot of GM approval here required, huh? Air domain. Granted powers. You can manipulate lightning, mist, and wind, traffic with air creatures, and are resistant to electricity damage. Lightning arc. Special ability. No, not special. Spell casting, actually, because it's an SP, and that's real quick. That is spell casting, isn't it? Or spell-like ability. My bad. Lightning arc, spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can unleash an arc of electricity targeting any foe within 30 feet as a ranged touch attack. This arc of electricity deals 1d6 points of electricity damage, plus 1 point for every 2 cleric levels you possess. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. GM approval is potential player confusion? Not so much. GM approval. Quick drink. Just making sure that you're not trying to play an evil character in an all good campaign otherwise. Or potentially the opposite. Or playing something that doesn't exist in that world, perhaps. You can use this ability, Lightning Arc, a number of times per day equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Electricity resistance, extraordinary. At 6th level, you gain resist electricity 10. This resistance increases to 20 at 12th level. At 20th level, you gain immunity to electricity. An evil character who fails to do anything actually evil. You say that and yet, no. I would need to trust a player quite a bit to allow that sort of thing in especially if it's a longer campaign. If it's a one shot, more likely, yeah. But oftentimes letting people quote unquote play evil characters is usually more trouble than it's worth. Unless it's distinctly taken care of in the premise of the game. Did I say at 20th level you gain immunity to electricity? That's the end of electricity resistance. Domain spells. First, Obscuring Mist. Second, Wind Wall. Third, Gaseous Form. Fourth, Airwalk. Fifth, Control Winds. Sixth, Chain Lightning. Seventh, Elemental Body 4. Air only. Eighth, Whirlwind. Ninth, Elemental Swarm. Air spell only. It would need to be heavily scripted in advance for things to go right. Yeah, that's I would say railroading. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just there's so many ways it could go wrong. So many ways. And I mean, I am someone who has played an evil character in a longer setting, but I also had the GM stamp of approval from the very beginning because they were the one who suggested the character concept. And half the party was already evil. So, and we weren't traditional evil. A lot of the time it was more of in order to complete this concept, in order to play this particular type of character, you need to technically be evil. So it's not like we ever went out and killed someone that was not working with us necessarily. We still fought evil creatures. And the only time we fought good creatures was when the creatures were like, pretty much going up and being, hey, let's do a test of strength. 1-on-1, bro. Come on. No balls. That sort of thing. So, again, not traditional evil. Just getting by. Animal domain. Granted powers. You can speak with and befriend animals with ease. In addition, you treat knowledge nature as a class skill. Actually, thinking about it, maybe you could describe us as lazy evil? Lazy evil is probably a good way of putting it. For instance, there's something big shambling up into our campsite. It looks like a huge bear. A huge spirit bear or something like that. Are we going to start a fight with this bear? No. We have someone who can ask what it wants. And it just wants to eat some food and have a nap. So we give it some food and give up our tent because we don't want to fight it. It's not an evil bear, it's a neutral bear. It just wants to live a decent life. It wants to live a happy life in a comfy tent. So, we're not going to argue with a bear. Although I guess you might argue, like, is it evil to feed a bear? And like, maybe. But at the same time, the bear spoke to us. So like, I don't think it quite counts as like feeding a Yellowstone bear or something like that. It's not an evil act. It's just a lazy act. Evil characters shoot the healer. If they fumble, the arrows tip with vitality or strength potion. No. Nope. Nope. I'm really wary about that kind of thing. Like, it's kind of working behind the rest of the players' backs. Especially if you're trying to pretend to be like a minion of the big bad or something like that. Nah. No. Okay, animal domain. Speak with animals. Spell-like ability. You can speak with animals as per the spell for a number of rounds per day, equal to 3 plus your cleric level. Animal companion. Extraordinary ability. At 4th level, you gain the service of an animal companion. Your effective druid level for this animal companion is equal to your level, or your cleric level, -3. Druids who take this ability through their Nature Bond class feature use their druid level -3 to determine the abilities of their animal companions. Double crossing can sort of work, but it's playing with the other players' hearts, and it really depends on the kind of campaign rules that you lay out ahead of time. I think double crossing NPCs is much safer. Much safer. But again, I would want to leave some clues for them to find it. So one-shots. Yeah, one-shots. A lot of things fly with one-shots because worst case scenario, things go sideways. Oh, well, you didn't lose too much time. As a player. As a DM, that could be a lot of wasted time, theoretically. But, well, the DM knows what they're doing when they're getting into it. And I want to say, usually don't really build up as much of a connection over a one-shot. So I guess if you go into it, I don't know if I've ever actually played a one-shot with that sort of... Oh, wait. No, it was supposed to be a one-shot. My Dungeon World game where we had, again, someone who's masquerading as like a regular adventurer, but it was actually secretly a cultist. 10-hour one-shots. I played a number of things that were supposed to be a one-shot and then turned into like a mini campaign of 4 or 5 sessions. And I've run a number of things that were supposed to be a one-shot. It was supposed to be like a 3 to 4 hour event and ended up being like 6 hours, or it ended up being like 10 hours spread across 2 or 3 sessions, because sometimes you can't really predict what the players are going to do. Okay, I am water. Okay. Sitting proper, feet on the ground. There's a lot of ways that one-shots can go sideways. I've played in far more one-shots that ended up way longer than they should be. Thank you for the head pat, Q. Plenty of one-shots that have gone on far longer than they should have, compared to one-shots that stayed one-shot. I've probably run like a half a dozen one-shots that were not one shots, and I've run, I think, 2 one shots that actually finished in one shot. Oh, well, I'm also going to, maybe 3. 3, I think. If I count the Scooby-Doo one. Scooby-Doo counts. Scooby-Doo counts. Actually, that wouldn't be so bad to run now. Maybe I can find some volunteers. One shots I got picked up by the studio for a full season. In that case, I've had one pilot, so to speak, that failed. Not personally, just on when I was a player in. And I'm thinking about the rest. I would say one of them got picked up for a bigger season. Just a little bit. But the rest, maybe not so much. Domain spells for the animal domain. First is calm animals. Second, hold animal. Third, dominate animal. Fourth, summon nature's ally 4, animals only. Fifth, beast shape 3, animals only. Sixth, anti-life shell. Seventh, animal shapes. Eighth, summon nature's ally 8, animals only. Ninth, shape change. Sorry, I'm listening very carefully to see if I can hear the fire alarm go off. Or if it's something else. Hold on. The fire alarm is going off again. I'm going to be right back. It was neither. You heard a car alarm outside? You thought you heard a car alarm in the background? Is that it? Is that it? Because I can tell you what you were hearing. There was a TV was left on, and apparently, Pick Me is playing Mortuary Assistant. So there was some sort of alarm going off in her game, and it was loud enough to pierce through like around the corner. Thank you, Pick Me. No cars in the garden. No cars allowed in the garden. Bicycle's okay. Bicycle friendly. You can park in the garden if you have a bicycle. Think of me the best. You know, it's Pick Me, right? She's the. I don't know how to describe her accent, but sometimes watch her. Let's see. I was in American Japanese. Is that really? I guess, yeah. She just has an extra bit of like a sh sound to a lot of the way that she speaks. I wasn't. Yeah, pick me. Sorry. I. Yeah. She's cute. She's cute. I still remember her trying to describe, like, how everyone in her group was designed and, like, desperately pleading with Nintendo to not sue them. Or more specifically, to not sue the actors, because if it's anyone's fault, it's the guy who runs the corp, but the one who picked out the designs. The one who made the designs based on Pokemon. Mm. Let's see. I think I got up to ninth. The domain spell for animal domain at 9th is shape change. It's always Kiari's fault. I mean, you have to blame someone. And it's not going to be you, obviously. Okay, Artifice domain. Granted powers. You can repair damage to objects, animate objects with life, and create objects from nothing. Artificer's Touch. Spell-like ability. You can cast Mending at will, using your Cleric level as the caster level to repair damaged objects. In addition, you can cause damage to objects and construct creatures by striking them with a melee touch attack. Objects and constructs take 1d6 points of damage, plus 1 for every 2 Cleric levels you possess. This attack bypasses an amount of damage reduction and hardness equal to your Cleric level. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your Wisdom modifier. Dancing weapons. Supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can give a weapon touched the dancing special weapon quality for 4 rounds. You can use this ability once per day at 8th level and an additional time per day for every 4 levels beyond 8th. Domain spells. First, Animate Rope. Second, Wood Shape. Third, Stone Shape. Fourth, Minor Creation. Fifth, Fabricate. Sixth, Major Creation. Seventh, Wall of Iron. Eighth, Statue. Ninth, Prismatic Sphere. Thank you for the follow, Flippy. Welcome. I'm going through right now the domain lists for a Cleric for Pathfinder 1E. And we just finished Artifice, so that means we're done with the A's since we went through Air, Animal, Artifice. And next is Chaos. Just thinking, if there's Chaos, is there a Law domain too? There has to be, right? Or is it considered a different name? Granted, like Law and Justice aren't exactly the same. It's not like a concentric circle of ideas. Thank you. I hope to eventually have a live TD. It's in progress too, based on this design. Chaos domain. Granted powers. Your touch infuses life and weapons with chaos, and you revel in all things anarchic. Touch of Chaos, spell-like ability. You can imbue a target with chaos as a melee touch attack. For the next round, anytime the target rolls a d20, he must roll twice and take the less favorable result. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your Wisdom modifier. Chaos Blade, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can give a weapon touch the anarchic special weapon quality for a number of rounds equal to half your Cleric level. You can use this ability once per day at 8th level and an additional time per day for every 4 levels beyond 8th. Just thinking, so if you get this at 2nd level Cleric, you only get it for 1 round. That really sucks. Oh, but wait, this is something you get at 8th level, so you would have it a minimum of 4 rounds. Okay, that's more palatable. And just thinking, this isn't something that costs an action or anything, is it? It just happens? It doesn't specify. So that means it doesn't cost anything, right? It's a free action? And not like limited number of free actions either, it's just a free action? Someone who knows Pathfinder, stop me if I'm wrong. I'm still learning. Domain spells for Chaos Domain. First is protection from law. Second is a line weapon, chaos only. Third is magic circle against law. Fourth is chaos hammer. Fifth is dispel law. Sixth is animate objects. Seventh is word of chaos. Eighth is cloak of chaos. And ninth is summon monster 9. Chaos spell only. Just making sure that's right as 9. I want to say the only reason I know how to, I shouldn't say the only reason, the major reason why I know how to read Roman numerals is thanks to Final Fantasy. Having to be able to tell the difference between, 7, 8, 9. I mean, like 7 and 8, just having to notice the extra mark difference, but then like 8 and 9. And I suppose 4 would be a similar sort of situation as 9. Remembering which side things go on. Charm Domain. Granted powers. You can baffle and befuddle foes with a touch or a smile, and your beauty and grace are divine. Learning them in 5th grade. 14. No. 14 was not out yet. Just thinking, for the other things, for instance, offense and defense. Offense and defense, I remember distinctly learning, memorizing like which word went for which side, basically, through Pokemon, red and blue. Wanting to make sure, as a kid, who cares about defense? You want to up attack value offense value all the time. Offense is attack. That's the good one. Ignore defense. Granted, I probably should have learned it from other things like playing sports, being told, okay, you're on offense. Would not remember. Just go whichever direction they pointed. Video games are good for learning. But really, just thinking, like, did we learn Roman? We must have learned Roman numerals, but, well, just because you learn it in school doesn't mean it sticks, right? It doesn't mean it sticks. So it's good to have backup. Okay, Charm Domain special attributes. Dazing Touch, spell-like ability. You can cause a living creature to become dazed for 1 round as a melee touch attack. Creatures with more hit dice than your cleric level are unaffected. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your ability modifier. Oh, I don't know if I said this before, but thank you for the follow, Floofy. It's because I don't get the audio cues right now. It's just kind of I don't remember. It was 6 minutes ago. I don't remember. If I already said that. Okay. Charming Smile. Spell-like ability. At 8th level, you can cast Charm Person as a swift action with a DC of 10 plus half your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier. You can only have 1 creature charmed in this way at a time. I did already say it? Okay. Yeah, memory. 330-ish is still young, but I'm trying to read at the same time and keep track of that. The total number of rounds of this effect per day is equal to your cleric level. The rounds do not need to be consecutive, and you can dismiss the charm at any time as a free action. Each attempt to use this ability consumes 1 round of its duration, whether or not the creature succeeds on its save to resist the effect. Domain spells. First level spell, I should say. Charm Person. Second is Calm Emotions. Third is Suggestion. Fourth is Heroism. Fifth is Charm Monster. Sixth is Gesh or Quest. Just question, like, I would pronounce it as Gesh, but I've heard other players of the game who don't know what that word is from pronounce it more like geese or gas, but I'm pretty certain it's supposed to be more like Gesh. Gesh. Insanity is the 7th level, or 7th level spell, domain spell. 8th is Demand, and 9th is Dominate Monster. Community Domain is next. Granted powers. Your touch can heal wounds, and your presence instills unity and strengthens emotional bonds. Calming Touch, spell-like ability. Thank you for the follow, it's a person. You know, I wouldn't have questioned if you were a person if it wasn't for that name. Calming Touch, spell-like ability. You can touch a creature as a standard action to heal it of 1d6 points of non-lethal damage plus 1 point per cleric level. This touch also removes the fatigued, shaken, and sickened conditions, but it has no effect on more severe conditions. You can use this ability a number of times per day equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. This is Cleric. This is Cleric. Cleric has a wide variety of things. Unity, supernatural ability. At 8th level, whenever a spell or effect targets you and one or more allies within 30 feet, you can use this ability to allow your allies to use your saving throw against the effect in place of their own. Each ally must decide individually before the rolls are made. Using this ability is an immediate action. You can use this ability once per day at 8th level, and one additional time per day for every 4 cleric levels beyond 8th. So for the Cleric Community Domain, your spells are, as a domain spell, 1st is Bless, 2nd is Shield Other, 3rd is Prayer, 4th is Imbue with Spell Ability, 5th is Telepathic Bond, 6th is Hero's Feast, 7th is Refuge, or Refuge? Refuge. 8th is Mass Cure Critical Wounds, and 9th is Miracle. Now I am really wondering if you're actually a person. It's suspicious. It's suspicious. Darkness Domain. Cleric granted powers. You manipulate shadows and darkness. In addition, you receive Blind Fight as a bonus feat. This is normal. This is normal. Normal cleric things. Touch of Darkness, special ability. As a melee touch attack, you can cause a creature's vision to be fraught with shadows and darkness. The creature touched treats all other creatures as if they had concealment, suffering a 20% mischance on all attack rolls. This effect lasts for a number of rounds equal to half your cleric level, minimum 1. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Eyes of Darkness, supernatural ability. At 8th level, your vision is not impaired by lighting conditions, even in absolute darkness and magic darkness. You can use this ability for a number of rounds per day, equal to half your cleric level. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spells for Darkness Domain. 1st level is Obscuring Mist. 2nd is Blindness/Deafness, only to cause blindness. 3rd is Deeper Darkness. 4th is Shadow Conjuration. 5th is Summon Monster 5. It summons 1d3 shadows. 6th is Shadow Walk. 7th is Power Word Blind. 8th is Greater Shadow Evocation. And 9th is Shades. It's a reading channel right now. I don't only read, I also play games. Last night, for instance, was kind of the opposite of this. We were playing Sucker for Love, and I apparently peaked a lot when I screamed. Sundays and sometimes Tuesdays. And Tuesdays are when I do tabletop stuff. So I might continue reading this on Tuesday. Or I might play a board game. We'll see. We'll see. But Sundays is for reading. More dedicated. Okay, Death Domain. Granted powers. You can cause the living to bleed at a touch and find comfort in the presence of the dead. Actually, do you know what Pathfinder is? Have you heard of Pathfinder? Have you heard of D&D? So Pathfinder is basically a open, I shouldn't say open source, but a more open and free alternate gaming system to D&D. First edition is based on D&D 3.5. So it shares a lot of similarities, but it's still a little different. And so I am reading through the Pathfinder, they call it the Pathfinder SRD. So, double T's. So like D&D, technically you're not supposed to read that sort of thing out on a stream because it's copyright to Wizards of the Coast and all that jazz, but Pathfinder has no such limitation. Every time I think of Double D's, I don't think of that. I think of, have you ever heard of Ed, and Eddie? Because there's a character called Double D in there. Pathfinder. Yes, so there are a few free alternatives to D&D. If you want that same sort of feeling of being an adventurer in a fantasy campaign of some sort. Pathfinder is one, and there's also Dungeon World, which is another one that is available. It has a lot of third-party sources available as well. And I had been previously reading that until a special event is coming up where I'm going to play Pathfinder, so that's why I'm reading it. I have actually never played Pathfinder before, so I'm learning at the same time as you guys are here. It is literally you. I don't know about that. You strike me as more of a Ed with one D. Actually, wait. Which way did it go? Ed with one D is the the smarmy one, right? We can go off track a little bit. We've done that before. Last time I did a reading stream for this, we ended up talking about bathrooms in Japan I'd been in. Eddie's the smarmy one? Okay. So you're more like Eddie. It's been a long time since I've seen the names associated with it. At least you're not the son of a shepherd, right? Or, no, Kevin. At least you're not Kevin. Do you want to be Kevin? It's not like you're like Kevin anyway. I'm sorry for making you think that I may have been calling you Kevin. You're not like Kevin. Sometimes I feel like Ralph. I was going through darkness. No, I did darkness. I was doing death. Granted powers of Death Domain. You can cause the living to bleed at a touch and find comfort in the presence of the dead. Bleeding Touch. Spell-like ability. As a melee touch attack... Wait, did I read that? As a melee touch attack, you can cause a living creature to take 1d6 points of damage per round. This effect persists for a number of rounds equal to half your cleric level, minimum 1, or until stopped with a DC 15 heal check or any spell or effect that heals damage. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Now that I think about it, remove. Aren't you a little young to have watched Ed, and Eddie? Or did you only see it because of something like Boomerang? Hmm? Unless they're still on reruns? Hmm. I feel like. Mm. Like, it wasn't coming out 14 years ago, was it? It wasn't. It was ended much earlier than that, wasn't it? Death's Embrace. Extraordinary ability. At 8th level, you heal damage instead of taking damage from channeled negative energy. If the channeled negative energy targets undead, you heal hit points, just like undead in the area. Domain spells. First level is Cause Fear. Second is Death Knell. Third is Animate Dead. Fourth is Death Ward. Fifth is Slay Living. Sixth is Create Undead. Seventh is Destruction. Eighth is Create Greater Undead. Ninth is Wail of the Banshee. I know you're not 14, but more so like 14 years ago, assuming I think I know what your age is, it's going to be a question of, well, you were definitely a child 14 years ago. So if it had just ended back then, like if it ended before 14 years ago, you probably wouldn't have seen it if you were much younger than that. I'm doing math in my head, but I'm not very good at math, so. mm. Mm. Let's see. We did Bleeding Touch. We did Death's Embrace. We did Wail the Banshee. Destruction Domain. The granted powers for the Cleric's Destruction Domain. You revel in ruin and devastation and can deliver particularly destructive attacks. Destructive Smite. Supernatural ability. You gain the Destructive Smite power, the supernatural ability to make a single melee attack with a morale bonus on damage rolls equal to half your cleric number, minimum 1. You must declare the Destructive Smite before making the attack. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. The final episode was really in 2009? I thought it was over much earlier than that. I really did. Destructive Aura, a supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot aura of destruction for a number of rounds per day equal to your cleric level. All attacks made against targets in this aura, including you, gain a morale bonus on damage equal to half your cleric level, and all critical threats are automatically confirmed. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Were they still playing the music video? They had 1 or 2 music videos associated with Ed, Ed, and Eddie. I don't remember the name of the song, but I remember how it went. What is it? I'm not coming in anymore. Everything that I want to do is just right inside that door. Something kind of like that. Espousing the belief system behind Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Domain spells for Destruction Domain. First is True Strike. Second is Shatter. Third is Rage. Fourth is Inflict Critical Wounds. Fifth is Shout. Sixth is Harm. Seventh is Disintegrate. Eighth is Earthquake. And ninth is Implosion. Next cleric domain we will be covering is Earth Domain. The Incredible Shrinking Day, is that the name of it? I don't quite remember the music video. Maybe at the end of the stream I'll pull it out when we're not doing ASMR time. Don't want to start playing a music video in the middle of this. Let's see. The granted powers, you have mastery over earth, metal, and stone, can fire darts of acid, and command earth creatures. That's a bit strange. Just like you can fire darts of acid as part of the earth domain? Like, where does that come in? Yes, acid. Obviously, that is an earth domain ability. Yeah, this is... the granted powers are weird. Acid Dart, spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can unleash an acid dart targeting any foe within 30 feet as a ranged touch attack. This acid dart deals 1d6 points of acid damage, plus 1 for every 2 cleric levels you possess. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Again, this is the earth domain. Why do they have acid? Acid resistance, extraordinary ability. At 6th level, you gain resist acid 10. This resistance increases to 20 at 12th level. At 20th level, you gain immunity to acid. Again, this is earth domain that we're covering. The cleric, earth domain. Their domain spell seems a bit more in tune with the description, or rather, with the title of it. I can understand why they wouldn't have acid in with the water section because they have plenty of other water spells. It's just more of a, could you not really think of other powers to give them? And when it comes to earth? So the domain spells for earth domain. First one is magic stone. Second one is soften earthen stone. Third one is stone shape. Fourth is spike stones. Fifth is wall of stone. Sixth is stone skin. Seventh is elemental body for earth only. That is our first spell in this list that did not include the word stone. Eighth is earthquake, and ninth is elemental swarm, earth spell only. I want to just quickly flip back to magic stone because I want to check the spell out because I think I know what the spell is, but I want to make sure. I think it's kind of a magic David and Goliath type spell. Like it's a magic make you David type spell. Okay, let me pop it. Let's see. Yes, okay, it is the spell I was thinking of. So magic stone, just to cover this. You transmute as many as 3 pebbles, which can be no larger than sling bullets, so that they strike with great force when thrown or slung. If hurled, they have a range increment of 20 feet. If slung, treat them as sling bullets, range increment 50 feet. The spell gives them a +1 enhancement bonus on the attack and damage rolls. The user of the stones makes a normal ranged attack. Each stone that hits deals 1d6 + 1 point of damage, including the spell's enhancement bonus, or 2d6 + 2 spell. 2d6 + 2 points against undead. So yes, just a little make quick sling weapons. Clerics are stoners? No, that's the druids. The druids are the stoners. 100%. The clerics usually have too much of a stick up their ass to do that. Usually. Mostly because they have to be within 1 step of their god. And what if their god is a lawful type? What if their god is a lawful type? Evil domain is next. The sticks of stone stuck to them. I want to say like at the top or at the bottom, because I think at the top, like that's a hazard. So probably at the bottom. Evil domain. Granted powers. You are sinister and cruel and have wholly pledged your soul to the cause of evil. Touch of evil. Spell-like ability. You can cause a creature to become sickened as a melee touch attack. Creatures sickened by your touch count as good for the purposes of spells with the evil descriptor. This ability lasts for a number of rounds equal to half your cleric level, minimum 1. You can use this ability a number of times per day equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. That's only for the earth domain ones, though. Only for earth domain. They're the ones stuck on stones. Scythe of Evil, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can give a weapon touched the unholy special weapon quality for a number of rounds equal to half your cleric level. You can use this ability once per day at 8th level and an additional time per day for every 4 levels beyond 8th. Domain spells. First, protection from good. Second, align weapon, evil only. Third, magic circle against good. Fourth, unholy blight. Fifth, dispel good. Sixth, create undead. Seventh, blasphemy. Eighth, unholy aura. Ninth, summon monster 9, evil spell only. We're about, I guess, like halfway through-ish the domains. It doesn't quite feel like that. No, I guess we're not halfway through the domains, thinking about it. Like flipping through. Flipping through. Thinking like, okay, but if we count the entire cleric section, we're halfway through. But if we're looking at simply the domains, we're not halfway through. Okay. Fire domain, cleric. Domain is next. Granted powers. You can call forth fire, command creatures of the inferno, and your flesh does not burn. Firebolt, spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can unleash a scorching bolt of divine fire from your outstretched hand. You can target any single foe within 30 feet as a ranged touch attack with this bolt of fire. If you hit the foe, the firebolt deals 1d6 points of fire damage, plus 1 point for every 2 cleric levels you possess. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Fire resistance, extraordinary ability. At 6th level, you gain resist fire 10. This resistance increases to 20 at 12th level. At 20th level, you gain immunity to fire. Domain spells. First is Burning Hands. Second is Produce Flame. Third is Fireball. Fourth is Wall of Fire. Fifth is Fire Shield. Sixth is Fire Seeds. Seventh is Elemental Body 4, fire only. Eighth is Incendiary Cloud. And ninth is Elemental Swarm, fire spell only. Glory Domain is next. Granted powers. You are infused with the glory of the divine and are a true foe of the undead. In addition, when you channel positive energy to harm undead creatures, the save DC to have the damage is increased by 2. Touch of Glory, spell-like ability. You can cause your hand to shimmer with divine radiance, allowing you to touch a creature as a standard action and give it a bonus equal to your cleric level on a single charisma-based skill check or charisma ability check. This ability lasts for 1 hour or until the creature touched elects to apply the bonus to a roll. You can use this ability to grant the bonus a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Divine Presence, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot aura of divine presence for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. All allies within this aura are treated as if under the effects of a sanctuary spell with a DC equal to 10 plus half your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Activating this ability is a standard action. If an ally leaves the area or makes an attack, the effect ends for that ally. If you make an attack, the effect ends for you and your allies. Domain spells. First is Shield of Faith. Second is Blessed Weapon. Third is Searing Light. Fourth is Holy Smite. Fifth is Righteous Might. Sixth is Undeath to Death. Seventh is Holy Sword. Eighth is Holy Aura. And ninth is Gate. Just Gate is unusual, that one to stick in there, isn't it? Gate is basically a teleportation spell, I thought. Right? Gate is teleportation. Unless it's meant to be specifically for interplanetary work. Okay. So, Gate is a conjuration spell that creates an interdimensional connection between your plane of existence and a plane you specify, allowing travel between those planes in either direction. And you may call a particular individual or kind of being through the gate. So, you have those two choices. So you can travel between the planes, and it's a very easy gate if you can actually open it, because it's a 9th level spell. And you can call creatures through. Just kind of so you have to make it between your current plane and another plane. Just thinking, you don't have to, or rather, if you're opening it on the same plane, is that possible with the gate spell? Or do you have to use a different spell to do that? I know that was, I don't want to say an issue, but I've seen a similar spell elsewhere. And I don't remember if that one did not specify either, or it sounded like it had to be different planes. So I suppose that depends on the dungeon master or the game master, if they would allow that. Or would it be a little too, I don't want to say wormhole-y, but I don't know, I can't even say physics breaking. Magic. Ain't gotta explain shit. Okay, the next cleric domain we have is the good domain. Granted powers. You have pledged your life and soul to goodness and purity. Touch of Good, spell-like ability. You can touch a creature as a standard action, granting a sacred bonus on attack rolls, skill checks, ability checks, and saving throws, equal to half your cleric level, minimum 1 for 1 round. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. A sacred bonus, though, that's interesting. And the important thing to note about all these bonuses, if it says something like competence bonus or sacred bonus or enhancement bonus, you can stack all of those if they don't have the same name. If you have something that gives you a competence bonus of +1 and another thing that gives you a competence bonus of +3, you only get a +3. You get the higher. Sacred bonus is nice because you're not often necessarily going to run into something else that gives you that bonus, I think. At least it's the first time I've really run across it here, versus enhancement and competence and racial. Not that I think you could really get multiple racial bonuses in the same thing anyway, but enhancement and competence, those are more likely to be coming from different sources. There is another type of bonus that will stack, and that is untyped. If it simply says granting a bonus, that is an untyped bonus, and that stacks with other untyped bonuses as far as I know. So I've had to do a lot of I don't want to say dumpster diving for bonuses, but it's important to remember. For some classes, it's extremely important to remember when you're scrimping for everything that you can. Holy Lance is the next good domain power. It's a supernatural power. At 8th level, you can give a weapon you touch the holy special weapon quality for a number of rounds equal to half your cleric level. No. No. Let's see. Actually, can you guys give me a second? Let us... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick drink. Thank you for the watering. Thank you for the watering. Thank you for the follow, Clunky Armor Pants. I'm currently going through the good domain on going through Pathfinder first edition cleric contents and going through the good domain. I've started reading this a few Sundays ago, and last time I only made it through two classes over like 6 hours as a GM for Pathfinder. I'm actually going to be playing in an event in a few weeks, and it's going to be my first time playing Pathfinder, so I'm trying to catch up on the rules. I have played D&D 3.5, but my understanding of the rules is very unusual due to how we played. So I'm not 100% certain if everything that's going on is going to be the same or not. For instance, I was a little surprised to find out that there is no move silently, I guess, in Pathfinder. Because talking to the DM about, if I build a sneaky character and I'm trying to sneak down a hallway, like, sure, there might not be anything to block the visual, but what if I just want to kind of like stealth for sound? Like, I want to be quiet. And then remember, like, oh wait, that's move silently, right? I can use that ability instead of stealth. That's kind of a... No, that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Can I still stealth down a hallway? Even if I have nothing to hide behind? If I'm just like trying to basically do the cartoonish, like really big tiptoe? Does that count? Move silently exists if you make a No, deaf people do not. You can at half speed? Okay. At half speed, you say. At half speed. At half speed. I will take that into consideration. Vibrations, what are those? I have spent some time with deaf people, and they do not move silently. And I'm pretty certain most of them, depending on what age they are, they know that it's not silent. And their parties are wild. The vibrations. Through walls. On the light level of the area. Good to know. I wonder if that's going to matter. It's going to be I'm playing in a chaotic PvP event in a month or so. Well, less than a month. So there's going to be monsters and hazards in the arena, so to speak, as well. So I know what my companions, I say companions because we will be working together, but we will also be working apart and against each other. So I know what they are, but I don't know anything else about them. Just, yes, this one is an alchemist. a human alchemist, and this one is a half-orc fighter, and this one's an Aasimar anti-paladin. But I don't know what it means to be a fighter, a straight-up fighter in Pathfinder, or in regular D&D to be 3.5, to be honest, because as I said, I played a very strange game of 3.5 before. Very, very pinpointed. So I have to pick up quite a bit. I say strange because it was a Gestalt game, and we were allowed to pick up any sort of... We were allowed to delve for classes and spells, no matter where it came from. And I picked up literally the worst class that exists in 3.5. And I combined it with a wizard, so it averaged out to be an okay class, or okay character. Sort of. Except, like, averaging to be an okay character in Gestalt is still not great character. And I had to learn a lot of weird little rules for that one. So I didn't learn basic rules necessarily for fighting. Like, I don't know how weapons work. Like, why is everyone going for, like, all these strange materials? Archetypes for this event? I don't know what archetypes are. I haven't covered that. I ended up picking a base class. I decided I wanted to stick with something. I didn't want any spells. I wanted to be relatively uncomplicated. And I think also a lot less, like, counting abilities so much. So I went with a rogue. I have played a rogue in 5th edition, and looking through the rules in Pathfinder, it seemed like it would be a lot of cases, like, I don't need to be marking off boxes for, like, have I used this power yet, necessarily. It will be pretty flat. I either get a sneak attack bonus or I don't. I'll know that when I shoot. Or not. Maybe I won't shoot. I don't want to give any other players out there a thought of what my character can do. Except they're a rogue. And also I've been playing a lot more, for the past few games I've played a lot more physical characters than magical characters. Let's see. I was in good domain. I did Holy Lance. I didn't do domain spells for the good domain. And also, in this game that we're playing, it's gonna be my, I guess technically, like, second evil character I'll be playing. I probably should say that, but I don't think it's gonna... Actually, thinking back on this now, like, looking through all this, maybe maybe that was too much to reveal. Because thinking back on, like, 3.5 and other things, your particular alignment actually dictates quite a bit, doesn't it? It does. And it's something that people can actually detect. So, man, now I wish I had, like, a bleep button. Maybe I'll take this down and then re-upload it with a bleep over what alignment I just revealed. A feint combat maneuver? When I get to that part? Oh, the character's already built. The submission sheet's already in. It is far too late. I have made my rogue, and I'm gonna lie in that rogue in a grave. In a shallow grave. I'm not expecting to get... there's 6 players. I'm going to be ecstatic and surprised if I get... if I survive the first half. But I'll keep feints in mind. I had two people to guide me through the character creation, so I don't think I'm too badly off for that. I think Feint is also something that is more Pathfinder based than other things, right? Like, I don't remember learning about that in 3.5, but then again, I didn't really build a. I built more magically inclined characters than martial characters. And I do remember reading through the Feint section a few times when I was building my character for Pathfinder. So I think that's incorporated. I think. The good domain spells. Domain spells for the cleric. First is protection from evil. Second is a line weapon, good only. Third is magic circle against evil. Fourth is holy smite. Fifth is dispel evil. Sixth is blade barrier. Seventh is holy word. Eighth is holy aura. Ninth is summon monster 9, good spell only. The healing domain, cleric spells. Well, not spells. Powers. Your touch staves off pain and death, and your healing magic is particularly vital and potent. Rebuke death. Spell-like ability. You can touch a living creature as a standard action, healing it for 1d4 points of damage, +1 for every 2 cleric levels you possess. You can only use this ability on a creature that is below 0 hit points. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Pathfinder has a lot of combat maneuvers. I do plan to... Okay, stretching at the same time as talking. I do plan to have fun. I just know sometimes it's more often to have a fun time than a long time, you know? It's more likely to be a fun time than a long time. I did learn some combat maneuvers. What do you mean something? Nothing cracked that time. I can crack. Let me crack. You could hear that, right? That was cracking. That was cracking. Is that ASMR? Like cracking? I did learn a little bit of No, that was the slap. That was my knuckles cracking. Combat maneuvers for 3.5. The only ones that I really knew about were sword sage ones, which, like, that's class-based more than anything else. And there were a number of... Sword Sage was fun in that respect. But it kind of was a weird balance of, like, maneuvers and not, because they were things that you still had to count on. Like, mark off your sheet, roughly. And then remember, like, when you can actually reset it. And not things that you can just use all the time. But then again, thinking about Battle Master for Fighter 5th edition D&D, you have maneuvers, but you still have to, like, mark them off your sheet, roughly. Or at least you have to count down something. Like, you can only use so many per battle, unlike more regular combat maneuvers, like if you were pushing or shoving or grappling. Where unlimited, right? Unlimited. It just costs whatever it costs. Which, in most cases, would be like an action, right? Then again, the breakdown of the action types. I'm not looking forward to that. And, like, because I was mostly playing and learning 3.5 as a caster, like, I saw the others were doing 5-foot steps. Yeah, and, like, I don't think I paid attention to what a combat maneuver bonus was for my entire, like, first, I don't know how many sessions I played, 3.5. Let me check real quick. Like, I have a counter because I was keeping crazy notes on money for character class reasons. For class reasons. Let me check. I have all my stuff organized. I had 20 sessions ish as this character, and I never had to worry about like a lot of the there's no such thing as a combat maneuver base in 3.5, right? But there was BAB, like, yeah. And I honestly don't know if I had to worry about that at all because caster. And also other reasons, perhaps the type of caster I was. But like 5-foot moves, right? 5-foot steps, slides. Seeing people do that and not quite understanding what that was, but I didn't really have to understand because I was almost never allowed to do. I shouldn't say allowed to do it, but like if I'm a caster and I need to 5-foot step, I need to get the fuck out of there a lot quicker than a 5-foot step. I'm using all my action to leave before a full attack action. So you can 5-foot step and then full attack. No, wait. But the 5-foot step means that you don't get an opportunity attack, because that's like one of the major differences in terms of the game. It feels like when you eat opportunity attacks, if you have multiple attacks per round. Okay. Again, not something I had to worry about because as a caster, no such thing. No such thing. Well, technically, yes, but I more often flub that than not because, again, of what type of caster I was. It was awful. Fun, but awful. Okay. I think I read the Rebuke Death section of Healing Domain. They also have Healer's Blessing, which is... Healer's Blessing is a supernatural ability. At 6th level, all of your cure spells are treated as if they were empowered, increasing the amount of damage healed by half, plus 50%. This does not apply to damage dealt to undead with a cure spell. This does not stack with the empower spell metamagic feat. I'm using all of my action to leave. Would you hear someone talk about their love of peanut butter? Just thinking like, yes, the JTFO spell. There's a spell for that. Expeditious Retreat? Expeditious Retreat. Allows you to move even quicker. Allows you to move even quicker. But you don't like peanut butter? You really don't like peanut butter? That's a shame. Then again, I don't like tomatoes, so we're even. Actually, today I saw, you've seen dried peanut butter, right? Like powdered peanut butter? It's called PP2. I've gotten samples of it and it's not so bad. It's still a little strange, I guess, because, peanut butter without any sort of stickiness to it, I guess. Just the flavor, and I guess all the other good things that peanut butter comes with. You don't like tomatoes, or not even? Okay, so what is it that I don't like that you like? And also, tomato hater solidarity. Tomato hater solidarity. I'm looking at my garden, I see it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It's not that I don't like women. I don't think we like them in the same manner. I don't think we like them in the same manner. In that case, it's even. In that case, it's even. Healer's Blessing, right? domain spells for the healing domain. First is Cure Light Wounds. Second is Cure Moderate Wounds. Third is Cure Serious Wounds. Fourth is Cure Critical Wounds. Fifth is Breath of Life. Sixth is Heal. Seventh is Regenerate. Eighth is Mass Cure Critical Wounds. And ninth is Mass Heal. I have to say now, though, just thinking about like the games I played in, thinking about like, I'm just thinking, I don't think most of my characters have even liked me. Except for one. But that may have changed. That may have changed. I played a male dwarf. And a rogue. And thinking about, yes. There's like a crying lady inside a chamber, a science chamber of some sort, and oh no, she's in distress and she's crying out for help. I must go save her. And then it turns out that she's actually the scientist who put herself in there, and she graciously allowed us to live after basically wrecking her scientific domain. So it's kind of a does he still like women after that encounter? Probably, but a little bit more wary of them now. And maybe like one other character, but I suppose it usually doesn't even come up. It usually doesn't come up. Oh, knowledge domain is next. I like the knowledge domain. I like it a lot. So the cleric knowledge domain. Granted powers. You are a scholar and a sage of legends. In addition, you treat all knowledge skills as class skills. Lore Keeper. Spell-like ability. You can touch a creature to learn more about its abilities and weaknesses. With a successful touch attack, you gain information as if you made the appropriate knowledge skill check, with a result equal to 15 plus your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier. Remote viewing. Spell-like ability. Starting at 6th level, you can use clairvoyance/clairaudience at will as a spell-like ability, using your cleric level as the caster level. You can use this ability for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. These rounds do not need to be consecutive, not constructive. The rounds do not need to be constructive. Domain spells. First level is Comprehend Languages. Second is Detect Thoughts. Third is Speak with Dead. Fourth is Divination. Fifth is True Seeing. Sixth is Find the Path. Seventh is Legend Lore. Eighth is Discern Location. And ninth is Foresight. Okay, water. Knowledge domain already over. So small, so tiny. Just like my knowledge domain cleric was. Oh, posture check? Okay. Let me... I feel like I need to adjust my chair a little bit, because if I want to have my feet flat on the ground, I can't really sit with my back on against the rest. Let me check. I guess that means I have to lower the seat a little more? This might be loud. Oh, okay. Wow, it just makes me feel even shorter. Oh no, everything is like adjusted. Everything needs to be adjusted. Okay. Oh, this is... now I feel like a hobbit. I feel like a halfling. Lowering the seat like that. Maybe... air piston. Wish you could hear the air piston. It's one of the air-on chairs. I decided that if I was going to be having a nice desk and a nice computer and everything, I should have a nice chair. And you pay a lot of money for everything that gets between you and the ground, right? It gets good shoes, if you wear shoes, good chairs, good tires, and good beds. All worthy investments. So, got new bed, got new chairs. and got new couch, another thing, and new shoes. Not that I wear them really too much anymore. No real need to wear them outside. Well, outside in the yard sometimes, just in case people do things like throw glass bottles into the yard. But like around safer areas, back garden and in the house, there's no need. Barefoot all the way. Law domain, cleric domain. Granted powers. You follow a strict and ordered code of laws, and in doing so, achieve enlightenment. Touch of law, spell-like ability. You can touch a willing creature as a standard action, infusing it with the power of divine order, and allowing it to treat all attack rolls, skill checks, ability checks, and saving throws for 1 round as if the natural d20 roll resulted in an 11. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Staff of Order, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can give a weapon touched the axiomatic special weapon quality for a number of rounds equal to half your cleric's level. You can use this ability once per day at 8th level, and an additional time per day for every 4 levels beyond 8th. Axiomatic. That's not a word I hear very often. Axiomatic. What is that exactly meaning? Okay. Self-evident or unquestionable. Or related to or containing axioms. Okay. So like in that case, what exactly is an axiom? Assuming it's actually probably not related to that, but established, a statement or a proposition, not preposition, a statement or a proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Okay. Lawful? I don't know if I would describe that exactly as lawful. Intrinsic merit. Having intrinsic merit. Again, I don't exactly think that is literally lawful, but I think that they can go well hand in hand. In mechanical terms, it's lawful. Instead of giving it a lawful weapon quality, it's an axiomatic one. Okay. Oh, we already went over. Actually, you might have an answer for this. So we went over the Earth domain. And the Earth domain, the 2 granted powers were all about acid. Why? Why is that? Like all the spells fit in with the theory of, or the concept of Earth. Everything was literally stone or earth. But the granted powers, I can understand that they're following, energy types, but there's nothing closer to Earth than acid. I don't know if there's like a water damage, but do they use ice damage or something like that for water? Because we already went through the air and the fire. Fire is pretty standard, like fire damage. Cold damage? Okay, right. Cold damage. Cold damage for water. And what was the type of damage for air? Let me double check. Air is electricity. Okay. I still feel like acid is a bit more of a stretch for Earth, though. I guess they are limited to what was already there, but at the same time, salt is acidic? Is it really? Is salt actually acidic? I didn't really consider that. Gravity isn't a type of damage. All I could think of is force damage, which there's someone who's trying to persuade people. Force damage is just bludgeoning. Like any time that force is being used, it could be a different type. Force doesn't make sense. That pressure from the earth? Huh. Just thinking like, like acid. They usually have a certain ending, right? I Are you sure? Just thinking like you don't usually use acids. I shouldn't even say that because like you do kind of use some acids for preserving, but not really. Like you can't preserve something. Well, I guess the pineapple is actually due to the specific contents that like what one thing that like eats through, but it's not an acid. It's a different type of material. But thinking about like, well, you can salt preserve things. And I wouldn't think you'd be able to preserve things with an acid. You can cook things with acid, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Like ceviche. Mm. Spell types. Mm. Gravity's impact damage. Everything is bludgeoning damage in the end. Everything is bludgeoning damage. Slashing damage is just really, really narrowed down bludgeoning damage. Piercing damage, same thing. Just a different way of narrowing it down. Everything is bludgeoning. It's not actually. Not everything is bludgeoning damage. Let's see. Okay. I was flipping around the Book of Lepus because I went to go back to air. So now it's kind of I lost my spot. I was in law domain because axiomatic. Axiomatic. When salt from rocks and minerals mixes with liquid, it's acidic. So you're saying that. Hey, just thinking. I don't know if that's necessarily true because I'm just thinking about like a saltwater aquarium. That's not strictly acidic. And if you're just starting out with a saltwater, I don't know if cavern erosion is strictly from that. Because it doesn't have to be from salt materials involved to have the erosion. You could theoretically have erosion with just sand and water, or not sand, but like rock and water, and the rock does not necessarily have to contain salt. Let me salt. What makes up salt? I guess it depends on the kind of salt too. Let's see, salt. Did it even say? Like, where on the chart is it? Okay. I guess there are acid salts. Okay. I don't remember what the word is for, like, where it is on the chart. I used to have an aquarium, so I did do checks on that sort of thing, but I don't remember. What it is. Salt. Acidic. Is salt acidic? Okay, so table salt isn't either. It's neutral. So there are acidic salts, but there are also basic salts. So there are both. So it depends on what kind of salt that you have, supposedly. So that might depend on sulfur occurs naturally underground. A lot of things occur naturally underground. A lot of things occur naturally underground. Law domain spells. First is protection from chaos. Second is a line weapon, law only. Third is magic circle against chaos. Fourth is order's wrath. Fifth is dispel chaos. Sixth is hold monster. Seventh is dictum. Eighth is shield of law. Ninth is summon monster 9, law spell only. Liberation Domation. That's not one I'm used to seeing. Liberation Domation? Liberation Domain. I don't know why I said domation. Domation isn't a word. Domation is not a word. Granted powers for the Liberation Domain. You are a spirit of freedom and a staunch foe against all who would enslave and oppress. Yeah, magic ain't gotta explain shit. The best way to explain a lot of things is magic. It's magic. Yeah, I actually had to just making puzzles that are not thematically appropriate, but like making puzzles that are kind of based in something that they can solve with like regular science, but at the same time like adding a flair or something else, and kind of a question of like, so how hot would a fire have to be to melt through certain types of wire? Like what kind of wire can I make this metal out of for this to all work? And the players are never going to ask about the wires, like what they're made of. Never, ever, ever. Not in this puzzle. But like, is there a wire that can be melted and then potentially like reformed in roughly the same spot? And then just kind of putting up my hands, you know what? Doesn't matter. Dragon breath. Who knows how hot it gets? It's magic. And gotta explain the entire thing. Man, how hot can a dragon's breath get? I remember looking that up as well. Melting points. I hate adding science to it. Though it was fun for that section for them to realize that, batteries. It's the jug batteries, like the really old-fashioned jug batteries. We just have to disrupt the wires there to remove the traps. Okay. Liberation, supernatural ability. You have the ability to ignore impedance to your mobility. For a number of rounds per day equal to your cleric level, you can move normally, regardless of magical effects that impede movement, as if you were affected by freedom of movement. This effect occurs automatically as soon as it applies. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Freedom's Call. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot aura of freedom for a number of rounds per day equal to your cleric level. Allies within this aura are not affected by the confused, grappled, frightened, panicked, paralyzed, pinned, or shaken conditions. This aura only suppresses these effects, and they return once a creature leaves the aura or when the aura ends, if applicable. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. I do not have a science background. I am an art student. I say art student. I mean that in the general student of the arts meaning. I am no longer in school. I have an art background. Do not ask me to do math. Domain spells. First, remove fear. Second, remove paralysis. Third is remove curse. Fourth is freedom of movement. Fifth is break enchantment. Sixth is greater dispel magic. Seventh is refuge. Refuge. Eighth is mind blank. And ninth is freedom. Remove your first and second and third. Well, actually, 0 maybe? Because like remove is taken. Remove was taken. You might be 0. You might be 0. But that's good. As many times as you want per day, if you're a cleric. Luck Domain. The cleric luck domain granted powers. You are infused with luck, and your mere presence can spread good fortune. Bit of luck, special ability. Actually, wait. Nope. Spell like ability. Spell like ability. I like the short names, but at the same time, I sometimes stumble over them. I have to remember that it's spell like. Just like sometimes it's project versus product. At least you're not last. If you're last, it's only once per day at best, but that day is forever changed. That day is forever changed. You can touch a willing creature as a... Granted power for luck domain is you are infused with luck, and your mere presence can spread good fortune. Bit of luck, spell like ability. You can touch a willing creature as a standard action, giving it a bit of luck. For the next round, any time the target rolls a d20, he may roll twice and take the more favorable result. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3, plus your wisdom modifier. Good fortune, extraordinary ability. At 6th level, as an immediate action, you can reroll any 1d20 roll that you have just made before the results of the roll are revealed. You must take the results of the reroll, even if it's worse than the original roll. You can use this ability once per day at 6th level, and 1 additional time per day for every 6 cleric levels beyond 6th. Domain spells. First is True Strike. Second is Aid. Third is Protection from Energy. Fourth is Freedom of Movement. Fifth is Break Enchantment. Sixth is Mislead. Seventh is Spell Turning. Eighth is Moment of Prescience. Ninth is Miracle. Next is the Madness Domain. The Cleric's Madness Domain granted powers. You embrace the madness that lurks deep in your heart and can unleash it to drive your foes insane or to sacrifice certain abilities to hone others. Vision of Madness, spell-like ability. You can give a creature a Vision of Madness as a melee touch attack. Choose one of the following: attack rolls, saving throws, or skill checks. The target receives a bonus to the chosen rolls equal to half your cleric level, minimum +1, and a penalty of the other 2 types of rolls equal to half your cleric level, minimum -1. The effect fades after 3 rounds. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Aura of Madness, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot aura of madness for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. Enemies within this aura are affected by confusion, unless they can make a will save with a DC equal to 10 plus half your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier. The confusion effect ends immediately when the creature leaves the area or the aura expires. Creatures that succeed on the saving throw are immune to this aura for 24 hours. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Was that a peek? And that may have been my desk, actually. My chair hitting my desk. Did it sound kind of... I can't replicate it. No, maybe not. It may be a distortion. It's just kind of a case of like, I'm already speaking quite quietly. Maybe I should lower the volume again. A little bit more. Domain spells for the Madness Domain. First is Lesser Confusion. Second is Touch of Idiocy. Third is Rage. Fourth is Confusion. Fifth is Nightmare. Sixth is Phantasmal Killer. Seventh is Insanity. Eighth is Scintillating Pattern. Ninth is Weird. I can bump it up again, tiny bit. There we go. Oh, we have a few more domains. Let me count real quick. Let me flip ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 domains. 13 domains. I thought, like, how many domains have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 domains. So 20 domains done and 13 more to go. 13 more to go. I'm actually going to take a 5-minute break. I need to go check on something, but when I come back, we will cover the magic domain onwards. So I will be back. Okay, I'm back. I wanted to check on something. I have 3 cats and I fed them before I streamed. I wanted to make sure that the third one, Contessa, was actually eating. She hadn't touched her food earlier, and it still seems like she hasn't touched her food, even though she's been left alone. And it's a little worrisome, but I changed her food, so that's probably why. But I thought that cats normally like wet food more than dry food, right? And it's not her first time having wet food either, but I guess she still has a sneaking suspicion about it that she cannot shake. She is a cat that was adopted from outside. She is in a weird, not feral, but not stray sort of situation. So she is extremely slow to warm up. As in, I've kept her for I've kept her for about a season now, and I'm still not really able to be in the same room with her without her being on guard for the most part. I should probably specify, I cannot be conscious in the same room as her without her being on her guard. And yet, she still does some behaviors that are not seen in feral cats, like she meows. She meows. Ferals don't really do that. At least, not adults. So, she, she's a tough cookie. She's a tough cookie. And her name is Contessa. She's a bit of a stream marker for me because I first really started taking like strong notice of her outside was right around when I started streaming, actually. More than a season ago, but not much more than a season ago, like a month added to it. So I only brought her in after I started streaming for specific reasons to her health. But a childlike spirit? She is the opposite. She is the opposite. Like, sure, she meows, and that's supposed to be a sign of, like, kittenhood-ish, or, like, wanting humans to treat her like a kitten or something like that. Trying to get their attention, acting like a baby. But when she meows, it's kind of worrisome because I don't know what she wants. I hope everything goes well, too. It's a bit of a pain because she, as I said, was an outdoor cat. And I already have 2 cats. And one of them does not care about this new cat. She's a little too drugged up to notice too much, too terribly, unless they're literally touching. And the other cat hates her. He's afraid. He's a bully. He's afraid of getting bullied. So he is bullying her before she has a chance to bully him. So there's a rivalry developing. He is also a very jealous boy. I have a very jealous male cat. He loves me. He loves me so much. I can see it. I can see it in his motions. Like if I try and go and sleep, if I sleep in her room, he desperately wants to be in there too. He does not want me sleeping alone with Contessa. So this might be a few-year process at best, if they ever properly get along. If they ever properly get along. Maybe that's why she's on edge while I'm conscious in the room. No. I don't think so. I'm able to separate them with the door. Even before Contessa met my boy cat, she's been like this. And I found out through the neighbor who apparently partially raised her as a kitten. Her mother was a feral cat outside, I think. And when she had kittens, she was kind of brought in by my neighbor. But neighbor was not able to keep them. And so the cats were basically let outside after a certain portion of time. And the girl cat, Contessa, always seemed to high-strung for indoor life. And I want to say she's not 100% wrong there. She's not 100% wrong. But she's always been on edge. She's always been on edge. Except when she's been given anti-anxiety drugs by the vet. I have a number left over that are supposed to be used. I suppose in periods where I'm expecting to bring her to the vet, or other situations where we will actually have to handle her. For instance, giving her medications. We are supposed to medicate her. Even the vet was kind of like, you brought her in when she only had one of these pills, one of these anti-anxiety meds. Next time 2. And then the next time it was, next time 3. No more than 3, but 3. Consistently upping the dosage. I mean, she's back down on none right now, but if she has 2, she's almost able to be pet. Almost. Being able to touch a cat is great honor, apparently, in her eyes. Cats. Cats. So I was going through the Cleric domains, and we are up to Magic domain now. Magic domain. Granted powers from the Magic domain. You are a true student of all things mystical and see divinity in the purest of magic. She's like the Yellow King. Actually, you're not too far off, I feel like. Like Lynetta is like my boy cat a little bit. Very classic. Well, very sweet. But if there's something threatening, oh boy. Oh boy. Very cuddly too. And Yellow King is more like Contessa. True. And I wonder if that third cat is going to be like my Xanax mom. I kind of doubt it though. So yesterday I was playing Sucker for Love, which is a dating sim that is based on the Cthulhu mythos, Lovecraftian mythos. So you can date Lynetta, who is a representation of Cthulhu, roughly. You play as her cultist. And there are 2 others that you can theoretically woo in the game. One of them is the Yellow King. In this case, it is Esther instead of Hoster. And then there's a third one. I don't know what their in-game name is, but they're based on... Okay, let me make sure I can pronounce this. Nyarlathotep. They're based on that. She is a Cthulhu. That's what they go through. Yeah, there's a few other things that have been based on Cthulhu mythos, like Lovecraftian mythos, and they always go with that. I don't want to say excuse, but like she's a Cthulhu, but at the same time, there's only like 50 of them according to her. There's only like 50 elder gods. So how many other Cthulhus are there? And also, like, hearing about her relationships, thinking about, well, okay, it's obviously not a familial thing, being a Cthulhu. So how does that work? Then again, at the same time, you know what? Magic ain't gotta explain shit. Ain't gotta explain shit. Magic domain. Hands of the Acolyte. Supernatural ability. You can cause your melee weapon to fly from your grasp and strike a foe before instantly returning. As a standard action, you can make a single attack using a melee weapon at a range of 30 feet. This attack is treated as a ranged attack with a thrown weapon, except that you add your wisdom modifier to the attack roll instead of your dexterity modifier. Damage still relies on strength. This ability cannot be used to perform a combat maneuver. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. I should specify, if you do happen to listen to any clips I may have from Sucker for Love, they're not ASMR, they are opposite of ASMR. They're probably going to have my screams in them. Shriek is probably a better word. Shrieks. Dispelling Touch is the other magic domain granted power. It's a spell-like ability. They're anti-ASMR. Yes, they are. They are anti-ASMR. They're not barks. I don't bark. I do not bark. At 8th level, you can use a targeted Dispel Magic effect as a melee touch attack. You can use this ability once per day at 8th level, and 1 additional time per day for every 4 cleric levels beyond 8th. Domain spells. First, Identify. Second, Magic Mouth. Third, Dispel Magic. Fourth, Imbue with Spell Ability. Fifth, Spell Resistance. Sixth, Anti-Magic Field. Seventh, Spell Turning. Eighth, Protection from Spells. Ninth, Mage's Disjunction. The next cleric domain is Nobility Domain. I am not a night blooming dog girl. I'm not a dog. I don't have the dog ears. I have the elf ears. Like, worst case is the cat ears. I don't have dog ears. There are no dog girl assets. There are no dog girl assets. Actually, just thinking. Like, so I have a live duty that's in the process of in the art stages right now, and I have a number of, you would call them, I guess, full siblings. There are people who've been drawn by one person and rigged by another, and no. And thinking about my elder sister in that regard is actually a husky girl. but that's it. That's the only relation. That's the closest I get. Half siblings? I would think a half sibling would be someone who has the same like art mother, but different rigger fathers, or same rigger father but different art mothers. And these are all full on the same. Like how we all have Boolean for a mother and typo for a father. Or at least I'm planning on going to typo. They're a pair, sort of. Like, you don't have to go to both of them, but it's a good option. It's a good idea. And that is my plan. So yeah, Traxie is a husky girl, and her mother is Boolean and her father is typo. And I think she's the first daughter. Their first daughter. It's genetics. No, it does not work that way. It does not work that way. Because there's also a virus in there too. I don't know what Toby is. And Negama shows up sometimes. And I don't think he's a dog or a cat, despite his name. And no, I do not bloom during the day. I do not bloom during the day, and I am not a dog. like, I'm gonna say, if you're gonna reverse that, then you might as well make it like a day blooming dog boy for the full reversal. Or like, yeah, I suppose that would be the closest to complete reversal. Nobility domain. Granted powers. You are a great leader, an inspiration to all who follow the teachings of your faith. I am not a dog blooming day. I'm not a day blooming dog boy. A dog blooming day boy. No, neither of those things. Not only one word in that is true, and that is blooming. That is the only word that works. Like, there's no. I feel like if you anti that word, it kind of breaks the entire thing down. It breaks the entire thing down. Because I guess it's more like you have to consider day blooming as one word, as opposed to two words that are connected. Well, they are two words that are connected. I want to say, actually, I know that there are a couple dog girls, right? There are just as many dog boys, right? Just thinking, like, I think I know 2 dog boys, and I think I only know 2 dog girls. But I could be wrong. Because there's Mint and Karagi, and then there's Mao, and I forgot his name. It starts with a, no, it doesn't start with a Z. It doesn't start with a Z. Who is it? It feels weird. Like, what is their name? I've gone this far. What is their name? And I can't exactly even just like look up dog because it doesn't work that way. The Morning Pimpernel. I was gonna say, you even know what a pimpernel is, but you are using it in the appropriate context. I want to say, he's a pimp. Have you actually read The Scarlet Pimpernel, or have you seen it? Because I think in like the whole concepts of, am I not following him anymore? I thought I was following him. I guess not. Or it was much later. Let me... No, I guess I'm not following them. But like there's a flower language, right? And... You've read it. I don't think you need to read it. The Scarlet Pimpernel is actually quite dated. Just imagine like... I guess he's kind of like Batman, except he's working for the nobility. He's working for the nobility. He's trying to save nobles against like the French Revolution, that sort of thing. That's his shtick. Those poor nobility, or poor nobles. So it's kind of no wonder why that kind of sentiment has not necessarily kept up in modern times. Like, it's not a story that's as popularly told compared to some other ones. Because at least for Bruce Wayne, he may be a noble, pretending to be a playboy, but he's actually, Batman. But he's usually not working in the interests of the poor, put upon nobles who have been viciously maligned or something like that. He's usually working on lower people's behalves. Usually. But like, there is a flower language, and I want to say pimpernels. Change assignation. He's like Batman. Sort of, yeah. like, I want to say there's only so many stories that are told, right? And so why not compare one to another that's similar? There is a a musical that came out, but honestly, most of the songs are not necessarily very good. There's only a few that stand out. But yes, the pimpernel is actually a flower. And older meaning is apparently change in assignation. And I want to say that's not exactly the opposite of a primrose. Or rather, I think it goes a bit hand in hand with the concept of an evening primrose in that regard. But a different feel about it. So I think the pimpernel is much more positive, strangely enough. But I think in most common people's interpretation, it would be it's in the same family, the pimpernel? Is it? Like, how big are we considering a family of flowers? How big is a family of flowers, really? The water pimpernel? Oh, that's a bit different, though. And, like, where's a water pimpernel from? Where's a water pimpernel from? There are so many different types of flowers and plants. Okay, water pimpernel. Pimpernel. Because just because it's... it's in the same family. That's quite high up, though. And, like, sure, the primrose family... Oh, you know what? You know what? Primulaceae? Primulaceae is the primrose family. It is not the evening primrose family. You know? Evening primroses are actually not really related to primroses. Not very closely. And they're not closely related to roses in either case. We share a common name, but... Okay, water. I have something here that is not water, and I'm drinking it. No, I spilled it. I spilled it. I spilled it. That's what I get for my hubris. That's what I get for my hubris. Okay, so the family for evening primrose is Ornograceae. And I want to say... Let me grab up the name. Okay, you can even see in here. Not the Dixon cider. It's not a Dixon cider. It's a Stowe cider. Cider donut. Again, I started with 8 of them. I'm slowly working my way through. But so... What? I also have water too. I'm not drinking it because it is water the primrose. I am drinking it because I am thirsty. And I have actual water here too I can drink. It's not run afoul of Twitch. You're not making me drink alcohol. But there are a bunch of different types of evening primroses. You might say... Well, there's one that has a name that kind of translates as to... steeped in wine? Something like that. And that might be what I'm based on. That might be what I'm based on. It has other names too. Let's see. Dixon cider? You're not... we're not putting any dicks in my cider, okay? It's not on brand. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I have to go back to the book. I have to go back to the book. The book, the book, the book. We are in nobility. We are in nobility. No mixing drinks on a Sunday night. I want to say if I mix a drink, that's something else that has to get cleaned, versus if I have something that's already nicely prepared. Besides, last night was the wine, so although I did buy some new wine, going to be trying to make Saltimbocca later, and I needed a dry white wine for that, so I had to find one. I don't actually have any of that on hand. I don't actually have a huge amount of cooking wine on hand, really. That might be actually the bigger problem. A wine that is good enough to drink, but also not too expensive to not worry about, you know, dumping a cup into a cooking pan. That might be a bigger issue. Okay. I don't think I got through Inspiring Word. Wait, no, I think I did. I think I did. So, Nobility Domain. They have the 8th level ability, Leadership, Extraordinary ability. At 8th level, you receive leadership as a bonus feat. In addition, you gain a +2 bonus on your leadership score as long as you uphold the tenets of your deity or divine concept if you do not venerate a deity. Domain spells. First is Divine Favor. Second is Enthrall. Third is Magic Vestment. Fourth is Discern Lies. Fifth is Greater Command. Sixth is Guess or Quest. Well, Guess/Quest. Seventh is Repulsion. Eighth is Demand. Ninth is Storm of Vengeance. The next one. Okay. Next one. I didn't actually see this one coming. I mean, I should have seen this one coming, but at the same time, sometimes the pages hide things. Not looking forward that much, just counting paragraphs and not names. The next cleric domain is the plant domain. Granted powers. You find solace in the green, can grow defensive thorns, and can communicate with plants. Wooden Fist, supernatural ability. As a free action, your hands can become as hard as wood, covered in tiny thorns. While you have Wooden Fists, your unarmed strikes do not provoke attacks of opportunity, deal lethal damage, and gain a bonus on damage rolls equal to half your cleric level, minimum +1. You can use this ability for a number of rounds per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Bramble Armor, supernatural ability. At 6th level, you can cause a host of wooden thorns to burst from your skin as a free action. While Bramble Armor is in effect, any foe striking you with an unarmed strike or a melee weapon without reach takes 1d6 points of piercing damage, plus 1 point per 2 cleric levels you possess. You can use this ability for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spells. First level is Entangle. Second is Barkskin. Third is Plant Growth. Fourth is Command Plants. Fifth is Wall of Thorns. Sixth is Repel Wood. Seventh is Animate Plants. Eighth is Control Plants. And ninth is Shambler. I want to look up Repel Wood a little closer just because I haven't necessarily seen that type of spell before. And like, what do you mean Repel Wood? So I'm going to flip ahead a little bit. a little bit. Here we go. Repel wood. Waves of energy roll forth from you, moving in the direction that you determine, causing all wooden objects in the path of the spell to be pushed away from you to the limit of the range. Wooden objects larger than 3 inches in diameter that are fixed firmly are not affected, but loose objects are. Objects 3 inches in diameter or smaller that are fixed in place splinter and break, and the pieces move with the waves of energy. Objects affected by the spell are repelled at the rate of 40 feet per round. Objects such as wooden shields, spears, wooden weapon shafts, and hafts, and arrows and bolts are pushed back, dragging those carrying them along. A creature being dragged by an item it is carrying can let go. A creature being dragged by a shield can lose it as a move action and drop it as a free action. If a spear is set in a way that prevents this forced movement, it splinters. Even magic items with wooden sections are repelled, although an anti-magic field blocks the effects. The waves of energy continue to sweep down this path, or the set path, for the spell's duration. After you cast the spell, the path is set, and you can then do other things or go elsewhere without affecting the spell's power. That is a really... That's a really specific kind of spell, isn't it? Like, I'm glad, I suppose, that it's actually, in this case, like, doesn't really count as a prepared spell, I suppose, because it's a cleric spell. Do druids have to prepare? I guess they do. But I haven't gone through druids yet, so I'm not certain. Just thinking, if this is like one of those spells that you have to select and you know it for the rest of the campaign, I don't think anyone's going to pick Repel Wood, unless it's a very specific kind of campaign. It's just so niche. It's incredibly niche. I should specify, it's not the most niche spell I've ever seen, but it's niche. Imagine having a sword handle made of wood. Yeah, imagine having that in like... imagine having a wooden sword in a battle where everyone else has metal weapons and they're trying to kill you and you're just trying to knock them out. Haha, it couldn't have been me last Wednesday in The Witcher. Okay, if druids prepare spells, this makes it better. At least you're not dedicated solely to it. But it's also a 6th level spell, which you're not getting that for quite a while. The ladder not working wasn't my fault. Look. Look. It wasn't my fault. When I died, I was testing things, okay? It was simply a test. It's fine. Everything's fine. We beat the game. We beat the game, and now I have time to finish Sucker for Love on Wednesday because of that. And I have time to go back on my own time and finish some of those side quests I said I was going to do. I still have to do the Jenny of the Woods one and report back to one of my players, because I told him I was going to play it. I told him I was playing The Witcher, like he suggested ages ago. And I told him I was going to do Jenny of the Woods, and his response was, fucking finally. And I still haven't actually done Jenny of the Woods. That's like a level 10 quest. I'm level 36 or 37. It'll be fine, right? I'm not punished for like going back really late in most cases. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. As long as I haven't outright failed the quest. Protection domain is the next cleric domain. Granted powers. Your faith is your greatest source of protection, and you can use that faith to defend others. In addition, you receive a +1 resistance bonus on saving throws. This bonus increases by 1 for every 5 levels you possess. Resistant Touch, spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can touch an ally to grant him your resistance bonus for 1 minute. When you use this ability, you lose your resistance bonus granted by the protection domain for 1 minute. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. I hear something bad. Is it going away? It went away. That's good. I heard a cat fight. I think it's broken up already. Aura of Protection. Supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot aura of protection for a number of rounds per day equal to your cleric level. You and your allies within this aura gain a +1 deflection bonus to AC and resistance 5 against all elements: acid, cold, electricity, fire, and sonic. The deflection bonus increases by +1 for every 4 cleric levels you possess beyond 8th. At 14th level, the resistance against all elements increases to 10. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spells. First is Sanctuary. Second is Shield Other. Third is Protection from Energy. Fourth is Spell Immunity. Fifth is Spell Resistance. Sixth is Anti-Magic Field. Seventh is Repulsion. Eighth is Mind Blank. And ninth is Prismatic Sphere. Prismatic sphere, not prismatic sphere. 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 Smear. Spear. I didn't really think that was going to be one of those tongue twisters. I guess I learned something new. Prismatic spunk. That's the chaos source, not chaos sorcerer. Wild magic sorcerer. That's the wild magic sorcerer. They must have something kind of like that in here, right? I mean, they have the madness domain. I feel like that would also work well there. So we already have the death domain, but here we have the repose domain. Granted powers. You see death not as something to be feared, but as a final rest and reward for a life well spent. The taint of undeath is a mockery of what you hold dear. Gentle rest. Spell-like ability. Your touch can fill a creature with lethargy, causing a living creature to become staggered for 1 round as a melee touch attack. If you touch a staggered living creature, that creature falls asleep for 1 round instead. Undead creatures touched are staggered for a number of rounds equal to your wisdom modifier. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. There is wild magic, but it works a little differently. I know that there are some charts in general for it, not specifically around wild magic sorcery, but wild magic locations, that sort of thing. I figure it's going to be a long time before I hit up sorcerer, honestly. If I'm going through at a rate of like 1 to 2 classes per session, that's going to be a few weeks off. It's going to be a few weeks off. Let's see. Ward against death. Supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot aura that wards against death for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. Living creatures in this area are immune to all death effects, energy drain, and effects that cause negative levels. This ward does not remove negative levels that a creature has already gained, but the negative levels have no effect while the creature is inside the warded area. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spells. First is Death Watch. Second is Gentle Repose. Third is Speak with Dead. Fourth is Spell Ward. Fifth is Slay Living. Sixth is Undeath to Death. Seventh is Destruction. Eighth is Waves of Exhaustion. And ninth is Wail of the Banshee. Death Watch, though. I like the concept of the Repose domain. Just thinking, I have played a Grave Cleric before, and Repose is a similar sort of niche where it's associated with death, but not the necromantic raising corpses style death. More, I guess, normal death in a way. Rune domain from the cleric domain area. Granted powers. In strange and eldritch runes, you find potent magic. You gain Scribe Scroll as a bonus feat. That's unusual. They just tack on the bonus feat in there. I thought that normally that the granted powers, like this first section that I read, is more of a description of what's to come, usually. Well, I should say it's usually a mix of thematically what it's supposed to be about and describing the powers that come ahead. In this case, for the Pathfinder game, the one shot, the PvP one, it was base stuff plus a few other things from the SRD specifically. I don't know what books in particular. I just wanted to stick with the very basic ones. So that's why I stuck with the Rogue. But I don't have any other Pathfinder games that I'm playing in. In fact, the only other game I'm currently playing in right now is a game of Science 2nd edition that is actually probably going to finish up next session, next Saturday. No, Friday. However, the DM's been saying this for the past 3 weeks. But we keep dragging it out a little longer each time. So I think it's supposed to have been ended, but something causes it to not get quite ended. And Sign is a completely different beast, if you've heard of it. It is... It's from the... is it Paradox Publishing? It is... I guess a former White Wolf property, if you can describe it that way. Sorry, it's Onyx Path, not Paradox. It's an Onyx Path property now, I believe. But it was from World of Darkness, from White Wolf. It wasn't actually exactly in World of Darkness. It was more in a side universe, kind of I forgot the name of it. I keep wanting to say Trinity something or other, but it's not. Exalted. Exalted. In terms of system and world feel a little bit. But it is about... it was basically American Gods, the RPG. You and all of the PCs are supposed to be children of gods. And you're working your way up to godhood, essentially. You start as lowly, I don't want to say foot soldiers, but you consider yourself human at the beginning until you get a visitation from some godly power to basically say, hey, you know all that stupid shit you can do? You can run really fast or whatever? That's because you're part god, kid. Something kind of like that. So playing the 2nd edition of that. And the DM has said no more modern day campaigns for him. So I don't think I'm going to be able to play that one for a while. At least not in modern day. But after that, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be free for a little bit, which isn't bad in its own right. Might be able to see if I can get my old group back together, since some of them just moved back to my area. I used to play in a multi-year campaign on Tuesdays, 2 of them, but with COVID, with the plague, it broke things up a little bit. And then some other issues happened in terms of economy, so things have been put on hiatus. Whether they'll come out of hiatus or not, who knows, but maybe that group can be resurrected. Maybe dabble in a little bit of necromancy here to bring it back. Okay, Rune Domain. Blast Rune. Spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can create a blast rune in any adjacent square. Any creature entering the square takes 1d6 points of damage, plus 1 point for every 2 cleric levels you possess. This rune deals either acid, cold, electricity, or fire damage, decided when you create the rune. The rune is invisible and lasts a number of rounds equal to your cleric level or until discharged. You cannot create a blast rune in a square occupied by another creature. This rune counts as a first level spell for the purposes of dispelling. It can be discovered with a DC 26 perception skill check and disarmed with a DC 26 disable device skill check. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Spell Rune. Spell-like ability. At 8th level, you can attach another spell that you cast to one of your blast runes, causing that spell to affect the creature that triggers the rune, in addition to the damage. This spell must be of at least 1 level lower than the highest level cleric spell you can cast, and it must target 1 or more creatures. Regardless of the number of targets the spell can normally affect, it only affects the creature that triggers the rune. Domain spells. First is Erase. Second is Secret Page. Third is Glyph of Warding. Fourth is Explosive Runes. Fifth is Lesser Planner Binding. Sixth is Greater Glyph of Warding. Seventh is Instant Summons. Eighth is Symbol of Death. And ninth is Teleportation Circle. Strength Domain is the next cleric domain. We only have like 7 left, maybe? After that, I think I'm going to call it. Let's see, for the night anyway. I have some other things I need to take care of. There are cats that need their pride soothed. Strength Domain. Granted powers. In strength and brawn, there is truth. Your faith gives you incredible might and power. Strength Surge. Spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can touch a creature to give it great strength. For 1 round, the target gains an enhancement bonus equal to half your cleric level, minimum +1, to melee attacks, combat maneuver checks that rely on strength, strength-based skills, and strength checks. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Might of the Gods. Supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can add your cleric level as an enhancement bonus to your strength score for a number of rounds per day equal to your cleric level. This bonus only applies on strength checks and strength-based skill checks. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Okay, water. This is water. It's water. It's water. And while I'm already stopping. That wasn't water. I can't wait for tea season to be properly back. It's still getting colder every night, but at the same time, like, it's still for cold tea and not for hot tea. Though I do have some acquaintances who would swear, like, hot weather, hot tea. Does not matter. Does not matter what the weather is like outside. You can always drink hot tea. And even better, hot tea. Hot day. Lying to your audience? Which part? I'm drinking water, and I'm also drinking something that is not water. And they are 2 separate drinks. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Strength surge. Wait, I didn't read. I didn't finish the rune. I didn't finish the rune. Hot drinks are evil. They keep attacking your poor tongue. Get a stronger tongue? I know someone who was trying to propose, basically, it's gonna sound horrific, a, a tongue covering to protect your tongue from hot things, both spice levels and from temperature levels. Basically, a tongue condom. Just have a tongue condom on while you drink. It'll make it less painful when you drink hot things. Or it will melt it onto your tongue, but either way the problem is solved, right? Hmm? So you really don't like hot drinks? Well, you can always cool them down with other things, you know? Like, you can pour milk into them, or you can cool them down with like a few ice cubes if you want. Or you can simply let the ravages of time take it from a hot drink to a lukewarm drink. Imagine your boyfriend putting a tongue condom before kissing you. That would be. You know what? Actually, just thinking, like, they do make those. Well, I mean, they call them dental dams, and it's not really for boyfriends. You understand? It's more so for, I think. Well, actually, no, I guess it could be for boyfriends too. Thinking about it, like, I mean, they do make dental dams. Not quite the same thing, but close enough. Oh, you're. I don't have a bonk. There's no bonk here. There's no bonk. You have no bonk power here. I mean, that just says that you're ready for other stuff, right? It just says you're ready for other stuff if you put the tongue condom on. You might be ahead of yourself there, though. But protecting your tongue from spiciness, it's good that you're strong against spice. But there are others who are much weaker than you. So much weaker than you. I had something decently. I made something that used the peppers from my garden. I have a garden, and I have peppers in it. I have spicy peppers in it. I did not use like the spiciest peppers, but I did use a few peppers. And I gotta say, I got wrecked. I got wrecked. I cried. And then there's still so many more peppers, and there's a baggie full of like the ghost peppers. And I just kind of looking at them like, what do I do with these? I don't have a plan. I didn't mean to grow these. They were a gift this time. What do you do with so many ghost peppers? Hydration is the closest thing you have to bonking. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. This time. So a few years ago, I asked my sister also gardens. She's also, I mean, my entire family is garden elves. Like, not necessarily night blooming, but garden elves. And so I asked my sister for like the spiciest peppers that she can get, or the spiciest pepper starters that she could get, and that turned out to be Trinidad scorpions. So I asked for it that time. I asked for it, and I also learned my lesson twice about touching raw peppers, raw spicy peppers, twice. And so this time, I had asked her about like pepper, like the plants that she dealt with in general, but I did not specify what type. So she gave me 3 or 4 different types of spicy peppers, including ghost peppers this time. I did not ask for these peppers. She showed up one day and handed them off to me. Oh no. I am not good with peppers. I'm not good with horror. I'm not good with spice. I like some horror, but not a huge amount. I like Written. I like written. Animated and video game. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm. A ghost pepper pizza party. I did actually make with the previous one. I did a. If you've heard of deviled eggs, so for a Halloween party, I already had made a sauce, a very hot sauce, with it, and I made deviled eggs, and in these 2 plates of deviled eggs, I put like a toothpick full of the spicy pepper sauce underneath the yellow of the eggs, so it would not affect the color of it. Actually, at that point, I think it was orange because it was Halloween, trying to get that kind of spooky orange and white look. And I told the hostess when I arrived, like, this is a Russian roulette of eggs. Out of these 2 sets of eggs, out of these 24 halves, 2 of them are spicy, really spicy. So I did do that at one point, a roulette. I don't know if we could do like an entire ghost pepper pizza. It would have to be like little pizzas, baby pizzas, because like what if someone gets it and they can't finish it? Because at least with the eggs, it's just half an egg and you're done. And then you're suffering. Versus like the pizza, if it's more than 1 bite, there's no way. And actually, in my case with the deviled eggs roulette, the hostess actually got one of the spicy ones. She actually she took a little nibble, found out it was the wrong one, and then she refused to eat anymore. So well, one of the other members of the party ended up eating it for her. It was just sort of well, you could have finished it. It's not that bad. Probably. And like you can't make someone else eat it. You knew what could have been in there when you started eating it. There were only like 4 eggs left, or something like that, and there was one to be known to be spicy. Like you had to have known. You had a 1 in 4 chance. Yeah, I want to say, is it a prank if you let? Well, I guess it's still a prank, even if they know it ahead of time. Like, it would have been really cruel to not let them know that, yes, some of these are going to be really spicy. And there were some people who did enjoy spice there. So they were nonchalantly knocking back eggs. Banana ghost pepper pizza? How do you make is it a banana pepper pizza? Like banana and ghost peppers? Or rather, banana peppers and ghost peppers. Like, otherwise, how does the banana work in? Unless you're making, like, banana pizzas? I have to say, I've had a lot of things on pizza, but not bananas. I've had banana peppers on them. Okay. Yeah, it must be banana pepper. But yeah. Like, maybe, like, again, tiny pizzas. Tiny pizzas. I want to say, if you look at it, like if you look at ghost peppers, you're definitely going to notice the visual difference between that and a banana pepper. Oh boy. Like there's no way. There was actually someone posting in a public space, asking for help identifying a pepper, and they were told it was a ghost pepper. And then looking at it, almost everyone who looked at it said, like, probably not a ghost pepper, because this thing was incredibly smooth. It was smooth like a baby's butt. The like texture of it. Most ghost peppers look kind of knobbly and weird. Very, very knobbly. Not saying that could not have been a ghost pepper, but chances are not great, because there are some that don't have that look, but I feel like you would have known what you were getting into if you got like a real specialty ghost pepper. And generally, like the knobblier and weirder looking the pepper is, the hotter it is. Because if you've seen like the Trinidad Scorpion, It's a weird little pepper looking thing. Do you use this lubriderm? Yeah. It's a fan of skincare products. It's Botoxing, this pepper. It's a Botox pepper. Like, in the past, I've also made the really spicy peppers into salsa and hot sauce, but I still have that hot sauce because I don't really eat it because I'm a wimp to hot things. So, like, I had to find someone to voice them off upon, really. And the one person that I did know who really likes spicy things, I know two people actually who really like spicy things. One of them moved away. He's back now. He's one of the players in my old D&D group, but at the same time, like, I don't know when I'm going to see him next, and it's gonna be like, hi, I brought you, like, I brought you really spicy salsa. welcome back to the area. Spicy sweets or chocolate, it can be very good. I've had like spicy chocolate, and you know what's really good? Spicy hot chocolate is really good. It's like the best way to have hot chocolate. Putting there's a special hot chocolate I've gotten that it was sold. I don't know if they're still being sold. Let me check. I don't remember the name of it. If I look it up, maybe they're still in business. Maybe they did not get killed. They are still in business. Excellent. But there's a place that I like to go to, and they have a pre-made mix of spicy hot chocolate that is excellent. But it's a little expensive, so it's a cinnamon chipotle hot chocolate. I think I've made some other things, or had some other, like, more chocolate bars with spice bits in them, like spicy chocolate, but not so much as the hot chocolate. But again, it can't be like too overwhelming, I guess. And also, I just have like an immense sweet tooth, so it takes a lot to dissuade me from chocolate. It takes a lot to dissuade me. Like, I don't enjoy nuts. I don't enjoy nuts. But if it's the only thing here that I have that has chocolate in it, I'll eat them. Reluctantly. Trying to think. Like, there are not too many. There aren't really any like major brands that do spicy chocolates, right? And I'm thinking about like other sweets that happen to be spicy. I can't think of too many like sugary sorts of sweets that have spice in them. I can think of sour ones, definitely not bitter ones, but spicy, not so much. Like, is there an equivalent to oh, you know what? Like, there's the cinnamon ones, right? Like a fireball? Yeah, I cannot do a fireball. I can't do fireballs. They still exist, right? Fireballs? They're the like really burny red candies. Atomic fireballs. I cannot. I can try, but you know, it hurts. And this is all cinnamon too. They don't really make peppery spicy candy, do they? It's all cinnamon here. A chili dark chocolate bar. Yeah, like that would be great. That would be great. I think I could do that. Fireball eating shrimp? No, I can't. I cannot. My mouth would not survive. It will be uninhabitable. It will be uninhabitable. Like, maybe if I had like a tongue condom or something for it, sure, but I don't have any. I guess that would be a punishment game, actually. Eating fireballs. Ah, it makes my stomach churn. Ah. I don't super enjoy cinnamon. I want to say that the hot chocolate, the cinnamon chipotle, that would be like I can take that because I guess the chipotle like it merges to create a beautiful taste altogether. But like just having cinnamon on itself, not quite so much. I generally don't like it too much. Like the smell is fine too. That kind of Christmassy smell, holiday smell. That would be the one time the fire alarm doesn't go off. I hope by then it's finished. I hope by then it's finished. Ugh, I don't know. Just thinking, like, when was the last time I ate a fireball? Decades ago. Decades ago. Same thing probably with warheads. Same thing probably with warheads. Let's see. I was in Rune, wasn't I? I had spell Rune. Okay. Cinnamon drops were one of your favorite candies as a kid. What are cinnamon drops? What are cinnamon drops? I haven't heard of that. Let's see. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Huh. Oh, you actually, I had something like that, I think recently. Wait, no, that was a peppermint imp. Never mind. I had peppermint imps. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would never go for something like that. That's so much cinnamon. Wow. I'm not a huge, like, hard candies are fine. They're just inferior to chocolate. Although, I want to say, like, I really like chocolate, but my number one weakness for sweets is probably marshmallow. Though you can combine the two. I have had a most delicious, beautiful, it was a mocha marshmallow, and they don't make it anymore. It was it was like an angel came down and graced my tongue with its presence, and they don't make it anymore. So like I guess the balance is like marshmallow, then chocolate, and then like hard candies near the bottom. But there are some hard candies that are pretty good though. But I guess it's more of like a if you're too impatient, like hard candies kind of wreck your teeth, right? Because you're not supposed to chew on them. You're supposed to just like let them sit. I'm impatient. I'm impatient. I will chew through it. And I want to say, elves' elves' teeth, uh, aren't that much better than humans in that regard. Like, we only get one set as adults. I can't afford to wreck them this early on. Not when I have another 400 years, hopefully. You chewed? You chewed. What about hard caramels, though? Or caramels in general? That's like another category. Like, hard candy, and then there's caramels, too. Like, I would put caramels ahead of the hard candy. But sometimes, like, there are candies that are, I guess, simply the hard caramel. Replace them with wooden magical teeth, magical wooden teeth. Wooden teeth don't look the same. Also, they can splinter. I don't want a splintery mouth. That would be awful. Unless the magic is specifically against that. But they have better materials than wood nowadays. They have. I don't know because I don't have replacement teeth. I don't have replacement teeth. What do they make replacement teeth out of nowadays? It's not enamel, right? No. But I guess dentures is the word, right? Like, what do they make dentures out of? What do they make dentures out of? I'm actually impressed that I remember that word. Okay, what is Canva like? What is a denture? What is a denture? What is a denture? Wow, I didn't really want to see that. Titanium or titanium alloys? So they might be acrylic? Ceramic? Titanium? Resin? So there are crown and bridge dentures. I think I've seen a few people with those. But materials. What did they used to make them out of? So they used to be made out of like gold and porcelain. But at the same time, so they had. Oh, George Washington's teeth were never made of wood. Never ever. But some of them were made by a man named Greenwood. Titanium for replacement teeth. Okay, acrylic resin. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't want to think about like having teeth screwed into my mouth. I already have enough teeth nightmares. As I've said, elves' teeth don't necessarily last much longer than humans, so we gotta take really good care of them. And if we don't, no good, no good, no way, no. There's a lot of talk about keeping good teeth in my family. Let's see. Just thinking, like, imagine you had wooden teeth. Oh my god. So we were talking earlier about the repel wood spell. Just imagine you had wooden teeth and someone cast repel wood. Just like they're getting pushed. Where are they getting pushed? They're getting pushed like further into your mouth, or they'll just splinter and break in your mouth. That's awful. This is a horror spell. Why did they include this in here? I don't even know if it'd be insta dead, but it's almost like I wish I was dead instead of having a mouthful of splintered wood. Okay. That's a horror story on its own. Okay. I was talking about the rune domain earlier. The rune domain has a domain spells of first is grace, second one is secret page, third one is glyph of warding, fourth is explosive runes, fifth is lesser planar binding, sixth is greater glyph of warding, seventh is instant summons, eighth is symbol of death, and ninth is teleportation circle. Oh, gums for the rest of the campaign is the best case scenario. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of NPCs, like enemies, NPCs, or just commoners who happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, sorry I missed this earlier, but thank you, Chris, for the follow. Chris. I missed it. Strength domain is next. Strength domain. So the cleric domain, strength domain. Granted powers are. Well, the description is, in strength and brawn there is truth. Your faith gives you incredible might and power. Strength surge, spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can touch a creature and give it strength. You can touch a creature to give it great strength. For 1 round, the target gains an enhancement bonus equal to half your cleric level, minimum +1, to melee attacks, combat maneuver checks that rely on strength, strength-based skills, and strength checks. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equals 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Might of the Gods, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can add your cleric level as an enhancement bonus to your strength score for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. This bonus only applies on strength checks and strength-based skill checks. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spells. First is Enlarge Person. Second is Bull's Strength. Third is Magic Vestment. Fourth is Spell Immunity. Fifth is Righteous Might. Sixth is Stone Skin. Seventh is Grasping Hand. Eighth is Clenched Fist. And ninth is Crushing Hand. How many more do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We have like 6 or 7 left after Strength. But yeah, Explosive Runes. I've only ever gotten to use them once or twice personally. I've seen them in play a little bit more than that. But just a touch of Explosive Runes. If you overdo it, you don't want the players to be too wary, right? So maybe not every campaign. Also depends on how long your campaign is. A bit similar to mimics. If you put them into every campaign, then they might lose their scare point. They'll be looking for them far too often. You just want a touch of mimic, a touch of Explosive Rune. What if you put an Explosive Rune on a mimic? Actually, I don't know if that would be a good idea. That might ruin the surprise a bit. Depending on if the mimic keeps its form after being exploded on. Or maybe it might be more of like a add injury to insult. I think it would be a case of adding injury to insult. Not that the Explosive Rune won't injure them, but I think it's more of an insult to use the Explosive Rune than it is to spring a mimic on someone. Okay. Sun Domain, Cleric Domain. The granted powers. You see truth in the pure and burning light of the sun, and can call upon its blessing or wrath to work great deeds. Sun's blessing, supernatural ability. Whenever you channel positive energy to harm undead creatures, add your cleric level to the damage dealt. Undead do not add their channel resistance to their saves when you channel positive energy. Nimbus of Light, supernatural ability. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot nimbus of light for a number of rounds per day equal to your cleric level. This acts as a daylight spell. In addition, undead within this radius take an amount of damage equal to your cleric level each round that they remain inside the nimbus. Spells and spell-like abilities with the darkness descriptor are automatically dispelled if brought inside this nimbus. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spells. First is Endure Elements. Second is Heat Metal. Third is Searing Light. Fourth is Fire Shield. Fifth is Flame Strike. Sixth is Fire Seeds. Seventh is Sunbeam. Eighth is Sunburst. And ninth is Prismatic Sphere. I said sphere correctly that time. Sphere. Next is Travel Domain. The Cleric Domain Travel. Granted powers. You are an explorer and find enlightenment in the simple joy of travel, be it by foot or conveyance or magic. Increase your base speed by 10 feet. Oh, that's kind of actually neat. Agile Feet, supernatural ability. As a free action, you can gain increased mobility for 1 round. For the next round, you ignore all difficult terrain and do not take any penalties for moving through it. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Dimensional Hop, spell-like ability. At 8th level, you can teleport up to 10 feet per cleric level per day as a move action. This teleportation must be used in 5-foot increments, and such movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. You must have line of sight to your destination to use this ability. You can bring other willing creatures with you, but you must expend an equal amount of distance for each creature brought. That's actually really really cool. So thinking about dimensional hop, so 8th level, 10 feet per level. So that means you can teleport 80 feet as a move action. 80 feet as a move action. And if you bring someone else with you, that's 40 feet of movement. That's actually still pretty good. Like, sure, you have to expend weight just as much, but still, I like that. I like that. Like the agile feat, like being able to ignore difficult terrain as a free action, being able to do that at least 3 times per day, that doesn't sound impressive, but at the same time, thinking about games I've played in the past, that's actually really useful. That is super useful. And also you get to increase your base speed by 10 feet. Increased mobility is excellent. 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 Just knowing druids and such, people who put up difficult terrain, being able to essentially ignore that would be good. Excellent. 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 It's not excellent. Excellent. Domain spells. First is Long Strider. Second is Locate Object. Third is Fly. Fourth is Dimension Door. Fifth is Teleport. Sixth is Find the Path. Seventh is Greater Teleport. Eighth is Phase Door. Ninth is Astral Projection. Just thinking, like, excellent would be what ended up happening to those devil decks. Okay, next is Trickery Domain. Granted powers. You are a master of illusions and deceptions. Bluff, disguise, and stealth are class skills. It's really interesting seeing the ones that just kind of... There have been, I think, this is the third one that just kind of pops in some extra content in here instead of just having like a power, capital P, 2 of those. It's always been like 2 powers, and now 3 of them have also included like extra buffs. I wonder if they came about at different stages, or if it truly is just a balancing act. Going into the good housekeeping rabbit hole, looking for egg dishes. You know what's really good? So there's something called a cloud souffle. It's not actually built anything, I think, like a real souffle, but it is delicious. And I think it's easier to make than a real souffle. And it uses, you cannot make a cloud souffle in an air fryer. I don't know what you could do with that. Oh wait, you know what you could do? You might be able to do this with an air fryer. And Abby and Mozgu, when they were doing their like food tier list, they were talking about it because I brought it up. I forgot the name of it. It's the British food. It's a pub food where you take an egg, a hard-boiled egg. Well, maybe not hard-boiled. You take an egg that's been like kind of boiled, and then you like wrap it in sausage meat, and then you bread that, and then you deep fry it. There's a word for it, but I forgot what it is. But it's absolutely delicious, and it's kind of terrible for you, but it's a pub food, so everything is. Like British egg, sausage, breaded pub thing. What is it? Scotch eggs. It's a Scotch egg. You can make a Scotch egg, maybe? You can try and make a Scotch egg. But if you want something light and impressive for breakfast, cloud souffle is probably the way to go. It's not wrapped in bacon. It's not a bacon. It's sausage meat. You need like a thin coating, but not like too thin. It needs to be fully coated. Like, I guess you could wrap it in bacon too, but you might as well just like wrap it in bacon later. Cloud souffle. Cloud souffle. Like a light, fluffy cloud in the sky. Where is it? Where is it? I had it once in a bed and breakfast. Huh. That's interesting. It auto-completed to Cloud Souffle Mont Kiara, which is a place in Malaysia, like a restaurant in Malaysia. Where is the Cloud Souffle? Like it doesn't always look like super pretty, but it is. Okay, I'm gonna switch over. Let's see if I can do this real quick. You're gonna let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Can I open it here? Can I open it here? Tick tack, tick tack, tick tack, tick tack. Tick tack, tick tack. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Let me swap real quick. Live? Okay. You are not going to see me as I bring this up necessarily. Actually, I guess I can bring it up. Okay, that's weird. Why is it doing that? Okay. I'm going to copy this and bring it over. Oh god, it's unhappy. It's super unhappy. Where is it? Okay, I can't do like layering for this, so you're just gonna have to not see me for a last second. So, like, Cloud Souffle. Isn't it pretty? Like all these different options. Can I close that? Yes. So yes, Cloud Souffle. Can look more like, oh god, it's trying to actually open the recipe. Like this? Or maybe more like a kind of thing that you can dip your egg in. They're tasty too. They're tasty too. And you can use them for dipping. Like dipping your little soldiers in there. Very cute. Very impressive. I mean, if you care about eating, why did you get an air fryer? Why did you get an air fryer? I mean, there's also like the Japanese pancakes and stuff, but I've tried making those extra thick pancakes, and, or rather, you woke up and found it in your house. The best appliances show up that way, don't they? I've tried to make like a thick pancakes in a rice cooker. That was not a good choice. Do not try to make pancakes in a rice cooker. It does not work out well. It does not cook necessarily all the way through, and like it's just so dry and thick and awful. Like, oh, that never again, never again. You have an instant pot too. Fancy, fancy. So you can make ribs in like a half an hour if you wanted to. So many things no longer locked behind time. No longer locked behind time. Maybe you need to use rice flour. I don't think so. I think the rice flour may have just made it chewy. I've made things with mochi, rice flour. And they were tasty, but I made essentially butter mochi, chocolate butter mochi. It's a Hawaiian take on mochi. It was very good, but it definitely changes the consistency a lot. I feel like there's another trick to the pancakes that I don't quite know about. but I don't usually make too many breakfast foods. Fried eggs in a microwave are pretty bad too. I've never made, okay, I've only scrambled eggs in the microwave. I've not done like fried eggs in the microwave. If you're going to fry eggs, you should do it, what, sunny side up? Maybe over easy on the stovetop. Scrambled eggs in the microwave frequently. Pancakes with a rice cooker should never be an option. You would think that, but people on the internet said it was cool. I haven't done like a huge amount of those fad foods necessarily, but I did make that one coffee, Dalgona coffee, and like it's cool. I don't know if it was worth the effort, but it's cool to have. Like I've made bubble tea at home as well, but again, like that's a lot of effort for that. Why would people on the internet lie? Yeah, right. You know, like no one, I want to say, like with the clown souffle at least, no one on the internet said like, oh, this is a cool thing you should try and make. This is something I ate while I was out and thought it was cool and tried to replicate. Yeah, butter mochi is pretty tasty. I didn't actually have it when I was in Hawaii. I ended up having an acquaintance made a Chinese New Year dish that was similar in style, but not chocolate. It was like a more of just like making rice cakes, but they made it like their mother-in-law made it. Their Asian mother-in-law, their Chinese mother-in-law, and her mother-in-law apparently just makes it in like a flat pan, like a old baking pan, and then just cuts it up afterwards, which is, it's not pretty, but it's tasty. So I found a recipe kind of similar to that. Like it's not a pretty thing, but it's tasty. 45 best fall cocktails that keep you cozy on a autumn day. A bit of oil in a wide mug, throw egg in and microwave it. If I'm gonna make something in a mug, it's gonna be a cake. Like if there's gonna be a mug and an egg, there's gonna be a cake in there. Don't knock the fall cocktails. I actually have a printed book, a beautiful full color printed book all on winter cocktails. There's a hot toddy in there. I'm going to be busting that out come winter. I don't have one specifically for fall cocktails though. But fall is not really for cocktails as much. That's for cider. It's for cider and it's for beer. It's for Oktoberfest. A nice homemade feel. I want to say there's something about food when it comes to this sort of thing, right? I think they even did a study on it. Food that someone else makes usually tastes better than the food that you make yourself. I think that's how it goes. Like just putting in the effort or something does not, just takes away a little bit of something. Like having someone cook for you though at home is excellent. Like there are recipes that my mother makes that even if I follow the same directions, it doesn't quite taste the same. It doesn't. And then there's some things that I can make way better than her. That's mostly because she's not a very good cook. But there are a few things that she excels at. There are a few things I cannot beat her at. It might also simply be that, especially for food in restaurants and stuff, the amount of butter that goes into that sometimes. There's no way you can put that amount of butter into that recipe when you're cooking it at home. There's no way. Goodhousekeeping.com. You should check foodnetwork.com. I actually get that monthly. I don't really actually cook anything in it, only occasionally, but I do sometimes cook from foodnetwork.com. A number of years ago, they actually released a cupcake of the month section. They posted that in January, and I ended up doing, I think, all of them except for the last like 2. I bailed out on November and December, but I made every other month at least once, and some of them were quite full of effort, but they looked quite pretty, except for the ones that I messed up. Yeah, the under seasoning is also a problem. That is something that my mother does a lot. Not seasoning. Sometimes she doesn't believe in salt. Sometimes she doesn't believe in butter. When she makes mashed potatoes, it's literally that. There's like a whiff of a prayer above that potato, and that is it. It is mashed. There's no butter. Salt to your own taste. And yes, that was how I was raised on mashed potatoes. I did not eat mashed potatoes when I was growing up. It took a long time for me to eat other people's mashed potatoes. A long time. Yeah, it tastes better when you don't have to work. Did you know that if you make icing, that you're supposed to use powdered sugar and not granulated sugar, not like table casual sugar? Because if you use table sugar, it's gonna end up looking like table sugar. I still have the photos. It looks terrible. You put onions in your mashed potatoes? Like onion powder or like cut up onions? Oh, like I don't think I could do onions in there. I don't think I could. It's not so much a taste thing, it's just onions are volatile ingredients. Garlic I can see, like garlic powder. But again, none of that goes in. Gravy. I I don't usually take gravy either. I've gotten more adventurous over the course of the past few decades. So, like, I will take gravy now, but not all the time. It's not necessary. I suppose there's this theory of making sandwiches, right? Where you want, like, you have your meat, you have your vegetables, and then you have your bread, and you want, I hate to call it like lubrication, but people like putting a lubrication on their sandwich somewhere, right? So it's not dry. So they'll put mayo, or they'll put oil or vinegar or something in it, or a sauce, or maybe a jam. I don't get that. I can have a dry sandwich. It doesn't bother me. I guess it would have to be like a really, really dry sandwich. It has to be made of sand for me to like balk at a dry sandwich. It feels really weird to say, like, yeah, you need lubrication on your sandwiches, but like most sandwiches come with something on them, right? Even burgers come with ketchup or mustard, or even both. And oftentimes, for instance, getting a BLT, bacon, lettuce, tomato, they'll put mayo on the bread, and that's not really necessary, is it? It isn't. You can just remove it. It doesn't affect it that strongly. Some breads might be drier than others. I can see that. I think for a lot of casual meals, it's not so much a problem. Like, maybe I guess like a sourdough or something? But, and if there's veggies, it adds a bit of moisture. Yeah, I guess it depends on how well you like dry your vegetables. Depending on if it's like a restaurant meal or if it's a homemade meal. That reminds me, actually, I mean, just thinking the machine oil so the food can slide right into your mouth, that's a super American way of thinking about it, isn't it? That's what mayo was invented for, right? Just sliding that sandwich right down that gullet. Actually, when did mayo come about? Like, who made mayo? Where's mayo from? What kind of word is mayonnaise? I know there's aioli, but it's not actually mayonnaise. It's just kind of in a same vague family. French? I guess that would make sense that it's a French thing. But when you think French food, you don't think mayonnaise. But that doesn't mean that it's not used in certain applications. France and Spain? 1756? It's like, what did they first use mayonnaise for? What did they first make mayonnaise for? Oh, maybe more like a... Okay. When you think about it for salads, it makes sense. Like old-fashioned salads, like potato salad and things like that. Mayonnaise. Makes sense. Like when people think salads, they think more like a Caesar salad or something nowadays, not realizing that, we're not thinking too much about mac salad, potato salad, or the even worse ones like the salads of the 70s, where it's more of a amalgamation of cold ingredients that are cut up but still distinct but punched together. That sort of definition of salad. Like the molded Jello salads with olives and like salami and stuff in them. Potato and mac salad are still the norm. Yeah, they are still the norm. But again, when you think of ordering a salad at a restaurant, you're not thinking of ordering potato salad and mac salad. Those are like secondary salads. Secondary salads. You think probably of something that's full of like leafy greens. Speaking of which, sides you get on a barbecue. And a lot of times side salads are still the same. House salads. Okay, 1756. Just looking. I guess you could also... Oh my gosh, just reading this section on like, okay, aspic. An aspic thing. That makes a lot more sense. At first it was just kind of a, wait, you're talking about mayonnaise. You can make this from cold chicken, a dish of distinction. One composes of mayonnaise, whose green jelly of a good consistency. And it's just kind of like, whoa, whose mayonnaise is green and jelly-like? And then thinking back to aspic and like, okay, that makes sense. A mayonnaise tier list. I don't understand what a mayonnaise tier list would be. Like things that you put mayonnaise in, things that you don't put mayonnaise in, or like, yes, Hellman's is clearly superior to Kewpie. This is not true, by the way. Hellman's is not superior to Kewpie. And stuff like that. Purple ketchup, and green ketchup, purple ketchup. I don't know if I ever actually had the purple ketchup. I was in sort of the bracket for that, except for the fact that I guess you had to be an adventurous kid to want to eat purple ketchup. But I actually have... I went grocery shopping and I needed sage to make saltimbocca. So they didn't have any sage available in the herb section, but in the plant section they had a sage plant. So I bought a sage plant. So I have a new plant to plant in my garden. And then I have to overwinter it probably very soon. But I bought sage. And I also have to work on my shiso. I have a bunch of shiso that I need to take care of. And I was trying to figure out, because I haven't used the shiso this entire season. Like, what do you do with shiso leaves? Red and green. Apparently dry it and kind of like break it up, grind it up into a powder to use for rice. So I have to start doing that. I have to start picking leaves to dry. Hellman's on chocolate cake. I feel sick. I feel sick. Remove. Munster cheese. Yeah. I have eggs too, but I'm not putting them on a chocolate cake. Okay, Munster cheese. Like, you put Munster cheese on a bunch of different things. I could see that working for like some things. Uh, Maybe not Munster. Like, there's a whole world of cheeses out there. I actually have some blue cheese still in the fridge that I need to deal with. The bologna cake with deviled egg decoration? What do you mean bologna cake? I'm going to think that that is a fake cake with deviled egg decorations. I am choosing to believe that. There is no such thing as a meat cake like that. No such thing. No one would make it. It's too unbelievable. I'm just thinking, like, I don't really eat bologna. I'll eat salami. I actually have a lot of prosciutto, which is why I'm making the saltimbocca. Like, I don't mind preserved meats or like heavily salted meats. But guava and cheese? That makes sense. Figs and cheese. A lot of fruit and cheese go together. Apple and blue, I think, too. See? Cheese goes well with fruits. Just a few weeks ago, I had a dessert that was basically blue cheese and berries, like blackberries and blueberries and such. And a bit of honey. The honey really wraps it together. It's delicious. That's all you need. Like, you don't need anything else. You don't need any cake to go with it. Just the bits of blue cheese, the berries, and the honey drizzled on top. Beautiful. Like, I guess you can grab a bottle of wine for it too. Cherries and Munster. Did it work? Did the cherries and Munster work? Because, like, I can see guava and cheese too. And think about like cheesecake. Cheesecake has cheese in it. Cream cheese is another thing. Like, they do fruity cream cheeses. A tier, cherries and Munster. I'll have to keep that in mind. Like, what kind of cherries? There are different types. I mean, there's also just like the whole concept of grapes and cheese too. Charcuterie plates for dinner is like one of my favorites. Fried chicken, C tier. Fried chicken and Munster. Goat cheese with jam. Yeah, there's so many of them. I love goat cheese too. There's a goat cheese out there that's got like rosemary or something in it. No, I keep thinking it's purple haze, but it's not actually purple haze. That's the name of a different cheese. There's so many delicious cheeses. There's another one that's covered in like coffee grounds. That's pretty good, but it's a hard cheese. What is the name of the other one? But they make cheeses with all sorts of jam flavors in them, preserves in them, and goat and sheep. They are strong, like the goat milk cheeses, but after you get used to them, it's really good. Same thing with wine, really, and I guess beer too. Like, that's all acquired taste material, but if you get the right kinds of pairings, it makes it so much easier. When I was much younger, I took a class on that sort of thing, and was introduced to a bunch of new tastes that way. And goat cheese was one of them. But that was probably one of the first times I actually really enjoyed drinking beer. I have to say, it's not a feat that's been repeated very often, unless you're counting framboise beer. But, I mean, it was really hard to deny that day that beer and wings actually really do belong together. And I think there's also a blue cheese and a port pairing. I could be wrong on that, but like, introduction to blue cheese, and that worked really well. And introduction to port. And also, I think that was the first time I tried foie gras. I don't think it quite caught on then, but I want to say, Duchel and foie gras for a beef Wellington. Excellent. If you have the chance. To porn? To food. To food. Port. Port wine. Fortified wine. No, there was no introduction to porn class. Actually, I'm going to take that back. I did not take that class. I'm not going to say it did not exist. I feel like it may have. It may have. A monster would go on with a meat cake. I don't know. It might depend on the kind of meat cake. They're all electives. The foods and wines of the world was an elective. But they had a really good teacher. A really good teacher. A plus. Thinking about the meat cake. I know they make like sushi cakes. So it wouldn't be out of the way to say that there's more meat cakes out there where it could actually work out pretty well. But again, for the most part, you would just call it a charcuterie board. You would just call it a charcuterie board. So, like, I was going to make saltimbocca tomorrow. But, yes, okay, I'm going to make saltimbocca tomorrow. But maybe, actually on Tuesday I'll have charcuterie for breakfast. Fish cakes with a swirl. Oh, Naruto. Naruto is sort of a cake, I think. Like, if you're counting all of it. Like, that's the descriptor that's used for them. You could also call it theoretically a sausage, I think, but it doesn't have a casing. That might actually... I think you might describe it as a sausage, except if you say fish sausage, it's not nearly as appetizing, I think, as saying fish cake. Tutoring is so expensive. That's why you stick to music. Well, I want to say that you just gotta work it from the other side. For instance, just thinking about like some other ways I've gotten to taste some really good things. I want to say people who self-teach themselves about food, kind of a bit like what you were doing with the monster, just basically eating what they serve. Or working in a place with someone like that who is trying out new things every so often. And by every so often, I mean as often as possible. So try to make friends with people who are doing that sort of thing on their own, I suppose. In this case, I'm thinking of like if you work at a place that serves that kind of food. Thinking about the bar I like to go to, the chef there likes to do that sort of exploration a lot. And the person that I actually learned a lot of this from, the person I took the elective from, actually worked at a grocery store. Like, that's what he did for a living. He was one of the people who would be picking out foods for it. So there has to be more to it than that. Like, he got to teach it on the side. But there are people who did not have to pay for that, who in fact probably got paid to learn about it from him because he was their boss. So finding programs like that. If you're interested in it. I'm thinking I basically essentially was just teaching it something similar. Teaching other people who are being paid to learn. So theoretically, like getting taught to teach a class and they're getting paid to learn from a class. It's unusual, but it can happen. Putting cake on anything makes it sound more appetizing. For the most part, yes. For the most part. I'm sure that there's a few things that wouldn't work with. I can't imagine what would be less appetizing by being a cake. I think most people will probably be off-put by the words human cake, wouldn't they? Yeah, foot cake. brain cake? I suppose if we're sticking away from like awful cake, wasabi cake, I think there would actually be people who would very much like that. It might be expensive though, with real wasabi. But really, just like cheesecake, we have the fish cake, meat cake, sushi cake. We have salad cake? Not really. Then we have all the sweets available. Elf cake. Yeah, that probably would not be appetizing to too many people. Christmas cakes. That's another popular one, isn't it? Christmas cakes? It might work too well. There's all sorts of cakes out there. Just thinking, what other things are cakes? What other things are cakes? Banana, chocolate, carrot, zucchini cakes. Although, like, people call them bread, but really it's a cake. Only popular for the cultured folk. I think, like, yeah, culture might not be the right word for it. It might be more of a case of like trying to find something that's more in your range. You know, some people like things that are very, very sweet. Some people like things that are maybe not so sweet. Maybe things that are a little bittersweet, or maybe straight up. Maybe not in cakes they would like bitter, but maybe there are people who like cakes that are a bit bitter. So, and different types of icing and such. So I could see that definitely being a thing for, like, you don't have to be cultured to appreciate a Christmas cake. Just trying to find something more in line with your own tastes. And just because you like something that's a little more dated than other things doesn't mean a whole lot necessarily. Let's see. Travel domain. We finished travel. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's thinking about bitter foods. I tend to like bitter foods. I also like sweet things, but also bitter foods. If you've ever had sukiyaki, it's a very sweet sauce, incredibly sweet. It's like pure sugar, nearly, and soy sauce. And then you can put some really nice bitter vegetables in there to help. I don't want to say it covers up the taste, not exactly, but it well complements the taste. It comes out. It doesn't fully cover up the bitterness, but altogether, it's worthwhile. I like chrysanthemum greens. Let's see. We were doing trickery domain. Copycat. They have the special spell-like ability, Copycat, for the trickery domain. Thank you for the headbat. You can create an illusory double of yourself as a move action. This double functions as a single mirror image and lasts for a number of rounds equal to your cleric level, or until the illusory duplicate is dispelled or destroyed. You can have no more than one copycat at a time. This ability does not stack with a mirror image spell. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Master's Illusion, spell-like ability. At 8th level, you can create an illusion that hides the appearance of yourself and any number of allies within 30 feet for 1 round per cleric level. This ability otherwise functions like the spell Veil. The save DC to disbelieve this effect is equal to 10 plus half your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier. The rounds do not need to be consecutive. Domain spell lists. Or domain spells list. First is Disguise Self. Second is Invisibility. Third is Non-Detection. Fourth is confusion. Fifth is false vision. Sixth is mislead. Seventh is screen. Eighth is mass invisibility. And ninth is time stop. Sorry, I'm just thinking about, like, you know what? What would some of these cakes taste like? And just kind of like, because your name is in red, just like foot cake, foot cake. What does a foot cake taste like? And all I can think of is it's blue cheese. It tastes like blue cheese. Can you make a blue cheese cake taste good? I was thinking, like, okay, wasabi cake you can make, okay, you can make that work. Elf cake you can make theoretically, like, okay, so what does elf taste like? Like, and like, you can base it on smells a bit, but like, foot cake, foot cake. You can probably make a blue cheesecake taste good. I just don't know how. I'm going to be looking that up later. There has to be a way. I do have that blue cheese in the fridge. Just a little cake. Just a little cake. Is it possible? Okay. War domain. Wait. No. I did. I finished the domain spells for trickery. Okay. Lost. I'm nearing the end. Just a few more. Another page. Just there. 3 more domains. 3 more domains. Last page. War domain. Granted powers. You are a crusader for your god, always ready and willing to fight to defend your faith. Battle rage. Spell-like ability. You can touch a creature as a standard action to give it a bonus on melee damage rolls equal to half your cleric level for 1 round, minimum +1. You can also do a number of times per day, or you can do so a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Weapon Master. Supernatural ability. At 8th level, as a swift action, you gain the use of 1 combat feat for a number of rounds per day, equal to your cleric level. These rounds do not need to be consecutive, and you can change the feat chosen each time you use this ability. You must meet the prerequisites to use this feat. That's actually really cool. Like, wow. You can just... I want to say, that sounds really cool, but in effect, because you need to meet the prereqs for the feat, that feels like you're going to be using a small limited pool, and you have to build very carefully around being able to switch out that particular feat. Like, I don't know enough about the combat feat to know if that's worthwhile. Maybe if it has to do with how feats that help in unusual instances, like if normally you're a melee fighter and you're trying to have a bonus on range, maybe that sort of thing would work out. I'm not certain. The domain spells for war. First is magic weapon. Second is spiritual weapon. Third is magic vestment. Fourth is divine power. Fifth is flame strike. Sixth is blade barrier, not blade warrior. Seventh is power word blind. Eighth is power word stun. And ninth is power word kill. Blue cheese cheesecake? Wait, really? I feel like I've heard that before, but I haven't had it. Let me take a look. Blue cheese cheesecake. Like, where do they sell that? Oh, that looks good. With apples, and of course it would have honey. Oh, then there's also like appetizer type cheesecake. Wisconsin blue cheesecake. So I suppose it depends on if it's a savory thing for like dipping apples into, or if it's a expected to just eat the slice alone type cheesecake. I'll have to take a look. Like, how much cheese do they require? Oh, and then there's also Stilton. Okay. And a Roquefort one. With pear and pecans. Okay. Oh, but that's just a blue cheese wheel with pear and pecans. That makes sense. I wonder if it's like a no... Like, can it even be like a no-bake cheesecake? I don't honestly know. I'll have to take a look. I really like cheesecake, but just kind of a do I want to make a cheesecake? Do I have the materials to make a cheesecake? I'm not certain if I have the materials to make a cheesecake because it tends to require like a springform pan, right? And I don't think I have that anymore. I'll have to take a look. Although, I suppose that depends on if I make a cheesecake from scratch or if I use a pre-made crust. I want to say I usually don't make crusts. That's not worthwhile except in specific occasions. Like, have you ever had an apple pie with cheese? It is a thing in certain areas. And sometimes it's simply a slice of cheese on top of the apple pie. And in this case, when I made it, it was cheese in the crust. So it was a bit hidden, this cheese. Yeah, cheesecake. It's not how cheesecake works. It's not how cheesecake works. That apple pie, I think the saying is supposed to be something like, an apple pie without cheese is like a kiss without the squeeze. So I heard. I do not think that's how it goes. Like in real life. Apple pen vibes? Apple pen vibes? Apple pen vibes? Like an Apple iPod pen? But yeah, apple pies. I don't know what apple pen is. It's a song? Like, is this a My Little Pony thing? Is it a My Little Pony thing? I don't know. I guess I'll have to look it up later. Pen? Pineapple apple pen? I've never heard of that before. Is this some Zoomer thing? Is it? Like, when did this song come out? When would I have had to have been listening to the radio? Cream cheese and sugar cheesecake? That sounds about right. Like, you don't even technically need a crust. Pen, apple pen. Because, like, I went like a few, I want to say, I've heard the Friday song, but I've not, I wouldn't be able to tell you, like, if I were listening to it or not. And the same thing, okay, with Baby Shark, I think I would know, but I went a very long time after Baby Shark got popular before I heard Baby Shark. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I don't know this song. Okay. How old is it? It was a 2016 song? Okay. Yeah, no, I did not see that. It's still kind of a Zoomer thing, I think. I think it's still kind of a Zoomer thing. Like, if I were to ask my nephews, they would probably know what it is. But asking my generation, not so much. Friday seems super boomer. Probably. Although, I mean, millennial might be the better word for it, but I wouldn't recognize Friday. I would not. I skipped it. I was blessed to not have to hear it. I think. But yeah, like, okay, 6-7 years ago for the Pineapple Pen song, I would not be able to tell you if I've heard it. I probably haven't. But then again, there are a lot of other songs that I haven't heard that I probably should have at this point. The same thing with movies. The Pen song will change my life. I doubt that. I highly doubt that. You're not even sure if the meme you sent me or I sent you is a Zoomer meme? It's so strange sounding. I think that means it's a Zoomer meme. Zoomers are weird. Zoomers are weird. Zoomers are weird. I feel like maybe I don't truly know my nephews now. Just thinking about like, ah, they don't seem that Zoomer, but maybe it's just because I haven't seen what's on their phones, what they send to each other, what they send to others. The coconut nut? I don't know coconut nut either, I don't think. I don't know those words that you I understand the words. I do not understand what they mean when you put them together. I do not understand what you mean when you put them together. While you were busy listening to this coconut nut apple pen, I was studying the books. And by the books, it was obviously not Pathfinder because I'm only reading them now. Actually, you know what? Just thinking like, maybe I was drinking too much wine. Maybe I was drinking too much wine to pass, to notice the details. Okay, let's see. I was doing War Domain. I saw the Weapon Master. And I did Blade Barrier. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Dilly dilly, there they all standing in a row. Dum dum dum. That one, yes. Although that's not the beginning of the song. I don't know the full song. I don't think a lot of people do necessarily in my generation. I do know I had a friend who was able to recite the entire thing. But it's been a very long time. It's been a very long time. He could probably still do it. But how did it start? There's a bunch of songs where just like you hear snippets and you don't know what the rest of it is. Cocoa fruit of the cocoa tree of the cocoa palm family. Is that how the cocoa nut song goes? You put the lime in the coconut? Is that part of like a Mai Tai or something? Is it how to build a Mai Tai? Is that how it goes? But yeah, I think if it weren't for the Lion King, I would never have heard not the coconut song, but the other coconut song. The lovely bunch of coconut song. Give him a twist, a flick of their wrist. That's what the showman said. But there's like another entire verse, I think. Another entire verse that I don't know. So, water domain and weather domain are the last two that we have. Okay, so water domain, granted powers, and this is the last of the four set of air, fire, earth. No, air, earth, fire, water. So we can guess what it's like because it's been the same pattern throughout most of this. The Cat in the Hat. I don't think the Cat in the Hat ever said that, unless it's like a Mike Myers Cat in the Hat thing. I never saw that movie. Or was there more than one? I never saw that either. I'm missing out on a lot of modern things. Well, I had my head, so not exactly, I'm not going to say it's in the clouds, but like, I've had my head in the wilds, perhaps, during some of this. Was that really 2003 Cat in the Hat? I did not see that either. I don't think. I'm missing out on a lot of modern stuff. You never know. Sometimes these things leave big impressions on you, even if you've only seen them once. I'm trying to think of something from my childhood that left a huge impression. And just kind of no, that's not a good first impression. No, that was a terrible one too. Nothing that was made to be ingested by a child. Anyway. The wonders of age gaps. The wonders of age gaps. seeing things well before he should have. I don't really know if I watched a whole lot of Ninja Turtles either. I don't think so. Or rather, I've seen recently in the past few years the first few episodes maybe, but not so much. Like it's been so long. And it would have just been whatever was on. Although recently, a few years ago, I did try to restart Gargoyles. It was very enjoyable, but I never finished it. You know they went low? At least I know what Thing 1 and Thing 2 are supposed to look like. But again, I don't know if that's a quote from the movie, so I cannot tell you if you are wrong or not. It's just, I'm going to have to believe you. I'm going to have to believe that this is actually something that came from it. Because, again, if it's a Mike Myers thing, I can't say anything against it. Just like, I've seen The Grinch. Is it Carrie? I don't know who plays the Grinch in the live action one. Or if there's more than one live action one. But just, I can't just quote, I can't throw away anything that someone may have said that was a quote from that. Because sometimes it was just so out there. You went to a hard-hitting preschool then? You went to a hard-hitting preschool? Thinking about... Okay. I have water domain. Granted powers. You can manipulate water and mist and ice, conjure creatures of water, and resist cold. Icicle is a spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can fire an icicle from your finger, targeting any foe within 30 feet as a ranged touch attack. The icicle deals 1d6 points of cold damage, plus 1 for every 2 cleric levels you possess. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Mrs. Jones was a great teacher. I don't know a Mrs. Jones. I know a Mr. Jones. I know a Mr. Jones. That's about it. How did that go? Mr. Jones and me telling each other fairy tales. And look at all the beautiful women. Let's see. Cold resistance, EX. At 6th level, you gain resist cold 10. This resistance increases to 20 at 12th level. At 20th level, you gain immunity to cold. Actually, just thinking about the worst teacher that I've ever had who's taught us improper things. I had a teacher who showed us, I shouldn't say it's inappropriate, but if you've ever seen The Green Mile, if you've ever seen the scene with the sponge, I saw that. That was very effective on me mentally. I live in Wisconsin. I wish that living in a northern clime meant that you gained immunity to cold. It does not. It does not. I can tell you. It does not. I want to say, you learn how to layer. If you don't do it right, you still feel the cold. You still feel the cold. You do learn to deal with it in the house, though. I don't know if you don't live in a cold area, you might not know this. But there's a trick for, I say trick, it's a way to cheaply insulate or help insulate your house a little bit more. So people wear shorts in 60-degree weather. They're insane. They are downright insane. Those people are not human. They are polar bears. They are polar bears. There's a way to insulate your windows a little better, and that is they sell kits for plastic sheets, basically huge plastic sheets that you apply to windows, and you basically seal that plastic sheet over your window to help create another air barrier. You can theoretically do the same, and it's a good idea if you have curtains too. to help keep in the warmth. But that plastic sheet does, in fact, help quite a bit if you are trying to not waste so much money trying to heat your place. I am not especially cold resistant, but, well, I'm a plant person, elf. I'm a garden elf. We're not necessarily made to be cold resistant. But I can weather a bit of cold if I have the appropriate layers on. The appropriate layers. And oh boy, layers. Hats are excellent. So are scarves. So are scarves and mittens. Living in a cold zone gives weakness to hot. Yeah, it does. It does. I think I'm probably a little bit more heat proof than cold proof. But I might say that a little differently if I lived further south. But thankfully, that's not going to happen. I am rooted in my garden. Heat resistant. You've never seen anything lower than 65 degrees. So I was just thinking, like, you have no reason to wear a hoodie then, right? No reason to be a hoodie guy? But snow, it's been fun helping people with their first time encountering snow. Although it's a little rough when they're learning with some of the special things you need to consider, especially if you have a vehicle in snow. For instance, making sure that you don't accidentally kill your car by not plowing yourself out of your spot. Your guy in a suit. And you can wear a suit in the heat, so that's fine. And suits seem a little bit more rare than hoodies. Don't eat the yellow snow. Do not eat the yellow snow. Do not just keep hitting the gas if you're trying to get out of your spot without digging out too much. Keep some cardboard on hand. Kitty litter is fine too. You can also rock yourself out of your spots if you need to. And what else? What else did I learn? Oh, if you don't have a sled, a kitchen tray is fine too. A kitchen tray is fine too. Kitty litter. So you can salt paths or you can use kitty litter. Specifically, I believe the clay type is useful for helping with traction in snow and to like help melt it. I'm pretty certain you can use kitty litter. Unless I've been ruining my paths for no reason. I mean, salt is better, but LL Bean boots? Are those the like... Wait, LL Bean boots? What do those look like? Actually, when I don't think this would be terribly nice in cold weather, but I tended to wear, well, I have a few boots that I wear for cold, snowy weather, and that would be, I have some knee-high boots. Like, one was not real leather, and now I have actual leather boots that I can wear out. And then I have more like workman style boots too. But my favorite are the leather ones. They do pretty well in the cold. It's more for rain. Yeah, that makes sense with the way that the bottoms look. So you don't get soaked. But yeah, getting soaked is pretty bad for in the snow. Like when you're clearing off your car. Right, clearing off your car. Do not pour boiling water on your car if it's snowy and icy. Do not. Do not. Why these cats keep shitting in the middle of the road. Not use kitty litter. Not use kitty litter. Other than again thinking like, well, at least the clay is kind of cheaper than some of the other stuff. Like my cats My cats don't use clay. My cats use corn or wheat or walnut kitty litter. They smell beautiful. I mean, they smell beautiful before the cats poop and pee in it, but like the walnut actually smells pretty good. Without any like the additional like, oh, it's lavender scented. No, nothing like that. Just straight up corn or walnut. But walnut smells really good. But yeah, don't use the expensive kitty litter on the road. Alternative kitty litter? You have no idea how many alternative kitty litters there are. There's also crystalline kitty litter. And they also make kitty litter that is supposed to change color when your cat uses it to tell you about your cat's urine health. But I think that only works for certain kind of urine issues. And they also make like soft paper-ish ones and hard pellet paper and shredded newspaper type. There's a whole lot of litter other than just the old Arm & Hammer clay litter. They have big green, fine green. I guess you could also use sand. And I've also had cats that, well, dirt. They like dirt. Like, I guess nothing actually beats dirt, unfortunately. So you have to be careful if you have indoor plants and cats, because the cats want to use the dirt. That's the best. That's the stuff. Or so my cats told me. They tried to pee in my chives once. They tried to pee in my chives. And this is a boy who's probably hasn't peed outside in like 5 years. And he's afraid of going outside. And yet the dirt, yeah, I caught him. The pot was, imagine a pot of soil a little bit larger than a keyboard. And imagine it being about 2 hands tall. Hands as in like human or elf hands. No, he could not, he was not finely balanced enough to be able to pee in there because he actually tipped it over when he was trying to get in. He tipped it over. I've had other cats that have successfully done it in other bowls, mainly because the shapes were different. So I had a really wide, round pot of mint that a cat got into and used. Like, they still made a mess outside. Like, they got dirt everywhere and there was dirt kicked up on the floor. But the chives one, you could tell if someone used it. He's not that good at keeping his balance. He simply is not. He's a little eggplant. He's my little eggplant. He's a really misshapen cat in that regard. I love him all the same. My other cat could theoretically get away with it, except for the fact that she has even worse balance because she's on Xanax all the time. So she can't do that. How a little boy fell over while peeing. No, he's a little cat. I shouldn't say little cat. He's like a 12, 13 pound cat. A little, yes, he is. I mean, I want to say, I don't know how little boys worked. I've never gotten too close to them. So it's just kind of a case of like, maybe they could fall over while peeing. Like if you're trying to do something fancy, I try not to think about it too much. Looking at my cats is enough. Looking at my cats is enough. It's not like I stare at them while they're trying to do their business. Unless there's something like actually wrong that I have to watch out for. I try not to watch my cats pee. I'm not a voyeur in that respect. No, I can't. You'd clown him until he turned 20? The cat? He's always going to. Even when he's like 21, he's going to be my little boy. I mean, I can't say how old my girl cat is. I think I got her when she was 2 or 3, and I don't know how many years ago that was. Like 10 years ago now, it must be. The little boy. Aerial backflip pea shot? I'm just thinking like, well, like teenage boys do the darndest things, right? Like someone could try and do that. Someone could try and do that. The human boy. I mean, just thinking like, okay, for the, like, okay, I have my nephews. My nephews have got some time to go. And just thinking when they turn this age, it's going to be quite the, like, what could I challenge them to do? Not that that's weird, probably, though. How far away you can get from the urinal and still make it in? I I don't know how far that could be for men, honestly. Like, I don't know how that works. I mean, I guess I do know how that works, but at the same time, like, how? What could is there a record for that? There has to be a record for that, right? A couple meters. I don't know how big a meter is. What do I look like? A European? How big is a meter? How many feet is a meter? How many yards is a meter? Hydraulics. Yeah. Okay. A meter's about 3 feet, so it's a yard. Okay, so a couple yards. That's actually really impressive now I think about it. Like, if you could be a couple yards away, that's actually pretty impressive. And that explains a little bit about some things in the past. 100 centimeters. No. No centimeters. They don't use meters in elf. No, they don't. They don't. No. We do use stones. Challenge pissing? I did not know that challenge pissing was a thing. I've never heard of this before. Really? Like, what? It, I know of some humans who have been through Boy Scouts. Is this like something that Boy Scouts might do? Like when you go out camping or something? Like, do you just go into your backyard and do like pissing contests? Where do you do this sort of thing? You can't do it in the bathroom unless you get piss all over the floor, but your bathroom isn't going to be like a couple yards big, a couple meters big. Like, where do you do it? Bathtub? No, your bath. Well, actually, just thinking, like, a bathtub is usually what, like 2 meters? Not when you were in Boy Scouts? I know that I heard that in Boy Scouts, what happens in the tents stays in the tents. So, congrats on keeping it in the tent, Clunky. Actually, in the sink? That's even worse. Why are you peeing in the sink? That's Vegas. Some things are better left unknown. A public male toilet. I want to say I may have. Well, it was a public toilet in Japan. I can still visit this toilet on like Google Maps, and it was neither male nor female. It just had no barriers, and it was wet. It was Japanese style toilets. Like, that was the worst thing. That was the worst thing ever. I can deal with urinals. I cannot do in the cold, in the open, Japanese style toilets. Not in December. Anything here I can see was probably been on before, even the ceiling. What the Actually, now that I think about it, I may have actually, I think I may have visited the bathroom in the bar that I go to, and I vaguely recall that only once because they have like a urinal and a toilet or something like that. And so it's just a case of like, it's a single locked door bathroom. Like, it's a more European style in that regard, where like it doesn't have to be gendered theoretically, because it's literally just a toilet and sink behind a door, like a full good door. And the men's bathroom has the urinal too. And it's just kind of like, why do you need the urinal and the toilet? Like, can't you just have the toilet? Like, are you actually allowing for like 2 guys to be in there at the same time? Bad stuff happens in the bathroom. The guy in the furthest stall is selling interesting items. Like what? What? I mean, I've seen the end of the women's stalls where it was the demon in the toilet. And I've seen some of the gas station bathrooms that have like really old weird vending machines that have strange things in them. But like just a dude selling things in the toilet? What? Are the watches made of gold? Oh, no, no. Does it turn beavers into gold? It's on a need to know basis. You can't go dropping these secrets. You can't go dropping these secrets here. I want to say, I guess the women's bathroom tends to be a little chattier than the men's bathroom. There's definitely been conversation spurred there. But there's a reason the demon didn't want to go into the men's bathroom. Actually, yeah, that might be true for that particular bathroom now that I think about it. Like, which would you rather be as a demon? Do you want to be a bathroom in the amusement park? Or do you want to be in the girls' bathroom and like a little kid's amusement park? Or do you want to be in the boys' bathroom for the little kids' amusement park? Thinking about it, like, yeah, okay. I think the boys probably see it as a challenge to pee in it or something. Thinking about it. I wonder if they used to have two demons and they had to get rid of the boys one because of cleaning it too much or something like that, like having to clean pee on it. I hadn't even considered that. That puts it in a new light. Boys don't flush after they poop? Oh, that's gross. What, do you like go and show someone else? Like, look at what I just did? Because that just sounds like dog behavior, honestly. Like, come praise me. Look at what I just made. I made it all by myself. Claim the gold in the watches, need to smuggle them over the border. Okay. I've added the permanent term, kill the motherfucker. Some of them try. What? Okay, I want to say, like, trying to flush the cardboard toilet paper roll, girls do have something similar to that they tend to do. And I want to say it's probably more often happening than the boys' one. The men's toilet demon probably has to go to therapy. Yeah. So I explained this, I think, earlier. However, so I used to live in a place where I was the middle of a housing complex, and the plumbing meet up in my basement, and I want to say it overflowed. It overflowed into the woods behind the house, and it also overflowed into the basement. And I want to say the things that plumber pulled out that was clogging that was not stuff that men would have been flushing down that toilet, for the most part. Just kind of you're flushing cardboard toilet paper rolls. Women are flushing like plastic and more cardboard toilet paper rolls. More of them. A lot more. And other things. It's awful. And that was a very... Oh, no. I mean, yes, pads, but also tampons. Both the applicators and the actual used bloody tampons. And applicators can be cardboard or plastic. Both. All of the above. None of that is supposed to be flushed. Zero. And yet, they do it in their own home. But it doesn't come up in their backyard. It doesn't come up in their basement. Used needles and empty nitrate canisters. I don't think I saw any of that in the detritus in the basement, honestly. That can just be littered outside the front or something like that. Yeah, that was a very, very bad day. Week, really, because it happened multiple times. And the toilets don't overflow when they flush those. Yeah. And I'm glad now that the house I live in has a direct connection to the main line, so it probably won't be a problem for me. Probably. Although, now that I think about it, actually, mm, mm, like, okay, if the pipes follow the roads, I might actually be very slightly in trouble when it comes to that. Thinking like, I am probably the first house pipe on this road. That's not good if there's a blockage. That is really bad if there's a blockage. But at the same time, it's the township's worry if there's a blockage in the main line there. And my line will not get blocked because I won't do anything stupid like that. Zero, zilch, nothing. 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 Nothing else is going down that pipe. You didn't drink water when you were in elementary school because you didn't want to use the bathroom? That's bad. You could end up with kidney stones from that, you know? Being dehydrated too much. You should drink more water. I should drink more water. I'm gonna drink some water. Drink your water or you'll end up with kidney stones. They're not fun. Don't drink too much soda or iced tea in replacement because that's just as bad for a different type of kidney stone. Okay, posture check. Feet flat, sitting proper. Okay. This was supposed to be reading about the cleric, not talking about proper bodily health and bodily health of your sewer system. Your high school had a janitor? Oh, but you didn't want to use a nasty bathroom. That was your problem. I suppose I can understand that. Weather domain? Yes. No, I didn't finish. I didn't even finish the water domain. Because I did not finish the domain spells, I don't think. Domain spells for the water domain. Speaking of drinking water, first is obscuring mist. Second is fog cloud. Third is water breathing. Fourth is control water. Fifth is ice storm. Sixth is cone of cold. Seventh is elemental body 4, water only. Eighth is horrid wilting. And ninth is elemental swarm, water spell only. Next is what weather domain. It is the last domain in the cleric section. I have been progressively slower at the Pathfinder reading. I was so proud of myself for the first one, getting through so much, and then, only 2 of the classes. Okay, well, I can still do 2 classes this time. I can't do 2 classes. This is 1 class. Cone of Cold. Cone of Cold is dangerous. I lost a character in a one-shot. In, I think, 3 rounds, I was dead because I got Cone of Cold casted on me twice. Out, dead. Death saving throws on the floor. I say floor. Death saving throws on the roof of a building, covered in an invisible cloak. No one could find me before the death saves were done. It was a sad, lonely death. And look, I'm playing a rogue again in a few weeks. No way that can go poorly. Weather domain. Granted powers. With power over storm and sky, you can call down the wrath of the gods upon the world below. Storm burst. Spell-like ability. As a standard action, you can create a storm burst targeting any foe within 30 feet as a ranged touch attack. A storm burst deals 1d6 points of non-lethal damage, plus 1 point for every 2 cleric levels you possess. In addition, the target is buffeted by winds and rain, causing it to take a -2 penalty on attack rolls for 1 round. You can use this ability a number of times per day, equal to 3 plus your wisdom modifier. Just thinking, there's a lot of that, like 3 plus your modifier of whatever it is in here. So just thinking how that has been modified through the ages. And right now the pattern is what? Proficiency score number of times per short rest or long rest. That's the newer handling of it, right? Cone of fire? Mm. It just made everything worse. How does cone of fire make everything... Like, I understand how it can make everything worse, but is there like a more pointed reason why it made everything worse? Because I can totally see if you're just like basically flamethrowing everything without a care. Yeah, that could hurt your teammates. Unless it's something else. Like, I know that older school fireballs are, I want to say, a bit more dangerous than the modern ones because of how they are not necessarily contained in a set shape. Or rather, if you set it off in a room that's too small, they will actually go out into the hallways, that sort of thing. And also, the scaling power of those spells is quite different. quite different than the newer way that the spells are upscaled. Thank you for the follow, Toasty Toasty. And I'm just about done here. Actually, I have like 2 more bits to cover for the weather domain, and then I'm going to be done with Cleric, and I'm going to be done with this for tonight. I'm going to be calling it. I have other things that must be attended to. Cats must be placated. Placated? Placated. The cats. There needs to be a peace among them that does not currently exist. There is one. It's just per day. You get more spells per day in total. Trying to negotiate out of getting arrested. That that never works. I want to say that almost never works. Trying to negotiate out of getting arrested. I think I've had that work like once, and that was mostly because we were like the most straight-laced adventuring party. Like, we were almost all like super lawful. And we got arrested for bullshit anyway. So like we did get arrested, but we got out really quickly. Money just per day. Oh, thank you for the raid, Toasty Toasty. What were you doing? What were you doing? Were you also doing ASMR? Toasty Toasty. You were just doing ASMR. Okay. I am currently reading through the Pathfinder SRD, and I was planning on stopping after finishing Cleric. I might continue on for a little longer then, though. We're reading about Pathfinder SRD stuff. So we're reading through it, but we're also discussing it a little bit, and sometimes things go a little off topic. So, placated. Okay, it is placated. One of the party members is a clown. You throw out ball bearings after you cast Cone of Fire. That is... You don't often get to use ball bearings. They don't really cover a huge amount of space, do they? I thought that they were only like 5 or 10 feet. That's not a huge amount of space, right? Because I've thought of that as well, unless you're throwing out like a huge amount of ball bearings, or if it's a, what's the phrase, there's a hall, like a narrow hall, then ball bearings are great to keep people from following you. There's a lot of cool little tricks in that sort of thing. Equipment tricks. I want to say people in using 5e tend to get hung up on magic items, I found a lot. But there's a lot of common items that can really make campaigns very exciting. Anyway, it's really fun to go shopping in the old books and looking at everything available. And I had a lot of fun looking in the Pathfinder items, the regular item section, and going shopping in there. Some of it was a little painful, I will admit. I don't think that it's particularly well organized. However, I do think that the contents of it are pretty decent. Although I want to say it was also a little painful in weights. There were some things that were a little worrisome in terms of weight. I will say that. But it worked out in the end. Okay, weather domain. So the cleric weather domain grants another power at 8th level, and that is Lightning Lord. It's a spell-like ability. At 8th level, you can call down a number of bolts of lightning per day equal to your cleric level. You can call down as many bolts as you want with a single standard action, but no creature can be the target of more than one bolt, and no two targets can be more than 30 feet apart. This ability otherwise functions as Call Lightning. Domain spells. First level spell. First level spell. Obscuring Mist. Second is Fog Cloud. Third is Call Lightning. Fourth is Sleet Storm. Fifth is Ice Storm. Sixth is Control Winds. Seventh is Control Weather. Eighth is Whirlwinds. And ninth is Storm of Vengeance. It's better organized than the Ultimate Equipment Guide. I don't know if I saw that. I was again looking at things that were available through the SRD. So, Ultimate Equipment Guide, you say? Okay, and that was the end of Cleric. Normally, I would call it, but I'm going to continue for a little bit longer. Just thinking, like, okay, next is Druid, and that's going to also be a long section. So why don't we skip a little bit around to something else in the SRD? Because I don't want to leave the Druid half done. But I don't mind skipping to, let's see. What's a good section here? Actually, we're talking about equipment. Fighter is quick? How quick is Fighter? How quick is Fighter? Oh. Actually, Fighter is pretty quick. And that may have been how I was able to get away with doing Barbarian at the same time as Bard. Okay, I'll skip Druid for now. I will get back to Druid. I need to write in my notes real quick that I am skipping Druid. Okay. Otherwise, I'll just stumble upon it later myself. Okay. Otherwise, I jump to equipment. It's a really nice looking equipment. I open up my notebook and I see, oh, it is. It's my character sheet for the upcoming events. Shouldn't talk about that too much more. October 1st, I'm going to be playing in a Pathfinder event, a PvP Havoc Harvest run by one Dr. Conrad. And I'm going to be playing a human rogue Unchained specifically. It was a free upgrade. And there's going to be a anti-paladin, a alchemist, a ninja, a fighter, and there's someone else. I keep forgetting. I have the image up. Where is the image? I don't mean to keep leaving them out. I just can never remember what they are playing as. Do I have it up on here? No. I don't have it on there either. Ugh. It's a gunslinger. I keep forgetting the gunslinger. It's not a campaign. It's a PvP fight to the death. So it will be a one-shot whether we like it or not, because only one person is going to come out standing in the end. So that's going to be very interesting. And because it's PvP, I want to say alignments are not off the table. The only thing that was really off the table was a few things to make sure that there was a relatively even playing field. And the playing field is also going to be playing against us. So I don't know what to expect aside from my fellow, I want to call them compatriots, but they're not exactly compatriots. My fellow contestants. Contestants is a better word. I don't know much except for them. And only most general terms. I know one is going to be a fighter, so reading up about fighters is a good idea. Okay. The fighter. The fighter. Some take up arms for glory, wealth, or revenge. Others do battle to prove themselves, to protect others, or because they know nothing else. Still others learn the ways of weaponcraft to hone their bodies in battle and prove their mettle in the forge of war. Lords of the battlefield, fighters are a disparate lot, training with many weapons or just one, perfecting the use of armor, learning the fighting techniques of exotic masters, and studying the art of combat, all to shape themselves into living weapons. Far more than mere thugs, these skilled warriors reveal the true deadliness of their weapons, turning hunks of metal into arms capable of taming kingdoms, slaughtering monsters, and rousing the hearts of enemies. Soldiers, knights, hunters, and artists of war, fighters are unparalleled champions, and woe to those who dare stand against them. We can't do two classes. It's a small class. We can sneak the small class in. It will be fine. It's a small class. It's a wee baby fighter class. Fighters are so cute. Fighters are actually really cool, though. I very much enjoy playing fighter. I think I want to do it again sometime. Battlemaster was very fun, but I think I would like to try something different. Maybe champion. I know champion for D&D is like, I don't say vanilla, but like, let me hit hard. Let me hit hard. But at the same time, like, it's hard to give up the maneuvers. There's so many good classes to play out there. We baby fire just can't help but pinch their cheeks. No. Not the butt cheeks. Not the butt cheeks. Granted, having to put your hands up to like the face, it might be safer to grab the ass. At least, I want to say, you're more likely to probably grab the ass than grab the cheeks. Like, I guess the question is more so like, will you have hands afterwards? Like the cheeks, you'll lose your hands going in. On the ass, you'll lose them going out, I feel like. A role. Fighters excel at combat, defeating their enemies, controlling the flow of battle, and surviving such sorties themselves. While their specific weapons and methods grant them a wide variety of tactics, few can match fighters for sheer battle prowess. Alignment is any. Hit die is D10. That's another thing. That D10. Like, it could be better. It could be a barbarian with a D12. But all you want is Frigga Fighter? I don't know what a Frigga Fighter is. Frigga Fighter. Is this a bad word that you're making me say? Frigga Fighter? Unless you want to, like, Stuppa Fighter? Is that like it? Is Frigg another word for Stupp? You know what Stupp is, right? There are some words that I have that I don't know how, I shouldn't say popular, but like understanding. What? Okay. So it is. I want to say the G ending at the end is a bit unusual. Like frick. But I guess like frick is more like heck, isn't it? Like frig is, well, no. Feck? There's another word that I learned that would suit that really well, but I forgot what the word was. It's a 14 word from Heaven's Fate. Because they don't always say fuck. They say something else too when they're referring to it, but I don't remember what that one is. Fellfire? Feckfire? Every time I hear feck, I think of relatives. What was it? It wasn't frig. Was it frig? Maybe. Maybe it was just frig that they used in Heaven's Word a lot. In Ishgard. Class skills for the fighter. Actually, I'm thinking like fighter or monk. You probably want the monk instead. Probably. Because, like, do you want the dexterity or the strength? But then again, like for Monk, they probably dropped like everything else so they could deal with the dex and other things that they need. Dex and wisdom. So like charisma's not going to be there. So I guess it really depends on what your aims are. Use F as your censored F word. I can get that. I think I do frick. Frickin' frick. Fricking frick. It's very Dr. Evil, I suppose. Not on purpose, not on purpose. But I usually don't have to worry about it so much, so not a problem. We're all adults here, right? We're all adults here. We're all adults here, right? Right? Demonetized pod. It's not like I'm doing this for the money. Of course you hate kids. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Like kids are, they're just so much effort. And honestly, kids are scary. Like kids are terrifying when you think about it. They're little parasites, and they turn your lives upside down. And if you do anything wrong, it's gone. They're dead. It's just no. There's no way. That's so much responsibility. It's so scary. There's no way. No way. Cats are better. Yeah, cats are better. Cats are also delicate, but, well, they can fend for themselves if they need to, for the most part. For the most part. And then there's the whole thing about, like, kids growing up, and that's also scary. That's also way scary. Power-hungry practitioners of the feck arts. I want to say if wizards are wizards, sorcerers, actually they're also charisma caster, right? So like sorcerers and warlocks are the fuck masters, aren't they? Although like I want to say the warlocks, well, the wizards, the sorcerers inherit it. The sorcerers inherit it. So it's more like they got their groove down through the ages. But warlocks, well, I guess they just learned from the best. That might be it. But yeah, I'm not worried about being demonetized. Because it's kind of like, am I monetized? Am I really? I haven't noticed. I have not hit any of those, what's the phrase? I haven't hit any of those points yet for paying out. And certainly I'm not monetized on YouTube. So like, nope, nothing incoming. I've been spending way more money on it. But I mean, at the same time, it's kind of well, I'd be buying this anyway. I'd be buying that anyway. It's a good idea to have this. It's a good idea to have that. And really, like, maybe I didn't need this mic, but my Pathfinder sponsorship, my 3 subscriber special. I have a YouTube account, but it's only for my VODs. I shouldn't say that. I have another YouTube account, but I don't really have anything on it for my VTube stuff. But the YouTube account I have to update actually. It's like, I haven't updated anything for it since end of August. I need to upload September. But I want to do it in order so that it shows up in order. It's all in the about section. Actually, let me, I can pop this up. Socials? Does that work? Oh, or that. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah. So maybe it's just social. Do I have social working? I thought I grabbed one. Nope, I guess I didn't. I thought I built that command. I guess I did not. I just built, like, YouTube and Twitter. But yeah, I also have another one that I haven't been active on, mostly because I want to have a model before I start doing shorts and stuff, because I don't really know if PNG tubing is suitable for, like, shorts, you know? Really? So I'm waiting on that. Although I did have something that did okay-ish before on my regular YouTube channel, but it has zero to do with my VTuber stuff. It's a Final Fantasy 14 meme. It's amazing what 6 seconds can do. It can work with some simple animations, perhaps. I don't actually like doing a whole lot to this particular design because this is literally my reference image. It's literally the reference image. I just asked her to like add a mouth flap, so like I don't want to affect it too. I don't want to mangle it. Like that's why I don't even have a blink. I didn't ask for one because it was a reference image, and at the same time it was kind of a I feel a little bit bad for the artist. She seemed like she was kind of, I don't want to say burned out, but like she was burning out real quick. She had like a huge queue, and I was in like the middle to the end of it. So, dry ice primrose. I don't blink. I have not blinked this entire stream. 100%. This is accurate. I have eye tracking. My eyes went forward and straight, and I'm blinking this entire time. Didn't you notice? Elves don't need to blink. Elves don't need to blink. Garden elves don't need to blink. We have an extra membrane, like a camel, that keeps all the dust and stuff out. Absolutely. Yeah, I blink during the VRI back stream. Sometimes I go like 2 hours between blinking, and sometimes it's, 6 hours, like now. Granted, actually, I did have the be right back when I was checking on what turned out to not be the fire alarm. You gotta mist my eyes for me. You gotta mist my eyes for me. When it rains, it's all the moisture I need. That's why I take off on the rainy days. I gotta save all that moisture on the rainy days, on Mondays and Thursdays and Fridays. Okay, I'm watered. I am watered. Yeah. I didn't specifically go for a PNG tuber person. I went for a reference design person, especially because I got my design finished in April-ish, I think, and I went into I commissioned someone in May for the live 2D, so I didn't think there was necessarily a need for a PNG at the time. Like a separate PNG design. It's only hitting the top of my head. It'll get down. It'll get down there eventually. Like watering the top of a soil in a pot. It'll get down to my eyes eventually. But yes, Chehime is my designer. They did good work. They also did hazmat, I believe, which I want to say, like, I don't want to say I would have never guessed it, because like hazmat design is like really nothing I've seen before. But Chehime did a good job. But I also think Chehime is now literally booked up until like January, so Great audience feedback. You want it to begin? Yeah. Wait, ASAP is possible? ASAP is possible. You want it to begin as soon as possible. Congrats, Remove. But, yeah, get good at streaming. Get good at streaming. Don't laugh at any of the word fails I've had today. Absolutely none. I have not failed a single word today. Everything's been perfect. Placated. I can say placated. I can say sphere. I can say peanut butter. Nothing has gone wrong. Nothing. So we have class skills for the fighter. The fighter's class skills are climb, strength, craft, int, handle animal, charisma, intimidate, charisma, knowledge, engineering, int, knowledge, engineering, int. Wait, engineering. Okay, dungeoneering, engineering, int. They're both int? Of course, they're both knowledge. Profession, wisdom. Ride, dexterity. Survival, wisdom. And swim, strength. Rousing the hearts of armies, not enemies. Rousing the hearts. Wait, did I? Oh. Rousing the hearts of armies. I said that. That's what I said. Have a good night, and thank you for stopping by, Clunky. I will be doing more reading, certainly next Sunday, of Pathfinder. I might also be doing additional reading on Tuesday, because I do tabletop stuff then, if you're interested. And Wednesday's going to be completing Sucker for Love, the Lovecraftian horror dating sim. I said it right the first time. It was perfect. Class skills for the fighter. Skill ranks per level is 2 plus the int modifier. So the table for the fighter. First level, their base attack bonus is pretty... I want to say it's not romantic. It's like bittersweet. It's like a bittersweet romantic horror. Because if you just say romantic horror, it's got a different feel than like just straight up romantic horror. Although I guess at the same time, if you say bittersweet, it might be a little bit too spoilery, perhaps. So the base attack bonus for the fighter actually looks the same as the barbarian, which means they got the good one. Their fortitude save is also good, but their reflex save and will saves are not good. There's a certain pattern in them, so that you can pretty much just file it into like, yes, the good one and the not good one for like all these cases. And I only learned that because I want to say there's a character sheet for Roll20 that simply defines these sorts of values by that sort of naming scheme. Like, it's the good fort save versus the bad fort save. And it's kind of a, if you're a newbie, and you're only looking at one particular class, you have no idea which one you have. You just know what the values are. So I had to learn that quickly, like which ones were good and which ones were bad. Okay, so at first level, the fighter gets a bonus feat. Wow, actually looking at this, dang, they get a lot of bonus feats. Second level, they get a bonus feat and bravery +1. At third level, they get armor training 1. At fourth level, they get bonus feat. At fifth level, they get weapon training 1. At sixth level, they get bonus feat and bravery +2. Seventh level is armor training 2. Actually, I have a fan here I'm going to use as a guide because it's a little tough to see otherwise, like keeping in line. 7th level is armor training. 8th level is bonus feat. 9th level is weapon training. 10th level is bonus feat and bravery +3. 11th level is armor training 3. 12th level is bonus feat. 13th level is weapon training 3. 14th level is bonus feat and bravery +4. 15th level is armor training 4. 16th level is bonus feat. 17th level is weapon training 4. 18th level is bonus feat and bravery +5. 19th level is armor mastery. And 20th level is bonus feat and weapon mastery. Yeah, that's how many feats? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 11 feet. You know what? Just thinking, like, Where's Cordy? Why is Cordy not taking the fighter? Why is he an alchemist and not a fighter? Look at so many feats. So much feat here. And he's not there. I thought he was the foot. Well, actually, no. I thought Cordy was a foot girl. Okay. Yeah, I thought Cordy was the foot person. I do want to say, like, having all those bonus things, that was really helpful. But at the same time, like, that's why the fighter here has such a short section in their book, right? Because everything is tied up in bonus feats. But if you know how to piece that together in a well-fitted way, that could be quite the character. And we do actually have a fighter in the group, so just thinking, I'm going to learn all about the fighter here, but at the same time, all I really know now is that they're going to have extra bonus feats, and that could be anything. That can really be anything. Weapon and okay, the class features for the fighter. Weapon and armor proficiency. A fighter is proficient with all simple and martial weapons and with all armor, heavy, light, and medium, and shields, including tower shields. Bards are better, you're not a fighter. There's a place for every class in a party. There's a place for every class in a party. You could have a party of all fighters. You could have a party of all bards. Those are both valid. You can have a party of half fighters and half bards. It's fine. You could multi-class. You could multi-class. You could be a bard and a fighter. Or you could be a bard that kind of dips into fighter. There, you can take some things that make you a bit more fighter-like. I don't know if there's the option to necessarily take a fighter that moves into bard territory, though. I don't think that's quite covered. But I could be wrong. Maybe like a... You need something that gives you a bit of spell casting, I suppose. There's not too many options for that as a fighter. Those options do exist, I'm sure, but might be a little difficult. And there's also the potential for a... these are all the base classes. There could be something that is right up that alley in the middle, somewhere in the additional content, or in third-party content. But I think the additional, like, Pathfinder content might be most of it. You could only take every other fighter level and still be a bard. If only that's the way it worked. If only that's the way it worked. You'll just end up with half the feat. Okay. Bonus feats. At first level and at every even level thereafter, a fighter gains a bonus feat in addition to those gained from normal advancement, meaning that the fighter gains a feat at every level. These bonus feats must be selected from those listed as combat feats, sometimes also called fighter bonus feats. Upon reaching 4th, and every 4 levels thereafter, 8th, 12th, and so on, a fighter can choose to learn a new bonus feat in place of a bonus feat he has already learned. In effect, the fighter loses the bonus feat in exchange for the new one. The old feat cannot be one that was used as a prereq for another feat, prestige class, or other ability. A fighter can only change one feat at any given level, and must choose whether or not to swap the feat at the time he gains a new bonus feat for the level. So you can't lock yourself out of a class that you're currently using, or another feat that you're currently using. Makes sense. Bravery, extraordinary ability. Starting at 2nd level, a fighter gains a +1 bonus on will saves against fear. This bonus increases by +1 for every 4 levels beyond 2nd. Armor training, extraordinary ability. Starting at 3rd level, a fighter learns to be more maneuverable while wearing armor. Whenever he is wearing armor, he reduces the armor check penalty by 1 to a minimum of 0, and increases the maximum dexterity bonus allowed by his armor by 1. Every 4 levels thereafter, 7th, 11th, and 15th, these bonuses increase by plus 1 each time, to a maximum -4 reduction of the armor check penalty, and a +4 increase of the maximum dexterity bonus allowed. In addition, a fighter can also move at his normal speed while wearing medium armor. At 7th level, a fighter can move at his normal speed while wearing heavy armor. Okay, just looking like, This lets me know a little bit more about the half-orc, I suppose. So, if the half-orc is wearing medium armor, he's just going to be moving at normal speed. Good to know. But if he's a half-orc fighter, he's probably going to be wearing heavy armor, right? So that will probably still be at a bit of a penalty for speed. Weapon training, extraordinary ability. Starting at 5th level, a fighter can select one group of weapons, as noted below. Whenever he attacks with a weapon from this group, he gains a +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls. Every 4 levels thereafter, 9th, 13th, and 17th, a fighter becomes further trained in another group of weapons. He gains a +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls when using a weapon from this group. In addition, the bonuses granted by previous weapon groups increase by +1 each. For example, when a fighter reaches 9th level, he receives a +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls with one weapon group, and a +2 bonus on attack and damage rolls with the weapon group selected at 5th level. Bonuses granted from overlapping groups do not stack. Take the highest bonus granted for a weapon if it resides in 2 or more groups. Thank you for the follow, Maxroot Prime. I'm currently reading through the fighter section of Pathfinder 1E SRD. I'm going to be playing in a Pathfinder game, and I have never played Pathfinder before. So I am reading up on the rules, and it is a one-shot PvP game, and there is a fighter involved as an enemy. I say enemy, he's another PC, but you know, it's PvP. Every man for himself, every woman for herself. So, he's going to be my enemy. So I need to know how to deal with him. Let's see. Reading through weapon training. A fighter also adds this bonus to any combat maneuver checks made with weapons from this group. This bonus also applies to the fighter's combat maneuver defense while defending against disarm and sunder attempts made against weapons from this group. What? I thought I heard a cat. Weapon groups are defined as follows. GMs may add other weapons to these groups or add entirely new groups. Axes. Battle axe, dwarven battle... Axes. Battle axe, dwarven war axe, great axe, hand axe, heavy pick, light pick, orc double axe, and throwing axe. Blades. Heavy. Bastard sword, elven curved blade, falchion. Is it falchion or falchion? Falchion for now. Falchion, great sword, long sword, scimitar, scythe, and 2-bladed sword. Blades. Light. Dagger, comma, kukri, rapier, sickle, star knife, and short sword. What is a star knife? I've not heard that. Falchion? Ah, okay. Thank you, operator. Thank you. Falchion. Okay. I feel like I've used that before. Okay, it was a star knife, right? I've not heard of a star knife. Oh, a star knife is a ninja star. Like, it's not actually properly called a ninja star, I'm sure. It's just, it's the colloquial term, you know? like, what is it called? Okay, so Star Knife is the Pathfinder name for it, I suppose. So like, what is it called in actuality? A shuriken. Duh. Oh god, and I call myself a weeb. Yeah, it's a shuriken. Mm, mm. A hidden hand blade, or throwing star, or ninja star. Shuriken. Shuriken. I'm not saying it. I, I kind of, I know how to pronounce it. I know some Japanese, just a little bit. I thought you were making fun of my pronunciation. I mean, I want to say, I've read all these words before. I haven't necessarily said them out loud, you know? So forgive me for that. Shurikens always felt super dangerous compared to throwing knives. Mm, like in real life? Like, because thinking about a throwing knife versus a shuriken, I guess yeah, actually, a throwing knife has the handle versus the shuriken where it's not all blade necessarily, right? But still, it feels like you could cut up your hand if you let it leave inappropriately. Mm. I've actually not ever. I feel like I have held a shuriken. I probably tried to throw one, but that was decades ago, decades and decades and decades ago. So it's just like the barest glimpse of a memory of trying to throw them, perhaps, or watch someone else throw them. Throwing knives, though, I don't think I've had the chance to. I think I have done throwing axes. Oh, yes, actually, I have thrown axes. Throwing axes is a little difficult, at least when you're drunk. But I want to say, at least the throwing axes was easier than trying to shoot an arrow. But all those are dangerous occupations, dangerous things to do. But sometimes it's fun to do dangerous things. I'm just thinking, like there are shows for throwing knives, right? Like you do the whole trick with trying to hit an apple on someone's head or on their hands. They don't do the same with ninja stars, do they? Is it simply just a preference in terms of what they think people want to watch, or is it an issue with how these things are thrown? I don't honestly know. Or maybe simply the places I've seen these sorts of acts happen, if, well, aimed at different crowds, that sort of thing. People who want to watch someone throw ninja stars versus watching someone throwing knives. But actually, I wonder, they do. They have such things in Japan as like I saw at one video of the mock English town, and they have like bathhouse amusement parks essentially. Not that they don't have the same thing necessarily in the US too. They do have some bathhouse, I don't want to call it an amusement park, but like crazy bathhouses. But yes, they have like bathhouse amusement park type deals. They must have one for like ancient Japan, quote unquote, perhaps a little bit more fanciful than realistic, where there are people who do acts with ninja type tools. That must exist, surely. Even if it's only seasonal, like ye old Renaissance fair is in the US. Then again, the US never actually went through that European Renaissance period. So maybe it'd be more appropriate for it to just as well happen these ancient Japan fairs to happen in the US, because it's not like it's any much different than having the medieval fairs. You know, in theory. And then also thinking about, what is it called? What is it called? There is that one show, the jousting show that they have indoors. It's, they made fun of it in the movie Garden State because they had one of the knights show up at the dinner table. What is it called? Medieval Times? Medieval Times. A Wild West Fair. Those exist, Wild West Fairs, don't they? I think they have. I mean, have you ever been to a rodeo? Have you ever actually been to a rodeo? I think that's like halfway to a Wild West Fair. And I think they do have like the Wild West towns, don't they? Out west? Like amusement park styles? I feel like there's one that was actually like recently bought and renovated or something. Or maybe it was recently shut down. I feel like I learned about this on Psych, the TV show Psych. They must still exist, right? The Wild West fairs. Oh, oh, hello, OJJ. Thank you for the raid. I am. Oh, that wasn't the command. I am the Evening Primrose, and I am reading right now through the Fighter section of the Pathfinder SRD. You want to hear about Among Us lore? Were you playing Among Us? Let me. OJJ. Nope, that's not the right one. So, J? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, that's really badly spelled. I thought I spelled it right. Oh, I missed the H. I'm sorry. You were doing ASMR too. Okay. What are you learning about? Oh, thank you for all the follows. Thank you, LED, and thank you, Toastion, and thank you to all the Ravens, and thank you, Undersea Owl, and thank you, Catalay, and thank you, JJ, for both the rate and the follow, and thank you, Malaki and Dried. Thank you for the compliments on the model. I am the Evening Primrose. I'm a garden elf. I come out at night. When I bloom at night, like the Evening Primrose itself. To play games. Except right now I'm not playing a game. I am reading about Pathfinder because I'm going to be playing on October 1st in a PvP one-shot. So I've never played Pathfinder before. I am reading the rules for it. So I learn how to play and how to specifically play against my enemies, in this case, my fellow PCs. Especially because there is actually, right now, a fighter in the group. It was a comfy drawing stream. So, like, drawing and ASMR? That's cool. Like, being able to draw and do ASMR at the same time. Thank you as well, Caveman, for the follow. Actually, let me check something real quick. Okay, thank you. I wasn't actually expecting to get over 200 followers this session, but thank you very much. I'm a little envious of people who can draw. I can do some drawing. I'm not particularly skilled though, or particularly practiced, but I can do some work. However, I haven't done any on stream. And also I have my drawing station is currently out of commission for drawing. The battery is a little spicy, both batteries, so the screen is no longer it's no longer safe to press on the screen. Pathfinder. I haven't actually played Pathfinder. Oh, thank you for the follow, Zelgeladro. I haven't played Pathfinder, but I will be soon. Soon, TM. In less than a month. Streaming while drawing is really hard. I've heard it and I've seen it from various people. I know that a lot of times people will try to get the sketch done off stream and do line art, and I guess coloring is a lot easier to do on stream. But like when you think about it, like drawing the line art is quite a different skill from the rest of it, right? There's a reason why in in the comics industry and such that inker, in the US at least, and colorist are different than the person who does the line art. And even for a lot of the like mangaka and stuff, right? They'll do the line art and they will probably share doing the inks with other people. And the colors as well, the same thing, right? If they put colors down. So it's kind of amazing to see someone who's like skilled in multiple aspects of it. But the line art is still really impressive. Line art is like super impressive. A sketch face is the hardest, getting all that down. Though I've seen now with the new, I say new, I'm used to using Photoshop because I'm an old fuddy-duddy who was raised on Photoshop. But there's I don't remember the name. It used to be like the Manga Studio, but they changed the name, right? It's no longer Manga Studio. The one that just recently went to go to a monthly subscription instead of a pay once and you're done fee. That one, it comes with a model system or something in it, right? Like you can grab out a 3D model of a human and start posing it and start rotating around. Like that's really cool, and that's really helpful for drawing from, not exactly from life, but drawing from a source that isn't a photo. Though I do remember doing drawing classes, and drawing with a real life source is supposed to be superior than drawing from a photo, isn't it? Because of something to do with how the perspective works in photography versus in real life. But that might also have to do with the focal lengths, right, of the camera being used, because you can do some really interesting adjustments to human proportions, really, with different types of photography styles and different equipment. Okay, that's neither here nor there, though. I was reading about Pathfinder, and I was reading about weapons groups for the fighter. Okay, so we had... Oh, thank you, Veloading, for the follow as well. We had gone through blades because we were talking about the star knife, which is actually a shuriken, which is a ninja star. But star knife is a name for it in Pathfinder, which I did not know. We all learned a thing today, those of us who had not played Pathfinder before. Bows. The bows weapon group composed of the composite longbow, composite shortbow, longbow, and shortbow. Close is a weapon group as well, and that is the gauntlet, heavy shield, light shield, punching dagger, sap, spiked armor, spiked gauntlet, spiked shield, and unarmed strike. Crossbows weapon group includes the hand crossbow, the heavy crossbow, light crossbow, heavy repeating crossbow, and light repeating crossbow. Double weapon group includes dire flail, dwarven urgrosh, gnome hooked hammer, orc double axe, quarterstaff, and two-bladed sword. The flails group includes dire flail, dwarven urgrosh? Urgrosh isn't a real word, is it? Urgrosh? That's got to be another Pathfinder made-up word. The gnome hooked hammer, orc double axe, quarterstaff, and two-bladed sword. The one thing I miss about this is that there aren't any images of what these things look like, otherwise I'd be showing them to you. It's really helpful to see what the weapons look like when you're trying to choose out what you're going to be using, except actually it's going to be in the equipment section, isn't it? If it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be in the equipment section. I have not made it that far into the book yet. I've only made it through the beginning part and working through the classes. So I've worked through Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, and I meant to end at Cleric tonight, but I kept on going for a little bit longer. So I went with the Fighter by skipping over Druid, and now I think I'm going to be continuing yet again for a little bit longer. So I'm going to be finding another short class to read. Okay. So, let's see. Punching dagger sounds really cool. Oh, yeah, Yes, it actually kind of, no. So imagine having a fist, like Knuckles, I guess, sort of. Like Knuckles, the weapon, where you're holding it in your hand, but it's also like the metal over your knuckles, right? Like it's a buckle looking type thing that you put over your hands up to like your fist. So the punching dagger is like that, except instead of having like just metal on the ends, it's got a dagger on the ends. And if you know Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy VIII, I believe that there's a character in Squall's father's group, Laguna's group. I don't remember his name, and he uses guitar, which are punching daggers. I'm pretty certain. A knuckle duster. Like you say knuckle duster, it's kind of like, is that a proper name for it, or is that like a slang name for it? But yeah, just like one huge blade, or at least that's what I thought that they were like, punching daggers. But maybe that's just the anime and video game speaking. But then again, this is also fantasy, so like no one in their right mind would use probably a scythe as a proper weapon. Like why? It's not really made for that at all. Like it's fine, I guess, if you're a peasant going out trying to fight the local lord or whatever. Like if it's the best you have. But a scythe is not very good for killing other people. I don't think. So wait. Like kukri. Kukri. Because we already covered blades. Like wait. Kukri. Do I remember what a kukri looks like? Oh, okay. The kukri is a slightly curved blade. Kukri is slightly curved. Peasants got a revolt somehow. Yeah, they do. Well, now what's an urgrosh? That was the one I was curious about. Urgrosh. An urgrosh? An urgrosh is also a Forgotten Realms thing. But it seems like it's mostly used in terms of fantasy weapons. So I assume that it's not necessarily a real life thing, or it's a very specific word that's gotten used more so for the fantasy weapons. But it honestly just, okay, don't tell any dwarves I said this. It just looks like an axe to me. I don't get it. Like, why is it separate? Why is an urgrosh different from like a axe? Again, don't tell the dwarves. I don't get it. Let's see what else. Okay, so we had the double. We didn't go through the flails, I don't think. Flail group includes dire flail, heavy flail, morning star, nunchaku, spiked chain, and whip. The hammers group includes the club, great club, heavy mace, light hammer, light mace, and warhammer. The monk section includes kama, nunchaku, quarterstaff, sai, shuriken, Shingham? I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. I can spell it out. SIANGHAM. Also, thank you, Beloading, for the follow. I missed that earlier. And the unarmed strike. I don't know what a Shangham is. But let's take a look. What is a Shangham? What is a Shangham? Oh. Huh. I suppose it has multiple definitions, maybe? Or maybe it's just someone took it to an extreme. It looks like a blade. It almost looks like a throwing knife sort of thing, but not quite. The handle is far too long. And also someone did a version where I guess you have a chain connecting two of them together. So like nunchaku, but with knives instead? Is that really it? Okay. Medieval fantasy weapons. I don't see it on there. And then there's another one where it's like, okay, so it's a steel arrow. I guess I'm going to have to look up the equipment later to see about this. Because there's too many potentials. So the natural weapon group includes unarmed strike and all natural weapons such as bite, claw, gore, tail, and wing. Pole arms weapon group includes the glaive, guisarme, halberd, and rancier. Rancier. I'm probably also mispronouncing those two, the Frenchy ones. Guisarme and rancier. I know very little French. I could say perhaps a few things, and those two words are not part of it. I think most of my good French probably has to do with cycling. So I know what randonneuring is, and a flèche, and a what is it called? Domestique. But then again, like domestique is really not that different from a domestic in terms of pronunciation. Next area, the next weapon group is spears. The javelin, lance, long spear, short spear, spear, and trident. And the last weapon group is thrown. Blowgun, bolus, club, dagger, dart, halfling sling staff, javelin, light hammer, net, short spear, shuriken, sling, spear, star knife, throwing axe, and trident. Next thing that the fighter gets is armor mastery at 19th level. It's an extraordinary ability. At 19th level, a fighter gains DR 5 whenever he is wearing armor or using a shield. That's actually really cool. That means that if you want to do any damage to them, you have to hit over a 5, I'm pretty certain. So like, if you do 5 damage, it doesn't do anything. If you do 6, you do 1. And so on. At least I'm pretty certain. Because there's also hardness. And hardness is like the minimum damage that you need to do damage. So if he had like a hardness of 5, it would be the case of like, if you do 4 damage, you do 0. But if you do 6, you do 6. I think that's how hardness works. Let me double check. So there's damage reduction. Okay. Okay. Damage reduction. I believe that's how it works. I don't think usually that hardness applies to people, though. Hardness more so applies to objects. Like you need a certain amount of strength to break through stone or something like that. But then again, my background in this is just memories of playing a D&D 3.5 game, or I played a caster with the approximate armor class of a wet piece of paper. So I tried to stay away from all that as much as possible. So the last thing that the fighter gets is weapon mastery, extraordinary ability. At 20th level, a fighter chooses one weapon, such as the longsword, great axe, or longbow. Any attacks made with that weapon automatically confirm all critical threats and have their damage multiplier increased by 1. 2 times becomes 3 times, for example. In addition, he cannot be disarmed while wielding a weapon of this type. Okay, with that, I am going to actually delve a little bit into equipment just to check out a few of the things that we've just been reading about. And after that, I'm probably going to call it. Let me check. Where is it? Yes, equipment. Let's just delve really quickly into some weapons, shall we? Weapons are fun. They have weapon descriptions, right? They do. What kind of book would this be if it didn't have descriptions of weapons? It's a shame again that I don't think it has imagery, but what can you do about that? What can you do about that? Okay, okay. Okay, I'm going to flip ahead to what was some of the ones that I was a little confused about? Maybe confused is the right way. Ones that I was interested in learning more about temporarily. Okay. Oh, here we have the definition for the dagger and the punching dagger. So, a dagger has a blade that is about 1 foot in length. You get a +2 bonus on sleight of hand skill checks made to conceal a dagger on your body. See, using skills. A punching dagger. A punching dagger's blade is attached to a horizontal handle that projects out from the fist when held. Let's see. We have the flail, we have the gauntlet, we have the glaive. Okay. A cuissarm. I roughly know what this is, but a cuissarm is an 8-foot-long shaft with a blade and a hook mounted at the top. And a halberd is similar to a 5-foot-long spear, but also has a small, axe-like head mounted near the tip. A guitar? They don't have guitar on here. They do have comma. But a guitar is a punching dagger, I'm pretty certain. What is the name of that character? Like, I want to remember now. It was FF8, right? Final Fantasy 8? Oh, they called it... Who did it belong to? They don't explain in here because this isn't the 14, or this isn't the 8 section. What was his name? Was it Kiros? It was Kiros. Kiros Sigil wielded Qatar in Final Fantasy VIII. That stuck with me. I know that there were 3 of them in the group, and it was Laguna and Kiros. I remember because of the guitar, and I don't remember the last person. I really don't. His name was apparently Ward Sabak, or not Sabak. He was the 3rd member of the unit. He actually reminds me of, like, if you mix Sid up with who's that character from 10 who has like the big head bandana and like no never mind. I'm looking at him and it's kind of like you mixed it together with I guess Riku from 10 too. Because of the huge bandana. That's the reason why. And I don't think that the other kid I'm thinking of, Zell, I think it was, right? He had a huge facial tattoo. I don't think that he had a huge bandana too, did he? Unless I'm mixing up characters. It's possible. I never played 10. I did not have the system for it. I only got to play up to 9. Okay. Weapons. I have to wonder how much the weapon choices. Actually, you know what? It didn't apply at all because Japan. And Japan is not super interested in D&D and Pathfinder as much. That's not their games of interest. So it wouldn't have worked that way. They wouldn't have been influenced by this. Japan really likes when they're tabletops, at least for the past while. They like Call of Cthulhu, I've heard. I want to say I went to a Japanese game store in Japan, and it's not necessarily wrong. They have a lot more smaller games, I guess, that get played versus in America. And a lot of them have not been translated. But some of them have been. Let's see. So we have a comma is another one that I'm not familiar with necessarily. A comma is similar to a sickle. Kama is a short, curved blade attached to a simple handle. A kukri is a curved blade about 1 foot in length. I want to say, do you have any idea how many different manga that describes? That is literally a trope called isekai. That's an entire trope that has been popular for the past, like, decade. I read a book that was reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon. You can be reborn as a spider. You can be reborn as a vending machine. There's the slime one, being reborn as a slime. Anything, everything, it is done. So you'll have to be more specific than saying a manga or a protagonist turned into a D&D world. Just even thinking in like the 2000s, there was Zero no Skyma, where a boy in Japan is literally summoned into a D&D-ish world. Does this count being isekai? Yes. Vending machine was a challenge of a book. I bought that. Alignments, dice rolls, and so on. Yeah, that is something that a lot of them do like. For instance, there is the one with Aqua and such. I don't remember the name of it. I keep wanting to say like this ugly yet beautiful world. It's not that. Konosubarashi something or other. Konosuba is the short name. I don't remember what the actual translation is. But they also have that where like, oh, you show up and you actually have a character sheet essentially that will test. So we can tell you what kind of classes you can apply to. And like, oh, your luck skill is really good, but everything else is really bad. Or like, you have a high int, so you can do this. I actually really hate that trope in my stuff. I hate like, oh, you breezed into this world and you have like exact sheets made up for everything. I want to say the princess comes to the real world to kill the isekai, so he kill the protag, so he gets isekai'd. I don't know that one, unless it's not describing Konosuba, right? Like, no? A princess coming to the real world to kill the protag. No, I don't know that one. But then again, there's so many of them. There's so many. I want to say the one that I feel the least weird about in terms of that sort of thing, it's not even an isekai. I like Goblin Slayer in terms of that sort of world building. But then again, it's also very much couched in the fact that you're watching, like, it's heavily based on a tabletop game. They spell it out for you very clearly. But again, people in the world don't have like these stats that are known. They simply start at a adventuring guild, and they can earn their way up the ranks based on the jobs that they do. And there are like level spells, so to speak, but it seems a little bit more like built-in class, not classes, but like effort-wise, that sort of thing. It feels more palatable to me. Goblin Slayer is, it's not a first-timers type of thing, but and it's kind of rough in certain spots, but it was a good show. I liked it. Like is probably a strong word. And like finding enjoyment in it is also like, are those really the appropriate words to apply to that show? But you know what? It's not the worst one I've seen. So for a grim dark world, it's not bad. It's nice when it's not too video gamey. Yeah, when you get too video gamey, it puts me off. I'm trying to think. I also like Slayers, which also has kind of a similar feeling of there are limitations to the spells that you can cast, but it depends on how powerful you are. And there are different classes of magic user, but they've built their own world system. So it doesn't feel quite as strange. Mm. And it's not like there is a. It's not like people know that they have a luck stat or an intelligence stat. It just kind of. You could theoretically use that to describe people, but they wouldn't necessarily know what you're talking about. And they have like hierarchies of demons and such, but it's literally how they work in terms of uh, like who listens to who and like whose power they get to use. And it feels a bit more natural in that regard. The manga adaptation of the light novel. I haven't seen the manga adaptation of the light novel, but I have read one or two of the novels, maybe three. I've read a couple of the novels as well, but I started with the anime. Yeah, ReZero is kind of nice. I think ReZero is actually, it's still actually really nice, relatively, for a isekai. If you want a really depressing look at an isekai, I haven't actually finished reading this, but there is, what was the name? J.K. Haru. J.K. Haru is a sex worker in another world, and that novel is a depressing look at isekais. Mm, mm. I I read a good chunk of it, and yeah, that was depressing. I know that they had a free preview of it available, and the free preview was like over 100 pages. It was crazy, like a free legit preview. Mm, mm. That one wasn't for you. Yeah, well, being isekai as a girl is not probably into a fantasy world is not going to be as good as being isekai as a guy in a lot of cases. Mm, mm. Unless you're talking about ReZero. But yeah, ReZero I think is also a bit rough. But it could be worse. It could be way worse. But it was also nice that they didn't delve into they didn't make it too video gamey necessarily. Not too video gamey. The JK one? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Life is tough. Life is tough. Okay, so I have the kukuri, I have the kama. So the kukuri is a curved blade about 1 foot in length. Then we have a ransir is another one I don't know necessarily off the top of my head. A ransir, similar in appearance to a trident, a ransir has a single spear at its tip, flanked by a pair of short, curving blades. Do they curve outwards, I wonder? Is that it? Or do they curve inwards? Like, they don't describe that. That's somewhat important to know, isn't it? Which way does it lean? So there's also the sai, which is okay. A sai is a metal spike flanked by a pair of prongs used to trap an enemy's weapon. With a sai, you get a +2 bonus on combat maneuver checks to sunder an enemy's weapon. Though pointed, a sai is primarily used to bludgeon foes and disarm weapons. Then we also have okay, this is the one that I really didn't know, the Shangham. This weapon is a handheld shaft fitted with a pointed tip for stabbing foes. So it's a little stick with a pointed tip. Excellent. That needed a name. I wonder, they don't even describe if it's I guess because they describe it as a handheld shaft with a pointed tip, like is the point metal after all? Or is it all metal, or is part of it wood? I still don't fully know what a shungam is. Pointy stick would have been better. Just thinking like, sharpened club. I guess like technically a spear. Like what's the definition of a spear exactly here? They have a spear. Oh, this is really descriptive for the spear. A spear is 5 feet in length and can be thrown. Maybe I'm thinking javelin. Let me check a javelin. A javelin is a thin throwing spear. Since it is not designed for melee, you are treated as non-proficient with it and take a -4 penalty on attack rolls if you use a javelin as a melee weapon. Ah, okay. But still, they don't describe as to whether, like, it's a metal point or a wooden point for a javelin. They don't describe it. Actually, while I'm up here in the that area in javelin, I'm going to flip over to longbow and composite longbow. I don't know the difference. I know a little bit about longbows. I had a character who had a Japanese, I don't want to say a Japanese longbow. They had like the really huge one, the like bow that is bigger than the person wielding it. One of those, which is actually a problem because, like, sure, she was 5 feet tall, but her weapon was 7 feet tall. So you can't actually use it necessarily indoors. I don't remember what the name of it was. I did a lot of research at the time on different types of Japanese bows for that, and different bows in general. It's not a war bow. No, it has a very specific name. It is called a... It's not a Yumi. Daikyu. She had a Daikyu, I think. Which is basically big bow, I guess. Yumi is another name for it, I suppose. Oh, right. Okay, so Yumi is when it's just a bow. But because Japan and Japanese becomes Daikyu when you're using it in a compound, or at least in this particular compound. So there's Daikyu and Hankyu. Hankyu is the half size. So Daikyu is literally like big bow. Oh, like oki, except without the ki. Bow. And Hankyu is literally half bow. But yeah, again, like for a 5-foot person, a Daikyu is like 7 feet tall. And it's also asymmetrical, which is really cool looking. There is a character that uses it from a particular Ship Girl show. I'm trying to remember. But I don't remember what the name of it was. It was way popular like a decade ago. It was popular a decade ago. And that might be where you might recognize a longbow as opposed to a hankyu. But I don't remember off the top of my head. Otherwise, thinking about, like, I guess when you have in the opening of an anime show where there's someone pulling a bow back, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's a hankyu or a daikyu unless I saw the full thing. I don't honestly remember what a hankyu is supposed to look like, if it's also supposed to be asymmetrical or not. I think also hankyus are supposed to be more for like on horseback, and daikyus were standing. Because again, I don't think there's a way for you to fire a daikyu off a horse. Like, it's just so much bow. There's way too much bow for that. So a longbow is almost 5 feet in height. A longbow is made up of one solid piece of carefully curved wood. You need 2 hands to use a bow, regardless of its size. A longbow is too unwieldy to use while you are mounted. If you have a penalty for low strength, apply it to damage rolls when you use a longbow. If you have a strength bonus, you can apply it to damage rolls when you use a composite longbow, see below, but not when you use a regular longbow. Longbow, composite. You need at least 2 hands to use a bow, regardless of its size. You can use a composite longbow while mounted. All composite bows are made with a particular strength rating. That is, each requires a minimum strength modifier to use with proficiency. If your strength bonus is less than the strength rating of the composite bow, you can't effectively use it, so you take a -2 penalty on attacks with it. The default composite longbow requires a strength modifier of 0 or higher to use the proficiency. A composite longbow can be made with a high strength rating to take advantage of an above average strength score. This feature allows you to add your strength bonus to damage up to the maximum bonus indicated for the bow. Each point of strength bonus granted by the bow adds 100 gold pieces to its cost. If you have a penalty for low strength, apply it to the damage rolls when you use a composite longbow. For purposes of weapon proficiency and similar feats, a composite longbow is treated as if it were a longbow. And actually, with that, I think I'm going to call it. I think I know what everything else in here is. And it is also. Oh, look at the time. It's 4:20. I think I'm going to call it here for the night. So, with that, let's see. Who is still up? Is there anyone still up doing. Oh, there's no one awake. I don't know anyone who's awake. Okay, let me try this out. Is there anyone else who's doing ASMR? A casual 7 hours. This is not in my intention. I did not intend to stay up until 4:20. Okay, let's see. I did not intend to stream until 4:20. I had other things to do. Okay. Is there anyone using the VTuber tag who is still up? There is. Let's see. Who's here? Spooky Sunday Gaming. We could do that. Do you want to be a little spooky? Let's be a little spooky. How spooky is this? Oh wait, no. There's someone who's doing comfy spoken reading. Let's go for that. Oh, but they're going to be right back. Oh, they're reading A Clash of Kings. That fits really well. Okay. Water. Okay. Okay. We're doing that. Okay. Stretch. Okay, posture check. Stretch. It's been a long day. It's been a long night. Okay. Okay. I'm glad there was no word bands this time. So, on Tuesday, I'm still not decided. I might continue reading this because I want to rush through a bit more before the game. But Wednesday, it's going to be Sucker for Love, which is the Cthulhu, Lovecraftian, romantic horror dating game. If you don't mind hearing shrieking, it's anti-ASMR time. And if I finish that with a lot of extra time to spare, I will probably start Hatoful Boyfriend, which is another dating sim game. And Saturday, we'll probably try and finish off Hatoful if we start it. If not, who knows? But I will be putting out a schedule on my Twitter, which is here. Okay. I'll be putting out a Twitter schedule probably sometime tomorrow. Definitely before Tuesday. Otherwise, I almost always stream at 9 p.m. But in the meantime, we can go listen to some more reading. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for listening. And have a good night.